Welcome back then, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else to the ETA Nationals, live with NextGen, here at the Highfield Sports Complex in Nottingham. It's crunch time at the Nationals as we bring you a whole host of knockout ties across a plethora of categories. And we will start the day with a knockout game, even if it comes in the form of a pool stage victor, as only a win for the Midlands Tigers will be good enough to keep them in reach of the men's 30s final. They currently sit 6 points behind the Taipans and the Saxons, and they will need a win to go through. They take on the Northwest Touch, the old stomping ground of Joe Wright, who will be alongside me as we take you through each nail-biting knockout game today. Good morning, Joe, and welcome back.
Oh, there's nowhere else I'd rather be on a bank holiday Monday. Finals, footy. We start off with a 30s clash. And I mean, I've got a feeling that although it's 30s, this game's going to be high scoring, and they go to the wing.
Well, that's a perfect start there. It's a great finish as well by David Little. It's the Midlands Tigers who are running from left to right in their white kit, and though I don't actually think that try was given, Joe, as he was spinning through the air.
Yeah, I think the touch got over. The winger got over just in time to make the touch, but I mean, Midlands Tigers showing that they can be threatening from the get-go, but I mean, you've got Pete Bowyer on the ball now, and if you give him any space at the line, he's going to look to go long. There's the footwork, long ball is probably coming, switch is on, 3 on 2, 2 on 1, just gets snuffed out, both teams pressing early.
It's not the first time we've seen David Little play this weekend at number 9. He was part of that 40s final sides for the Midlands Tigers that put 15 on the Southwest Saxons yesterday.
So dominant, and a testament to the fitness, being able to play in 2 age groups consistently.
And that's a great ball as well, and here is Little again, but intercepted on the way through to him. It's a great pick out there, stolen away by Harry Armitage.
Yeah, Northwest now, again, another pattern of the Northwest divisions is a really efficient transition, and they roll into their 5th. This is Tom Overbury. He'll look to scoop through, he's got wheels, there's 5th touch. Tom Overbury looks to go, 3 on 2, looks to get the ball away.
Well, Crawford's pass just goes to ground.
Yeah, it's a good start though from the Northwest. Efficient in their transition, as always. Midlands Tigers will probably look to go coast to coast.
And away go the Tigers there, and this was the Tigers side in the 30s division that yesterday were in action against the Taipans and were beaten by 13-6. We saw the Southwest Saxons beat the Northeast Raiders by 15-3, while the Northwest Touch got off to a defeat in the 30s pool by just the 2 tries. They lost to the West Wildcats. But it's a pretty even start, Joe.
Yeah, both teams just feeling each other out at this stage. But this is a good opportunity now. The first time we've really seen either team get a repeat set of 6, and almost instantly they cough it up with an infringement at the roll ball, stepping off the mark. And a little bit of a stop-start beginning.
Edley Miller taking the touch. Carried in by McPherson. Touch taken on Jackson, and now the substitutes come sweeping round the corner. Adams hands it off. Ball inside from McDougall. And McDougall got a bit of pace. Little to the outside. Sent back in towards McDougall, but Davies' pass hits the deck.
Yeah, it's actually a really good option. He recycled the play quite well. It seems like they're just not quite on the same page. I've put that down to early morning. Maybe a little bit of sleep in the eyes still. But so far, Midlands Tigers, when they get to the Northwest line, definitely look more of an attacking threat at the moment compared to the Northwest.
Well, the Tigers in this 30s competition sit on 6 points. 3 points off the Wildcats, 6 points off the top 2, and it is straight into a playoff game regardless of where you finish in the pool. So only the top 2 sides will be applicable for a final. And well, they kept playing Northwest, but a penalty infringements that sent them all the way back there, Joe.
Yeah, it was a touch and pass, AJ in the middle, just trying to create a little bit of more separation, looking for the out the back play, a little bit of an Aussie, and got caught in the touch. So ended up touch and pass initially.
Brent McDougall at half. Licks it up to Powell's.
Yeah, Brent McDougall seems to be the person who's got the long ball in this Tigers side. I won't be surprised if we see a setup here to get Brent back on the ball. Sweeper coming.
Oh, and there's a hand in there from Northwest, and that's a bit of a let-off for the Tigers, Joe.
Yeah, ball was just going to ground, but again, we've seen it over the weekend. If you're stood in the passing lane and you get involved, the ball goes to ground, you will get that repeat set of 6, and there he is again, McDougall trying to go through.
Brent McDougall. Davies, long ball.
Here we go, 32 short. A little bit slow at his setup. Look to go for the 2-on-1. There is one on the wing if they can find it. Score will go.
Good finish from David Little.
We've said that more than a few times this weekend, but I think it's the first time in the 30s division. And it's just good to heads up rugby. They identified that the Northwest team's a little bit narrow. And then 2-on-1, draw and pass, and Little has the wheels to dive in the corner.
He was an important part of that 40s winning side. So dominant in that final yesterday.
Yeah, really dominant. Super. You know, one of those players that just seems to do his job really well, always a 7 or 8 out of 10. And Northwest now, Jordan Cross in the midfield, working with Crawford, trying to get over Cross.
Well, down goes Crawford.
With someone like Rob Crawford, you know, you've got that wingspan. You're looking at maybe giving him an opportunity to dive at the line from 6 or 7 out because of just how long he is. And Crawford again and Cross in the middle. Crawford looks to go open side. Does. Step back. Long ball is on. They give. Just goes to ground, but it's the right option.
Ian Stoddart has played with the Manchester Village Spartans since 2019. A lot of experience on the wing for this Northwest touch side.
Yeah, there's experience littered all over this touch side. So you've got AJ, who's the coach for the mixed open for the Northwest. You've got Pete Bowyer, who's one of the old heads in touch, but ever so potent when he's on the ball. Jordan Cross as well, been around the block. And they won't panic because of that experience. They know that they're a try down, but they won't panic. They'll know they can trust their structure.
Touch made, and that's the 6, so it's a turnover. Tap off to come from Northwest.
Yeah, good dump up the middle. Just like, maybe like to see them run their tap off, their transition with a little bit more explosiveness. That's better from Jordan Cross. You just want to be able to make sure that you are making yards. That's better from LJ. Liam Lawton getting over. Ball away, 2-on-1. Check back on the inside.
That's a good ball inside, and now look at the pace in behind. Touch made.
So I think that's a penalty. No, he's just going to give 6 touch turnover. So he just got back on side, but much better from the Northwest team. Although the sidelines are having a chat.
The referee, the assistant in conversation, possible offside.
Yeah, I've got a feeling they only come over for a chat if they possibly want to change the on-field decision. So, again, another good example of the communication from the refs, and they do. I think they're going to give an offside call. I was a bit curious if that middle had actually made the line.
Well, a big opportunity for Northwest Touch to get back on level terms. They've only gathered 3 points so far, so the final is out of reach for them, but they'd still like to improve their position in the pool.
There we go. Liam Lawton going over, working with the Northwest pod in the middle. It's a really nice sweeper play going round. It's something he wants to... We've seen him do for Chester. And it's a good line, steps back on the inside. And first opportunity, really, for the Northwest for a repeat set of 6. They don't need 6. They use the 1 and they equalise.
Well, we're all level then in our first game of the day here. This is the only game of the day that is not either a final or a semi-final, but as we've said, it's a really crucial game for the Tigers. There's a loss here or a draw. We'd likely see them out of the 30s competition. Only the top 2 in the pool go to the final. Diving towards the line is Tom Davies.
Yeah, and it's going to get given. The touch was made, but toucher was never onside. And just as soon as the scores are equalised, Midlands Tigers pull ahead again, and it's essentially a rinse and repeat from the Northwest score. Sweeper coming round the back, diving at the line, good bit of footwork. The referee in a great position to recognise that the middles were off. And it's 2 tries to 1 in favour of the Midlands Tigers.
Well, we're approaching 10 minutes here. It's pretty tough, Joe, if you've worked your way back into the game with all that sustained pressure, only to concede straight away.
Yeah, it is tough. It's one of those where you really just want to make sure that you secure your possession and D-out your attacking set, or D-out after your attacking set. But when you've got Pete Bowyer on the ball, something can happen. Let's go open side, 3-on-2 option.
Maudsley looking for Bowyer, but the ball goes to ground.
Yeah, 6 more, so touched in flight. Really good honesty there from the Midlands Tigers middle. And there's Pete Bowyer now. We'll probably look to use some quickie sets.
Bowyer back in his hands.
There's the link punish.
Well, it's a bit congested in there. Bowyer stepping back to keep the touch alive. And Bowyer on the return, sliding in.
Good touch, really good touch, getting off the line to make it. But you see now, this is something that Pete will look to do, look to condense the defence and then probably look long on 5th.
Lawrence. Back to Bowyer. Lawrence at the half. Plenty of options. Bowyer goes short, touch made. That's a penalty, Joe.
Yeah, I thought that ball just had to go a second or two earlier. Pete Bowyer was essentially stood on the line waiting to just dot the ball down. But they do get the penalty.
Bowyer in control in the centre for Northwest, who trail by 1 try. But here's Lawrence stepping off the right, finding Bowyer again. Touch made by Gurry.
It's a good defensive structure from the Midlands Tigers. They know what Northwest are trying to do. And Midlands Tigers working together as a 6.
Lawrence goes wider this time. Lawrence does well to keep a hold of it on the gather, sliding in, needing support. Bowyer looks to tap it on, but the ball goes down and an opportunity missed for Northwest.
Yeah, opportunity missed, but a great defensive set from the Midlands Tigers. They stayed really tight and maybe look to see a bit of a long ball coming at some point from the Northwest, but like I say, they won't panic. They just need to make sure that they defend this transition well and secure some fresh legs on the field.
Lovely inside ball. There's McDougall again, creating everything. Out the back door for Singh, over the top, touch made, but that's some really clever play, Joe.
Yeah, it's lovely disguise on the pass, but it's not over yet. Northwest have got to be wise to it. And they do end up crowding them out, but what a good transition once again from the Midlands Tigers. Northwest, we've just got to find an answer for it. At the moment, it's really hampering their ability to drive up the field because they're driving from so deep, whereas Midlands Tigers on a couple of occasions have been able to force a turnover a little bit further up the field, and it affords them an extra touch or 2.
Crawford back on the field. That's a great carry and a fizzed pass, but it's just beyond Sam Kelly.
Yeah, and that was 5th touch, looking to run the sweeper play. End up running a little bit too lateral. Maybe you just want that scooper. Tom Overbury maybe picking up and going through. He's got wheels.
Instead, it's back with the Midlands Tigers. Singh.
Yeah, really good shutdown there in the middle from Overbury. And now the half is a little bit isolated. Northwest just want to get up again, put more pressure. Overbury, another really good shoot.
Jackson. Guess. McPherson with a good carry. And the Midlands Tigers driving on with pace. Headley Miller. Whistle goes.
Yeah, it's an offside call. I think it was Crawford in the middle. Didn't get back on side. It was just holding space.
Big opportunity then for the Midlands Tigers.
Oh, for sure. It would be crucial to go 2 up early doors.
Good line from McPherson, but it's just been spilled. Unforced error there. Northwest still in the game.
Yeah, it's a better transition. I like that option, looking to save the touch. Definitely on. Bowyer now, checks off. They're just losing some momentum, and again, they lose possession in the midfield and a little bit disjointed in their transition getting on the field.
Well, the Tigers, once again, with 6 touches inside the Northwest half. Davies.
Best beard in England touch, by the way, so every single time.
Good carry as well, patient play from Powles. McDougall looking to make it happen for the Tigers. Powles, McDougall at the half. There's the long ball, Little free as a bird. touches down for the third try for the Tigers.
Yeah, lovely sweeper variation. They run the sweeper earlier for their second try and gave it to the bloke sweeping round. And this time McDougall picks up steps left to right, long ball, and Little's down in the corner. And again, it's just those good variations. You've condensed the Northwest defence, and then you go round the outside. And Northwest really falling away ever so slightly in this first half. Like to see a little bit more of an injection of pace and intensity in their attack.
Well, the Tigers break out into a 2-try lead for the first time today. Touch made on Ian Stoddart. Cross. Lawton makes good yards. It's a good pickup as well. Northwest just forced into the retreat.
Yeah, it's a better recycle though. Could look to go long. That's fifth.
Diving from long range. Maudsley lays it back. Good switch on the inside.
Touch and pass given. So another good defensive set for the Midlands Tigers. And Northwest, in this area, you know, when you're struggling for a bit of field possession, you want to really target the transition. See if you can force a turnover, force a skill error.
Looking a little bit isolated at the moment, the Midlands Tigers, but on come the substitutes. A little show and go from Powles. And once again, they're in this dangerous area, Little on the switch. He'll look for the long ball himself. Touch made on Guess, and that's a turnover, but a good transition again, Jay.
Yeah, definitely. And even when Midlands looked like they'd lost a bit of momentum, they find a way to kick the gears through. And this is a little bit better for the Northwest, maybe taking a leaf out the Midlands Tigers book, but it's here that I'd like to see them get fresh legs on a little bit quicker and then be able to pass around that single shooter. Because every time it is just a single shooter. This is fifth. AJ looking for the switch, doesn't come, but they will get the penalty. Offside call.
Well, Chagmit wins the penalty there. And we creep ever closer to half-time.
Yeah, Northwest, we really need to take this deficit back down to 1 before half-time. They look to go again. And maybe what I'd like to see is, there's a lot of dives at the line, but dives at players. Maybe just take a step back, recycle that touch, keep a hold of it.
Lawrence forcing the touch.
See that? There's a really good setup there, really good setup for the 32 shot, and would not be surprised if they look to go again. The sweeper coming round now, so you're looking for the link to hit his hole. Oh, lovely disguise play back on the inside to AJ, getting over, and Northwest touch do cut the deficit back down. It's a much better attacking set. Sweeper comes round, AJ stays live on the inside, little tap ball through the gap.
Just call out the Midlands Tigers defence there, and that cuts it back to 3-2. Still a good result for the Tigers as it stands.
Yeah, definitely, but there's still 2 minutes left to play, and Midlands Tigers will want to be going down the other end and extending their lead back out to 2 now. They know that they can get over on numerous occasions. It's just if they can get a bit more momentum going into their attack and really punish the outer edge of the Northwest, because that's what they've been doing so far.
Sliding in though.
It's a good touch from Tom Overbury in the middle.
McDougall lays it back and has it on the return. Good hands and then flashed across. Long flat pass from Davies, but spilt on the wing. And Northwest touch looking to transition.
That's a much better touch there.
Charged in by Lawton.
Yeah, Liam is one of those players where when he gets frustrated, he ends up just putting the hammer down and making yards, and he did exactly that. Unfortunately, that looked like a yes-no touch. That might be a penalty. And they're just taking them to take the roll ball. Bowyer. Yards made. That's fifth. Switches, looks on.
Stoddart hands it off to Lawrence, who's caught. And that's the 6. But a better transition from Northwest touch.
Yeah, for sure, much better. And it comes from that touches 1 and 2. And I think it was Cross and Lawton responsible for both of those respectively.
Great carry by Singh, and it's got the Midlands Tigers on the offensive.
Oh, good option. Good option. Looks to go long. Oh,
Intercepted. Well, the race is on here. Little's getting back. He can't make the touch.
Oh, good touch. Good chase down and touch.
Mark Rayner almost away. Rayner back with it. Lawrence has got one over. And that's the second touch made by Phil Shire.
Yeah, and that is only count 2. You're exactly right with the intercept counting as touch 0. So now Northwest have a really good opportunity to equalise before half-time. They look like they'll do so, but hips not square at the base of the ruck. They were in. And an unforced error right on the hooter. But Northwest firing into life at the end.
Well, Northwest could be going into the break level, but penalised as they slid in to score their third. So it remains 3 tries to 2. The Midlands Tigers just in front, and this win will take them to 10 points if they can hold on, and within sight of the top 2 and the final of the 30s competition. We'll see if the Tigers can hold on against the Northwest touch side, who are certainly still in the game. Half-time in our first fixture here at the ETA Nationals. We'll be back with the next 20 minutes in just a moment's time.
Well, that brings up half-time. Oh, the first game of day 3 here in Nottingham, the final day of Nationals. Players and officials, 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning. Officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, 1-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play.
We're back then for the second half in our first game here at the England Touch Association Nationals. It's a 30s pool game between the Midlands Tigers and the Northwest Touch. And the Midlands Tigers are leading by 3 tries to 2. They need a win to keep their hopes of making the final alive. Only the top 2 from the pool go through. Northwest Touch looking for their first win of this 30s competition. Joe Wright still alongside me, and they looked impressive, Northwest Touch, but Midlands Tigers just a bit quicker on the transition.
Yeah, for sure, and I think that's the main difference. But what a step and finish in the corner. Unfortunately, the touch just comes in. That's better for the Northwest almost immediately.
Our starts for them. It's Bowyer forcing the touch, getting in on the return. Bowyer diving in.
No, the referees have spotted a forward pass. It's unlucky because they'd worked that ball really well. They'd found the space in between the link and the middle for the Midlands Tigers, but once again, Midlands Tigers are capable of just securing the possession. Now they go back into transition.
Tigers driving up towards halfway, but it's spat out there, and that'll unfortunately be a turnover, just a miscontrol.
Yeah, and that's something we didn't see from the Northwest in the first half. They weren't really able to force any midfield turnovers. You know, a couple minutes into the second, and they do exactly that.
Change of ends, of course. The Northwest Touch in their maroon and black, playing from left to right in this second half. They trail by just the 1 try. Could have had a third on the stroke at half time.
Yeah, and then could have had a 4th at the start of the second half, so a couple opportunities go in. But it's full credit to the Midlands Tigers defence because they're just staying in the fight, just really stubborn. Good opportunity there.
Hankey driving into touch. A lot of traffic in the middle of the field for the Tigers. Overbury with the footwork, looking for a hole, but only found a white shirt. So Little plays away for the Tigers. Oh, Singh picked a good line, but it's just behind him, the pass, and a big opportunity for the Northwest Touch. They really should convert from here.
Oh, for sure. And this, yeah, I was going to say that I expect that they do and get fresh legs on. And Bowyer's now coming onto the field. And Northwest, yeah, they need to make this pressure count because you've drawn 2. Yeah, here we go. Bowyer picking and going and drawing in the link. And just as I'm saying they need to make it count, Pete Bowyer picks up, goes back the other way from the sweeper platform, pop into space. And the link could have just slept on it and walked it in.
Crawford scores the easiest try of the day so far.
Yeah, and it's all Pete Bowyer. The old head, he will forgive me for saying it, or might not forgive me for saying it, but he is. But he's got such silky hands and great footwork, and both on display for the equalising score for the Northwest.
And here's McDougall for the Tigers. Very creative in that first half. Shire, who got back to make that huge touch for the intercept towards the end of the first half. Gary, McDougall. Touch made by Overbury, flashed across to Headley Miller.
Just got to hold space now. This is 5th and final.
Oh, that's lovely hands. And the try is given. McDougall stepping away from a couple and putting in Curry as well.
And it's lovely disguise on the switch here. Boom, and then step, get around, bang, pass goes. And a lovely catch and pass to ground. Midlands Tigers pulling away again, and I was just about to comment on the much improved defence there from the Northwest. Tom Overbury getting up in the middle channel and nominating to make both, and unfortunately just staying a little bit too wide when it gets to the edge for the Northwest. And then you can't do that against the Tigers, they will pick you off.
Tigers back in front then, but this is a good transition by Northwest. Chadwick is Hankey. Chadwick again, touch made, sweep around the corner from Windell, and then he looks long, but Little picks it off.
Yeah, it's a good defensive play there from Midlands, the Little winger. And yeah, see, and that first touch on the Midlands transition just sets the depth for the rest of their touches. But Northwest doing a better job at shooting out the line, and this is fourth, so fifth coming. That's fifth. They have to scoop from deep, a little bit static, and again, Northwest making a positive influence on the Tigers' transition.
Taken in by Hankey, and here's Chadwick. This is a stronger transition from Northwest. Lawton. Still not touched Lawton.
Yeah, he's really good at that. Just a little pump of the ball to get some extra yards made, and probably looking at scooping here. They do. Let's go wide. Crawford steps back on the inside. Ball goes. There was an opportunity to kick out on the outside of the Midlands Tigers.
David Little quickly off the line to make the touch. But it's still in Northwest possession. Lawton again. Well, Lawton looking to scythe through a gap and then give the pass, but turnover, ball to deck. McDougall into Powell's. Here's Singh. And now the transition from the Tigers. Touch made by Crawford. And that's a weaving run from McPherson.
Yeah, great touch. Great touch. Rob Crawford had just got onside, and hit position was really good to make the touch. And another good opportunity now for the Northwest.
Lawton takes the touch, and then Crawford as he leaves the field. On the wraparound, Luke Lawrence.
Yeah, really good option. Here
Bowyer
we go.
in behind, could look to go himself. Bowyer gets the pass away, freeing the hands.
Oh, they're just guilty of overplaying a touch, because that's the forward pass. Although I think Pete Bowyer saying it was touched in flight. Fortunately, it wasn't. They'd done so well to make all those meters, and you just need that person to maybe take care of that ball a little bit more, secure your possession. Back to the fact that most times you've got to the line, you've stressed the defence. They force the early turnover again.
Well, the penalty goes Northwest's way. It was a good flowing attack from them. They're still one try down here.
Yeah, and it seems like every time Bowyer's on the ball, something's going to happen. He seems to be the person who's going to grab the game by the scruff of the neck. You get the equalising score, and here he is. Looking to go on the link. Link punish is there. He's in, and that ball goes to ground, and Link just slightly overrunning the line, and fast turnover from the Tigers.
Bit of a miscommunication. Lets Dougal get away. Here's Singh carrying directly as he has all game so far. McPherson onto the field. Good ball. Little hole opens up. Lawrence makes the touch. Another inside pass to steal some yards away from Northwest. And this is a great carry.
It's good recovery as well from the Northwest, because they look really disjointed and were rolling backwards. But were able to just eat up the yards, get back on side, make the touch. And second half starting a little bit scrappy as that ball goes down from Lawrence. And now they'll have to defend a fresh set against the Tigers.
That's a difficult turnover to take.
Yeah.
Headley Miller. Touch made. Davis. Headley Miller. And that's a good line. Oh, well, he might be free to dive in there. Well, it looked like Lawrence just had a bit of trouble getting back.
Yeah, he just managed to scramble and get there. So this is third, fourth coming now, so you've got to be careful. You've only got a couple more to defend.
McPherson.
Don't lose your intensity.
There's the touch. Davis intercepted. Great read by Hankey. But is that a penalty coming, Joe?
It looks like it might be, but smart from the Northwest. They'd leave the ball where the whistle blew, and they're able to get some fresh legs on. And unfortunately, I think the interceptor hadn't quite hit the line. Good spot from the referee.
6 more then for the Tigers.
Yeah, and I want to see them use the 6 a little bit more efficiently. There's a second coming now. So this is second. Ball goes wide.
Davis, Little, one-on-one.
So that's third.
Touch made by Kelly. Powell's at the half. Davis, McDougall. Getting away from Bowyer. Good footwork. Taking the touch, Phil Shire. Davis again, McDougall. Davis on the wrap. He's got McDougall to his right. The pass is in front of him. And that's good defence from Northwest, Joe.
Yeah, it's really good defence. I think it was Edward Maudsley on the far side. A really good defensive dump, or defensive touch even. Just throwing the player off balance ever so slightly. A fair shot, but a dominant shot as well. And Northwest need a little bit more of that when they get to the attack, and that's better from their transition, making yards. Lost a little bit of momentum, but Overbury will give them some depth. And now they'll have one or two. So this is fifth coming, so a good dump for the scoop now. Cross.
Well, that ball just rolls away.
I think it's going to be given a penalty. His foot in the ruck from the Midlands Tigers.
Still behind by one try, the Northwest touch. A draw doesn't really suit either side, but it certainly doesn't suit the Tigers. They need a win here, really, to keep their chance of making it through to the final alive. But that ball to Mark Rayner is not good enough, Joe.
Yeah, I see the idea. The space is on the edge. The Midlands Tigers defend really tight, so the space is on the edge. But I was having this debate with a couple of people yesterday, and they say, look, why don't we throw that long ball on first? Well, because you can use that long ball. Space is always going to be there. It's still going to be there on fifth touch. So you can use your other four touches to condense the defence even more, to really over-exaggerate that space available.
That's some lovely footwork from McPherson, who made it into that try zone, but then needed to find support in the pass. Just got away from Neil Guess.
Oh, and that's a really unforced error. That's just a bit of fatigue creeping in, and done really well to defend the set out. And he's coughed the ball up a little bit lazily, and you can't do that against Tigers because they'll have an opportunity to double the lead.
McPherson, who came close for the Tigers. Oh, that's another pass just beyond him.
Yeah, now Northwest need to secure some fresh legs on the field because this pod looks tired. That's two, but that's another penalty. It's overstepping the mark. And they do manage to get some fresh legs on.
Well, another try here would be pretty consequential given how good they've defended.
Yeah, they've defended much better in this second half as the Northwest, because the Midlands Tigers are really trying to punish on the sweeper play. And they'll probably look to do the same thing, although the Midlands Tigers just eating a couple touches, securing fresh legs, quickie coming, step back, space in the middle, and Lawrence is wise to it.
Gary was in there, touch from Wise. Played away by Headley Miller, who has it on the return. McDougall listed to Davis. McDougall again over the top, and it's just juggled and spilt by Jackson.
Oh, it was a beautiful attacking set again. They've done well to call all of the Northwest middles offside. And then that ball over the top was definitely the right option. And unfortunately, ball can't stick. And better ball manipulation from the Northwest touch side. And they just eat an extra touch up the box.
Here's Overbury, getting some good yards.
They just got to get that ball down earlier, and that's a forward pass. And it's the little unforced errors that are really stunting all of the Northwest momentum. As soon as it seems like they get a firm grip on the game, an unforced error releases that. And the Midlands Tigers at the moment are really having to do all that much in defence to force the turnovers.
What can McDougall conjure up? Takes the touch and has it back again. Davis, good line from Powell's, forced to retreat. That's a good step from McDougall, good switch from Davies, goes long to Little, but it's just beyond him.
Yeah, again, another good attacking set, but matched by a very solid defensive set from the Northwest guys. And they don't opt to try and play around, they're just trucking the ball up the box side. And that's much better initially. and a good option to just transfer the ball. Bowyer, some more yards up the box, and now you want to look to spread this ball out into the midfield. This is 4th, 5th coming. AJ Chadwick. Good. Pete Bowyer looks to go long. A much better transition and completed set for the Northwest.
Well, there's still just the one try in it here between the Tigers and Northwest touch. This will be a big win for the Tigers in their quest to keep their hopes of a final in the men's 30 alive, and a good carry from Singh as well. A pretty low scoring second half, but it's certainly been end to end, Joe.
Yeah, it's been one of those games where I feel like both teams are struggling a little bit with certain areas. So for the Northwest, it's your completion of your basics. Just catch and pass, don't cough the ball up, over the marks. There's a little bit too many penalties given away. And from the Midlands Tigers perspective, they do really well when they get into the attacking phase in the first 4 touches. It's the last touch where you probably do look to go long, and they're not finding that any joy in that areas, because I'm not sure if it's a little bit of fatigue, early morning game, and those final passes aren't quite going, and when they don't go, you're always entertaining a comeback for the Northwest team.
Which is certainly still on here. There's just one try in it, and this is a great looking attack. Touch made on Hankey.
Yeah, it's his 5th touch now, so no options. You have to create something from nothing. Overbury, Bowyer.
Oh, that's the touch from McPherson.
Yeah, and Overbury and Bowyer looking for the switches on 5th. Just a little bit off the same page.
So the Tigers then on the transition will look to clear their own lines. But that's excellent footwork to get on the outside from Shire. He's had a really good second half. Singh passes out to McDougall, who's away from Overbury. McDougall again. Well, it's a good attack from the Tigers. McDougall with a great carry. Surely they must be in here. Well, Headley Miller scores what you would think could be a conclusive try, because in a game as low scoring as this, the Tigers have managed to construct a 2-try advantage, Joe.
Yeah, and it's again another really good setup play. The Midlands Tigers look to run that same sweeper platform. They step back. Tom Overbury is predicting the sweeper to receive the ball, so hips stay outside, and they step back on the inside. And it ends up being a little bit too much for the Northwest to be able to deal with. But now it's Bowyer and Lawton on the ball. Lawton back to Bowyer. Bowyer looks long. Good link hole. And that's what we've not seen from Pete Bowyer. The flat pass across the front. First time he's had the opportunity to throw it. And they get a score. Brilliant link hole run. And Northwest look to go for a Grand Slam finish.
Well, they've been denied by the Tigers all games so far, but Elliott picked a fantastic line. And it was a great ball from Bowyer.
Yeah, it's a much better attacking set, and a good option as well from the Northwest. We've not really seen that flat pass across the front yet. And if they could force an early turnover, there's still 90 seconds in this game, and they could really spoil the party for the Midlands Tigers.
Or the Tigers could go and score another. Well, how did that ball find its way through?
The ball had no right to go through. It was like everyone thought, well, that's just going to go to ground, but the link is stood happy to receive it.
Headley Miller, the beneficiary there. A lot of space for him to touch down. And all of a sudden, in this last 5 minutes, the game's come alive and the Tigers are up 6-4.
Yeah, let's play an extra 5 minutes. Get some more tries on the board.
Seems like everyone's awake now as Chadwick takes it into contact. Lawrence wider to well, Lawton still going.
Yeah, touch and pass given in the end. Then with just over 30 seconds remaining, you're probably looking like if Midlands Tigers can secure possession to ensure that their transition goes coast to coast, they'll be home and dry. and really good value for the win here. They played really well, especially defensively, shutting out any of the Northwest options. Northwest really had to dig deep into their bag of tricks to unlock the Tigers' defence.
Good performance then from the Tigers, and a great performance as well from Headley Miller, who finds Little. Touch made, but this then will be the last set in the game. Chadwick, Kelly again at the half, and there goes the buzzer. So Kelly will have the last say. Tapped on to floor. Well, it wasn't easy for them, but the Tigers eventually have secured the victory here against Northwest Touch, and they keep their hopes of making it into the 30s final alive. They've still got some work to do to make it through to that final 30s game, but they'll be up to 10 points and just 2 points off of the top two sides who they'll play later on today. But from now on, Joe, it's nothing but knockouts from here until 5 o'clock, when our coverage will finish with the presentations. Up first, it's the women's 27 semi-final. The Tigers back in action against the Wildcats. An exciting game, Joe.
Yeah, really exciting. I can't wait to see the women's 27s division again. We had a really good game on live stream yesterday, very tight affair. I think only 1 or 2 scores in it. And as I said yesterday, the women's 27s is one of those still emerging divisions, so a lot of teams are very close-knit. There's not a lot of separation in terms of talent, so I think we're going to be in for another really close-run game.
We'll be back for that semi-final between the Midlands Tigers and the Western Wildcats. That's the next game, our second of the day here at the ETA Finals, in just a few minutes' time.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going anywhere.
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the line.
Those last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down enough.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
Yes, let's go, right? Now win it.
The all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
hands in. Come on, then.
Tight! Eyes up, tight! Dragon! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
I won for the ref!
Hooray!
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweeper, watch the ball.
It's rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
1, 2, 3.
Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get front, up, get toes on your toes!
Get up! Take the space! Take the space! You work hard defense. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You run quickies, you stay tight. Watch out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Our second game then in the women's 27s competition. It's a semi-final, and it's the Midlands Tigers taking on the West Wildcats. The Tigers are right at the top of the women's pool against the Wildcats, who sit bottom, but it's much closer than you'd think. It's 10 points for the leaders and 4 points down at the bottom. The West Wildcats then come in this as the slight underdogs, and we saw the impressive Midlands Tigers women's 27s in action yesterday. That game went down as a draw on the official recognition. But for now, it's the Wildcats on the attack, and they could start the brightest. That's a lovely ball from Katie Phillips, part of Scotland's women's 27s side. But that was the 6th touch, and now Hannah Suzuki will drive out from the back. Eve with the ball on, it's loose, and it's a turnover, and a bright start to this game, Joe.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really looking forward to the 27s team, and a little bit of a derby clash with the Midlands and West coming together.
And although the West Wildcats are the underdogs in this game, they've started the brightest, and as you said, Joe, this division is incredibly even. Well, it's carried on by Rose. Here is Phillips. Key for the Wildcats, the Scottish international. Lifted into the path of Rose again, and then over the top, but just short of the winger.
Yeah, it's a good attacking set opening from the Wildcats. Looking to go down the short side. And both teams are slightly just feeling each other out early doors, and a little bit of a turnover there for the Wildcats.
That's a second unforced error by the Tigers. And the Wildcats on the attack again. That's a nice ball from Phillips. Looking to switch it on the inside, but a bit of a miscommunication there.
Yeah, it's one of those where you've done really well to get the extra yards. You just want to secure that ball, get the ball down. Don't throw it away. Unfortunately, you let the Tigers off the hook.
Well, the Tigers have already beaten the Wildcats by a score of 4-1 yesterday. They also beat the Saxons by the same scoreline and then drew with the Taipans. The Taipans are in a semi-final against the Saxons. And this Wildcat side lost 6-3 to the Taipans and then drew with the Saxons as well, before obviously losing to the Tigers, as we've said. So they sat on 4 points, 7 tries in total for this Wildcats 27 side. But first attack for the Tigers. It's a good transition, works their way up the field, but a penalty, Joe. And it's the Wildcats who seem to be playing the strongest in these early stages.
Yeah, for sure. It was just a penalty for foot in the ruck there, and that's the benefit you get from having a really dominant roll ball. And the Wildcats, yeah, they're definitely riding the momentum at the moment. Looking to play long. Now they whip it back round and just want to go forward a little bit more. 32 shot.
Well, it's a good carry.
Another 32. Nice setup play. They look for the link punish. Ball goes wide. It's just crowded out, and that's 5th touch.
Touch made by Megan Clayton. They'll still have one more touch to play with. Ball from Powell's, part of England women's 35 squad. That's the last touch. Clayton makes it. And away come the Tigers. Morecambe.
A little bit isolated now. You want to put pressure on. Wildcats do.
Touch made on Saunders, lifted by Bennett. That's another ball down, and that's the 3rd time the Tigers have coughed up the ball inside their own half. At some point, Joe, the Wildcats are going to have to punish some of these mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. And it's one of those where if you keep forcing turnovers, at some point it's going to come, as long as you do your basics well. And Wildcats guilty of just maybe not getting to the line as efficiently as they can. It's 232s again. They look to go open side.
Rylance takes the touch. Good ball to Sammy Phillips, and Phillips diving for the line. Touch made. Sammy Phillips, part of England's 35 squad, as is Claire Rylance. And again, it's Phillips. Long ball, well taken by Chelsea Lloydell. Inside pass to Powell's. It's a penalty this time. So the Tigers will tap. That's a good ball. And the Tigers driving through the centre. Across comes Rylance to make the touch, but good carry by Suzuki. Snape, Suzuki at half. Back with Snape. And the Tigers with a bit of possession in a dangerous area for the first time. Carried on by Suzuki, who frees the hand. Snape is caught. But it's a much better transition, Joe, from the Midlands Tigers.
Yeah, much cleaner transition from the Tigers. And now they'll look to double up on the pressure and see if they can force a turnover for the Wildcats transition.
And they make it to an edge. But it's a...
There's the turnover.
Well, it's a difficult one to gather.
And they roll quickly, and there's loads of space if it goes. It just ends up running back into traffic. Ball maybe should have gone wide earlier, but they do secure possession.
Franks finds Snape, he takes the touch. Eve lifts it to Franks. It's a bit static at the moment, but there's the touch on the sweep. Eve has got numbers to the left, looks to go herself.
Touch is made.
Well, the Wildcats may have had the better field possession this game, but the Tigers are in a dangerous position here. Touch made. Good run. Darting over. This time is Victoria Franks.
And score is good. And that's the fine line you walk from the Wildcats' perspective. You've had all of the field possession really in the opening 5 minutes. And then Midlands Tigers ride a little bit of momentum. They force a turnover in your transition. 2 touches taken and they end up going over. And for all the Wildcats' good work, they end up a score down.
Well, carried on by the Wildcats in their familiar black and gold, playing from right to left, of course. In this first half, they started the brightest, but they couldn't convert from close range. The Tigers worked their way into the game and have scored early. Little darting run from Sinead Hughes. That's the end of their transition. And it is the Tigers who come into this game as favourites. They top the pool on points difference. And they're up to halfway. Little switch, but a good read by Lucy Neil Hook. And Neil Hook with a good carry.
That's a big touch in the midfield. Big touch, and they end up dislodging the ball. And that's about as textbook a defensive red touch as you'll see.
Suzuki takes it in, and now they're looking to build something down the left-hand side. Conroy is caught. It's a good ball, and they're up to halfway. Little show and go from Franks. Franks touched. Good carry. Well, quick hands, soft hands. It was a really good take. Eve with the ball. Conroy recycles, but it went to ground. So back come the Wildcats in this semi-final. A really close affair at the moment. As we approach the midway point in the first half, just one try in it. And that's a great run, a barnstorming run. Eventually caught by Victoria Franks. Rylance. Good pick up. And another strong carry all the way through the centre from Phillips. And finds Rylance, and the Wildcats are on the board.
There we go. And the Wildcats make the pressure count. I was sort of worried that the Tigers were going to run away with it and ride their momentum, but the Wildcats are able to scoop and go over, and it's Rylance and Phillips working together in the midfield. Phillips picks up, finds the gap, delays the ball until Rylance is free, and we're a try apiece. And both teams looking really threatening when they get to the line.
There's a really strong run from Powles, who set up that opportunity, so the 3 England 35 players making a difference. But the Tigers, all of a sudden, through Saunders, are closer and closer to the line. Harding steps and is caught Harding back with it. Saunders moving a bit laterally at the moment.
Unlucky, unlucky. Ball just goes to ground when the momentum started to be their way. And the Wildcats will have a really good opportunity. Take a touch up the middle, get some fresh legs on. But that's an infringement at the roll ball from the penalty. And there's just a little bit of a discussion from the refs.
Well, in the meantime, the Tigers are making some changes. It will be possession for the Wildcats.
There we go, and now the Wildcats just getting underway again. And the ball falls to ground. You can't afford the Tigers unearned fresh sets of 6.
Unforced errors left Suzuki in possession. Taking the touch, and they're 5 yards short here, sliding in. The touch was made, just about. Well, the Wildcats under a bit of pressure then. Eve takes the touch. Here's Eve. Touch again. Eve back with it. Lifts it really nicely. But the touch is just again made to the rapturous applause of the Wildcats on this near side.
Yeah, Wildcats defence really tight, so limiting the Midlands Tigers' options to only round the outside. At the moment, the Tigers aren't able to execute. This is 5th, so they might look to go wide. They don't. Still trying to go through the middle, but the Wildcats are equal to it.
Good defence from the West Wildcats. We're all level here. As we approach the 12-minute mark, it's just juggled in midfield, but really well taken, and now the Wildcats look to break. Just assessing their options. And then here's Hughes. Ball back inside from Neil Hook. Hughes carries it on. Neil Hook, great pickup.
Oh, great
pace, scything through. Surely there must be options for her here.
Oh, and that ball just had to go to this near winger. Ball had to go to the near winger. She'd scoot through the offside player. This near winger maybe just needs to give a shout. But Wildcats again threatening when they're at the line. And all the signs bode well for the Wildcats.
Well, this Wildcats team has woken up on the right side of the bed this morning. 2 defeats and a draw yesterday. It left them bottom of the 14 pool. So in this seeded semi-final, they had to face the pool leaders, the Tigers. But they're certainly offering at least equal ability in the touch game at the moment.
Yeah, definitely, and the Wildcats are doing a really good job at putting pressure on the transition from the Midlands Tigers. I just want to see the Wildcats secure the ball in this area of the field a little bit more. They've just coughed up possession on a couple of occasions, but they've shown that when they get to the line, they're dangerous. So you want to get to that line as an efficient way as possible. This is a little bit better, so this is 5th coming now. This is Rylance and Phillips again, making things happen. Phillips stepping, going through. Can she find Rylance? She can't. Can she find the spare player? Unfortunately, she can't. And again, another opportunity where this near side wing is open. You'd just like to see them have a look towards the left edge, see if they can find that spare man.
Well, how are the Wildcats not in front here? Twice they've been free in the goal zone, but have unable to find a pass. And it's a little bit loose from the Tigers, but then a good carry up to halfway. The Tigers have, at the moment, kept the Wildcats at bay, but Wildcats surely will come to miss those missed opportunities, especially if there's a score coming here, but it's a turnover.
Yeah, it was a little bit similar to the game we had before, where both sides really tight, it's really a close-knit affair, and whilst West Coast Wildcats are definitely on top, you're always entertaining the possibility of the momentum to swing the other way when you don't take your opportunities down the other end. And they've unfortunately surrendered possession here, and Tigers now looking to drive at the line and make sure that that momentum does swing their way. 32 shortcoming. It's not.
Just check back to avoid the touch taken by God. And then sliding in from close range, Morecambe.
Looks like score's going to get given, and the Tigers do exactly what we were just saying. They swing the momentum in the other way, and the West Wildcats, even though they had a couple opportunities to go over, didn't make them count. The Tigers do, and end up pulling ahead.
It's a good step from Morecambe. And goes in to score. That's the disappointing result if you're a Wildcats fan, because twice they were free in the end zone. The half needing support, couldn't find it. And then the Tigers punish those missed opportunities, and they lead by 2 tries to 1. These two sides met yesterday and the Wildcats were beaten 4 tries to 1. So any score from them here will better that result. Phillips again at the half. Katie Phillips almost through. That's a good ball back inside by Rebecca Yip. And Yip forced to retreat in the end because that's the max amount of touches. And then here come the Tigers. On the return, that's a great run. Touch made by Hughes. Oh, it's a good defensive effort from the Wildcats.
Oh,
there's the ball
nice.
inside.
That's nice. They're in behind that middle now. Really good opportunity to scoop and go through. They do have a touch to play with.
Franks almost an interception, but instead they'll have 6 more.
Yeah, and it's a really good net gain there from the Tigers. Run away from their half ever so slightly. Ball back on the inside, 6 more, and an opportunity to extend their lead.
Snape in possession. Just teasing Phillips, and here comes Franks, who could go alone and dots down. And that's another for the Midlands Tigers. Well, the Wildcats will be pretty bemused at this performance. How have they not scored a few more, Joe?
Yeah, it goes back to what I was saying in the first 10 minutes. Is when you're on top, if you don't make your pressure pay, you're always entertaining the momentum swing, and that's exactly what's happened. And Wildcats just need to get through and possibly just have a look at this left edge, because the 2 opportunities they've been clean through, they've not had a look left, they've run back into a congested area, and they're by no means out of this game, but they do need to start making these attacking sets count. There's another error there at the roll ball. Ball just goes to ground, and it's exactly that I'm talking about. You've got to secure your possession, and then you can do your job off the back of it. They force an early turnover once more.
Well, the women's 27 final will be live at just after 1:30 this afternoon. And it'll be either the Wildcats or the Midlands Tigers in that fixture. Diving over for the line, is that another score for the Wildcats? I think Louise Carr has to retreat back to the 5-yard line. Lifted by Neil Hook. Here is Carr. Carr takes the touch. Neil Hook just ran out of room.
Oh, good touch. Really good defensive option there, just backing out of the touch ever so slightly. And that's a no-touch turnover. And it looks like there's just a little bit of a discussion in the midfield from the referees.
Well, the other women's semi-final currently taking place between the Saxons and the Taipans. But for now, it's the Tigers back on the offensive. Just a minute to go till half-time. They lead by 3 tries to 1, despite early pressure from the Wildcats. And twice the Wildcats were in the try area of the Tigers, but they couldn't find the final pass. From them, the Tigers came up the other end.
Oh, that's much better yards made from the Wildcats at the box side. Really good, clean dump again. And can they get a try before half-time? 40 seconds go.
Not long then as Powell's handed it off to Rylands. Rylands has it back, weaving her way through the defence. A try before half-time would be so important for the Wildcats, but the ball goes down.
Oh.
It's a really long lofted pass, good line speed. Saunders caught.
Yeah, and as long as Tigers can secure their possession now, they will go into half-time, 2 tries to the good. The Hooters going to go any moment. They may even look to go one more. That's 5th. Ball goes wide, 3 on 2. Can they execute? Just goes to ground.
Well, there's the klaxon that we're so familiar with here at the ETA Nationals. And Midlands Tigers have just been the most clinical of these two sides in that first half. The Western Wildcats have got a lot of work to do as they trail by 3 tries to 1. They could well be level, but unable to take their opportunities. And in this women's 27 semi-final, the Western Wildcats are behind the Midlands Tigers, 3 tries to 1 in front, with 20 minutes left to play. We'll be back for the second half in just a moment's time.
Well, as we go half-time on the second game of the day, a couple of semi-finals on pitch 8 and pitch 1, I believe, for the women's 27s. A nice little reminder that if you finishing the games, please, when you're leaving the sub boxes, take rubbish bottles. Obviously, this weekend we have had the Green Challenge Trophy ongoing, and obviously that was won by Wildcats, I believe. But there are other age groups and stuff like that still ongoing, so if you want to still take part, be in touch. Here supporting sustainability for all our events this year and into the future, and making touch a more sustainable game. We have less than 2 minutes before the second half. We do have food on site. We've got the University catering trailer, the coffee shop and Big Melts. If you want to get over there and get yourself something to eat. If you're supporting, get yourself some breakfast. As lunchtime approaches, go over to Big Melts, get yourself something to eat, or the University trailer. Players and officials, 1 minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 1 minute warning.
Well, we're back for the second half here between the Western Wildcats and the Midlands Tigers in this women's 27s semi-final. Who will face off in that final against the Taipans or the Saxons? We'll find out. That final will be live later on. We were just talking about a huge game up next, though. It's the Northwest Touch against the Southwest Saxons in the Men's Open semi-final. Joe, promises to be a huge game, perhaps the most hotly contested of the day.
Yeah, I completely agree. And we saw a replay of that yesterday morning, and Northwest came out on top relatively convincingly. But the Saxons will want to change their tune, and they've been bubbling throughout the rest of the tournament. The Saxons have been finding their feet, running more aggressive structure, and sort of a case at the Nationals where you save your best footy for finals day.
Second half to come then. It's the Tigers with the tap off. They lead by 3 tries to 1 here, despite how even that first half was. Here's Eve. Inside pass to Snape. Back to Franks. Snape, good line from deep, diving over.
Good touch.
Touch came in from Sinead Hughes. Well, it's a beautiful day here as well, Joe. And a really great community feel to the ETA Nationals. That's one thing I personally didn't expect coming into this, was just how well connected all the teams are, and all the amenities on offer as well. There's plenty of food trucks parked out here at the home of Nottingham University's performance sports teams.
Yeah, it's one of those
sports complex.
Touch is one of those sports where everyone does know everyone, and you get to build some, proper interpersonal connections. You get, little friendships forming here and there, and a lot of these players that you see on the field will play together at the Women's England's 27s, so we'll know each other, and that also leads to quite a good dynamic where people know each other's games, and would be waiting for the 1 or 2 big weapons from the individuals to come out, and that's when you have to rely on your adaptability to maybe provide something that they've not seen yet.
Well, that's a really lovely weaving run, tapped back inside though by Clayton, just goes to deck, and the transition to come from the Wildcats, who are just enjoying some great music, some great food as well.
Yeah, big up the Big Melt. Amazing cheese on bread, as you said.
As I said, you can't go wrong with cheese on bread, but they do absolutely nail it. Rylance on the inside. Good pick up from Phillips of the Sammy variety, England 35s, and Phillips looking to go straight through the hole again. It's a good take. Last touch had to be ambitious, and the Tigers escape for now. Good ball from Morecambe, try scorer in that first half. But here's Phillips, taking on all comers. Rylance, it's Phillips at the half.
Oh, good
well,
set.
That's a great step, diving in, touch made.
Nice footwork at the line to get on the outside. I'd like to see more of that from the Wildcats, because they've got over the line on numerous occasions. It's just the final pass.
Rylance, touch made. Phillips goes to the left instead. Rylance, play is over, and it's just been put down at the last point of contact. So the Tigers escape, but story of the first half really is the good play from the Wildcats, not converted at the final.
Yeah, and they've been a little bit unlucky in their attacking set, because they do a really good job of creating separation between the Tigers players. And as you say, it's just that last bit, the last pass that hasn't been sticking. They do this really well. They force midfield turnovers a lot from the Tigers. I just want to see them make this pressure count and put some scores on the board, because they really do deserve it.
Wildcats on the attack at the moment. Hughes makes contact there.
So this is fifth coming now. They'll have one opportunity. There's fifth.
Well, it's an excellent pick-up as well.
Oh,
great footwork, and once again, they're in the goal zone. Can they finally find a pass? They're being hunted down from all angles. Well, it was the break from Lucy Neal-Hook, but the touch came in from Bennett at the final moment, and once again, the Wildcats are denied. Joe, that's 3 times they've been away in that sort of end zone and have yet to come away with a score.
Yeah, so 2 things are happening whenever they scoop through and get into the try area. First thing that's happening is the Tigers' mirrors defence is really, really good. So they're stopping the options for the half on the ball. And a direct contrast here because the Tigers scoop through, but she's out in touch. And again, the direct contrast, so the Tigers scoop through and the West Wildcats aren't able to mark up the spare players, whereas when the Wildcats scoop through, the Tigers do exactly that.
Well, that time, as Snape was herring away, there were 3 white shirts with her, and they were just working a little bit harder than the Wildcats to get back, but they can't convert. 2 big missed opportunities at the start of this second half. Score remains as it was at the break. The Tigers up by 2 tries.
And you can't help but feel that if the Wildcats can get the opening score of this second half, they'll be able to ride some momentum. So this is 5th. Can they scoop through again? Good footwork. Ball goes.
Phillips. Touch made by Victoria Franks. That's the end of the attack for now.
Yeah, it's a good defensive shot again. Tigers finding a little bit of dominance in their defensive work.
That's a good ball to the outside. And then sweeping round the corner come the substitutes. Well, no touch made there to begin with. Phillips has to get involved in the centre, and then again Phillips makes another touch. But in behind go the Tigers, and there's acres of space for Megan Clayton to score another.
Yeah, and again, it's the contrast from what the Wildcats aren't able to do down the other end. The scooper goes through, and he's patient, finds the spare player. Ball is down, and once again, Tigers potent in transition.
Well, we've reached the same score line that we had the last time these two sides met, 4-1 in favour of the Tigers, but there's still 15 minutes to play here, Joe. Can the Wildcats get back into it?
And they can, because they get over the line on more than enough occasions. If they'd converted all of their scooping opportunities, we'd be level at the moment. So I have no doubt that they can get back into this game. I just want to see them be able to find that spare man when they do get the opportunity. There's violence at the line, touch is made, but there will be a penalty for offside. And again, if you look at the picture at the moment, you can see that far in the white shirt, the furthest player out wide, that's the winger. So the Wildcats winger is stood in acres of space. I just want to see them recognise that and get there and not rush the setup.
Phillips, Rylance. Phillips on the scoop, that's a good ball. Diving in herself. Well, that score denied. Anderson gives it to Phillips. Anderson again takes the touch. Good pick up. Here is Phillips. Not enough space there.
Great option
on the wraparound.
Great option for the phase. Ball's got to go down. It does. Is that the score? It is. And that's what the West Wildcats needed. There's Sammy Phillips again controlling the play. And this is a really good phase. Ball is dumped nice and quick. Everyone's offside. Rylance, well, Phillips to Rylance, and Rylance out to the winger. And she scores in the corner. Good finish. And if they can do more of that, they'll get right back in this game.
Well, the Tigers then concede for the first time in the second half after going behind early in this game. And it's 4-2 at the moment. So the Wildcats back in the fight. Touched by Hughes. Suzuki around the corner for Snape. Franks is there. It's a slow pick-up this time. Well held by Franklin. And they could be in here.
Great shot, great defensive shot from the link, flying out of the line. Big contact.
Victoria Franks there in the centre, calls for it back, it's over her head. She will have it again, switches to Suzuki. Lovely switch. Is there a bit of space in behind? Well, it's the 6th touch. It's a dangerous looking attack with Suzuki, Franks and Snape all out there in the centre. Transition from the Wildcats.
Ball.
That's an unforced error, Joe.
Yeah, ball just goes to ground, and it's that aspect of the Wildcats game that just needs shoring up a little bit. A couple unforced errors, you make good defensive shots, and then you surrender possession, and that's not only a negative for the Wildcats' perspective from the clock, but also the opportunities for the Tigers to go over again and extend the lead back out to 3.
Snape takes the touch. Suzuki on the wraparound, diving in from close range.
Yeah, forward pass at the base of the ruck. They just hesitated to give the ball, and that's all they need. And the Wildcats will have another opportunity to get through their transition effectively.
Wildcats to drive into this white wall of the Midlands Tigers. They hug the right-hand touchline, and on come the changes. Samantha Powles, the England 35 player at 15, finds another England 35 in Rylance, and there's their third in Sammy Phillips. Decent transition, Joe.
Yeah, good transition. I think they had an extra touch to play with there, so maybe could have looked to check off and get another dump, but they force another turnover early doors, so they'll have another crack at the line here, and if Wildcats can get another score with 10 minutes to go, they bring the deficit back down to 1. I back them to go and take the game.
Great defence from Phillips, and here she is again. Rylance at the half, great line. Sliding in from a fair way out.
Penalty given. Offside. The link never hit the line. So this is the opportunity that they need to make pay. I want to see them condense that defence as they did exactly before and then look to go wide. They run the sweeper play. Ball goes. Just look after that ball. Don't lose possession on first.
Good read from Clayton, who retreats back to her wing. Rylance, Phillips. Rylance again takes the touch.
Good option.
He's got the Tigers backpedaling. Well, it's just clattered off of Saunders. She didn't know much about it, Paige Saunders. The ball goes loose.
Yeah, it's another good opportunity that sort of goes for the Wildcats. You have more touches available. Just pull out of that play, reset, get the ball away. Take your time, be a bit more patient. That's exactly what the Tigers do on the other end. They use all of the 6 touches available to them. I'd like to see the Wildcats take a leaf out of the book.
Suzuki at the half. Good driving run over halfway. Suzuki, God, lifts it by Suzuki again. Eventually the touch is made. It's another good transition from the Tigers. Lifted by Rylance. Good read from Clayton. Phillips. Well, that's the penalty, Joe.
Yeah, I think it's a fair call off the mark. It's a very fine one, but it's another example of when the Wildcats sort of being masterminds of their own downfall, surrendering possession needlessly at times, and just like to see them look after that ball with a bit more care, especially when you're in your own red zone and you're trying to get fresh legs on.
Well, for now though, it's the Tigers on the offensive, searching for another try to re-establish that advantage, and that's a great effort. Sliding in from decent range, Victoria Franks.
Yeah, it's another good opportunity from the Tigers, taken efficiently, just hitting it at pace, driving at the line. And Tigers, whenever they do get good field possession and they do start to get repeat sets of 6 at the line, they look like they're going to be the more clinical side. Whereas the Wildcats probably get to the line on a couple more occasions than the Tigers. They just seem to be lacking that clinical last pass that's going to unlock the defence.
Victoria Franks picks a great line and adds the Tigers 5th. And the Wildcats are back to chasing 3 tries. Phillips lifts it well. Phillips only a few inches away.
And ball is turned over. And once again on the line, and Tigers will have a look at driving through.
Well, the clock is against the Wildcats in this semi-final. They were always the underdogs coming into the game, but Clayton looking to get onto the outside. Clayton from long range might have another try in this semi-final. She got outside of the hip and then had the legs to finish after a long and arduous game of touch, but that will seal it for the Tigers.
Yeah, and that's the benefit you get from running your transition at pace, is you end up catching players offside, and if you can find the mismatch in the team, the opportunities will be there, and she has the pace to go round the outside. And Wildcats look like they were getting themselves back into this game over the past 5 minutes, so just let it run away from them again. And they're going to rely on Phillips and Rylance to make something happen for them. There's Rylance on the ball now. Sweeper coming.
If they want to get back into this game, they need to score quickly. Rylance with an excellent ball. just beyond the widest Wildcat. And it looks like it will be, as expected coming into the game, the Tigers through to the women's 27s final, just after half one, live here on pitch 1 at the ETA Nationals.
Good dump. And it's little instances like that that have set this team apart. And the Tigers are able to find extra momentum in their transition. And it's from little checks off and bits of footwork that are able to get them onto the front foot rolling into the touch. It makes all the difference when you get onto touch 5. It's a really good carry though from Sammy Phillips going up the box side, and much better footwork and yards made in the middle. And Wildcats will have a really good platform to scoop off in a moment.
Here's Neil Hook handing it off, but Neil Hook's there again. Not the first time she's been past the
that score. Oh, touch just come in. That looked all the money for the score. The touch just comes in at the last. And that's a loss of control at the base of the ruck. So Wildcats will have another opportunity. Oh, check back on the inside, ball is there. Was the touch made?
That's a pretty great touch from Clayton, even as this game may well be over. 4 tries in 3.5 minutes seems unlikely. Another touch made on the goal line. It's a good drive towards the line.
6-touch turnover. It looked like they'd managed to get over. The defender hits the line, just steps up enough and snuffs out another Wildcats attack. And Wildcats have got over that line so many times. And I just can't help but feel like it's those final 1%ers that have just let them down. And that's been the difference between the Tigers and the Wildcats in this semi-final.
Well, it is the Tigers on the offensive yet again. They're already up by 6 tries to 2. Good turnover in midfield.
Yeah, good pressure from the Wildcats again. And I've been impressed with the Wildcats, even though the scoreline would suggest that they've been run around a little bit. That's not been the case. They've had just as many opportunities. Again, it's just that last pass that needed to stick this morning, and unfortunately it hasn't for the Wildcats. But they'll have another opportunity now. This is 5th. Look to scoop. While Tigers have a set defence, they look to go wide to the wing. And ball goes to ground.
Good defence from Clayton again. They will try and score in this final. Well, the final will be live here on pitch 1 just after half 1 this afternoon. They'll take on in that final either the Saxons or the Taipans. And we've got our Women's Open semi-finals as well, as the playoffs have taken place. It's going to be the Sharks against the Saxons here at 11:45. And the other women's semi-final will be the Taipans against the Northwest Touch.
Yeah, that's going to be a cracker of a game. Cracker of a game. It's in that Women's Opens division. It's essentially a case of who can stop the Southwest divisions, and the Saxons and the Northwest team will try and do that. But if they're not able to, it'll be yet another year where it's a Taipan Sharks final in the Women's Open.
For now, though, it's still the Wildcats looking to get a 3rd try on the board. They're in behind. But this Tigers defence, even when the game is sealed, not giving up anything.
Yeah, it's a really good trait of a positive team is, yeah, you've you've secured the win. You could have taken your foot off the gas and leaked a couple scores here and there, but they're playing for pride and they know that they want to maintain the completion throughout the entirety of the tournament, and they look to use their hands to go around the outside. Ball is away. They've recycled that play in the midfield really well.
Franks takes the touch, Snape through the centre, and they've recycled things really well. But there is the klaxon, so Snape looking for one more dart at the line, but instead...
Yeah, it's a penalty, so you can't end on a penalty. So they'll either look to play and get another score on the board just for the fun of it. They
Snape
do.
Driving through, that's an excellent ball. Will Bennett be in for another? Well, no, the touch is made, but it won't matter. The Tigers came into this game as favourites, topping the pool in the previous day's play, and they've shown why. They were just a touch more clinical than the Wildcats, who put in a really good performance and a better value than the 6-2 scoreline would suggest.
Yeah.
But the Tigers head into a final, and that will be live later on today at 1:35. Up next, however, it's a huge game from the Men's Open semi-final as the Northwest Touch, who were topping the pool yesterday, take on the Southwest Saxons, who are through after a playoff win yesterday. That's the next game, live for you here from the ETA Nationals, as our run of semi-finals continues all the way through until 1:30.
took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got to miss sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the line.
The last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
Yes, let's go, right? Now win it.
it all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Ems.
Tight! Eyes up, Dragon! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
I won for the ref!
Hooray!
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball.
It's rather keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm
But
marking.
also when we
1, 2, 3.
Yes!
So just come up. If you're worried about being run around, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes!
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defensively. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You ready? Quickies, you stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Well, it might be one of the biggest games in the ETA Nationals, regardless of the days, all 3 that have passed so far. This is a huge fixture. It's the men's open semi-final where the Northwest Touch take on the Southwest Saxons. Both teams had a guard of honour from their respective franchises on the way through. Joe, right alongside me, your old side, the Northwest Touch. Well, they're the top of the men's pool, and they're taking on the rather inconsistent but dangerous Southwest Saxons here.
Yeah, Saxons, they look super dangerous when they get their attack going, but it's a little bit few and far between so far. But this is finals footy, anything can happen, especially when you've got these two men, Treyas and Lawton Davies. Treyas,
Well,
Davies.
he takes the touch and Lawton Davies lifts it. Treyas, long ball, what a pass that is.
What
Downtown
a
to
pill.
find Morgan Tagg.
What a pill to start off with, and that's Louis Treyas. Big right foot step, pill over the top, boom, long bomb.
Well, the Southwest Saxons are actually right down the bottom of the men's pool, but they were the second top scorers. They scored 59 tries total across the first 2 days, but they conceded 56 on their way to doing that. 4 losses from their opening 4 before that big, impressive 14-3 win against the Wildcats that we watched yesterday, Joe.
Yeah.
And then in the playoff, they took down the Tigers by 9-6 in a really close game.
Here he is, Lupton looks to go at the line, long ball, and it's Pill City. Saxons deliver one in Treyas, and Lupton delivers a second, and we're a try apiece, and it looks like we're in for another high-scoring affair between these two.
Well, Will Lupton says to Louis Treyas, whatever you can do, I can do better. What a way to start this semi-final for the Northwest men's side. They had an 11-5 win against the Taipans, 10-9 against the Sharks, who are in action the other semi-final against the Taipans, who beat the Wildcats 14-0 in a playoff. Then they drew with the Tigers, who are now out. They beat this Southwest Saxons team 13-9, and then a 15-7 win against the Wildcats. They're the top scorers of this pool with 57 tries in their opening day. They have played a game less as well, as Lawton Davis is in behind, desperate for options, and he picks one out in Sebastian Snaz for the second score. But as I was saying, Joe, they've played a game less, this Northwest Touch side, but they've still managed to top the scoring charts on first 2 days in the pool competition.
Yeah, and it's just the attacking prowess, and this is exactly what we're going to see throughout this game. It's going to be a case of whose attack can cut open the defence the more. And Louis Treyas and Tom Lawton Davis currently up. But here comes the danger pod. Simons to Lupton. Lupton, Simons, back to Lupton, diving at the line. It looks like the touch has come in. Offside might get given. No, it looks like the score's being given. They play the advantage. And Lupton once again answers all the questions of can you get the equalising score? Yes, he can. And it's that partnership of Lupton and Simons. And just look at the interplay. Lupton down, Simons back to Lupton. Big right foot step underneath. Yep, the touching middle had not got back onside. And just as soon as the Saxons pull away, Northwest equalise.
Well, the Northwest Saxons finished the pool 1 point ahead of the Sharks, who are also in another semi-final against the Taipans. And that's a drop from Lawton Davis and a hint of a late touch from Grinter, but play will continue. And it's Meeking who leaves the field. Darting run through the centre by Grinter.
There's Thorpe now on the ball, driving into their transition. Mellon picks up, looks for Ingram. Ingram's there.
Ingram evades the first touch. It's a really good pick-up by Mellon. Great footwork. Once again over the top.
Oh, it goes,
well,
it's away.
No look, will it be given?
And that's Mellon to Sam Thorpe, and Sam Thorpe trusting the instinct to get the ball over the top. And I think it's Andre Garner on the far side wing, and Sam Thorpe just backs his hands, backs Andre Garner to be in the right area, and the young lad making his influence felt early on in this semi-final.
He thought Hadrian Petrini might have made the touch before the pass was given, but we are end-to-end here in this men's open semi-final. It is the 2 highest scoring sides in the competition facing off against one another, and well, it's gone exactly how we expected to so far, Joe.
Yeah, averaging more than a try a minute, which is very rare for you to get in touch. And here we go, Saxons now playing around.
Was Ben Lenori handing it off, Graham wide, surely another score, but Petrini is caught.
Yeah, good defensive play by Andre Garner, and in Northwest, if they can get a defensive shutout here, it'd be the first one we've seen in the game so far, and they do manage to do it, and if they can roll through their transition and get one down the other end, they'll be pulling away ever so slightly.
Well, the pace of the game unmatched as to anything we've seen so far today. And
Oh,
it's, well,
great
juggled
hands.
in the transition, but held on to and then carried once again through the contact by Meakin.
Yeah, good
soft hands almost to ground. The ball is spilt.
Yeah, and both teams now starting to make some defensive reads now. Really good from the Saxons, matched by the Northwest in the face beforehand, and now Northwest will fire and put pressure on.
Lord Davis is just caught there.
Only just by Will Upton. And
Treyers.
Here they are.
Norton Davis back to Louis Treyers. There's a good pick-up by Lister. Treyers changes direction. Lister goes. Well, I think that Matt Bate might have caught him there.
Yeah, just at full stretch, and it looked like Louis had picked a really nice option, cutting back against the grain into the link wing hole. It looks to go through, does go through, but the touch is made by James Simons. And now the defences are on show, flexing the muscles from the Northwest.
Treyers is caught, and that's kept the Saxons out of it. They've conceded a grand total of 55 tries, the Saxons. 49 in the pool stages, and then 6 in their playoff victory. So the defensive record perhaps needs a little bit of work.
They go around the outside.
It's an excellent ball from Melling, but called back.
Yeah, so the reason why that's not been called a touch and pass there, so it's a roll ball because the touch was made and then the ball was gone, because it's a foot-on-foot touch that wasn't called immediately. So the referee gives the Northwest the benefit of the doubt, and they look for the 2-on-1 down the wing. Sam Thorpe checks back on the inside. Smart decision.
Choose not to give it on that occasion, and then Pennington is Melling. That's a great ball. Surely they'll go in from here. Gliding through. What a finish by Sam Thorpe.
Oh, it is the NQ connection. With Pennington setting up and the Wigan splash in the middle from Melling, and Sam Thorpe little hitch kick round the outside, and the young lad assisted one, scored the other. And if you're good enough, you're old enough. Is Sam Thorpe a living testament to that? And so far this is an absolute corker in the semi-final.
Biggest margin of the game so far as the Northwest stretch out a 2-point lead, but coming back into the attack, Felix Ducournau. First time we've seen him today.
Yes, rare that we leave his name unsaid for too long.
Ducournau looking for Lawton Davis. The touch was made.
Yeah, Big Meek standing in the passing lane. One of the best defensive players that England has to offer. Makes really good reads all the time. Super physical. And a living example of that right there.
Sam Lawton Davis it is, making the touch there.
Physical touches coming in now. James Simons, though, injecting some pace. Mike Rice, Simons, here we go, Lupton on the ball.
Well, Simons back on the inside, Lupton with a great pick-up, and he's all the way through, and then he releases the pass, but it's just behind the on-rushing Rice, and, well, the Saxons escape for now.
Oh, yeah, so referees just having a debate over 6 more, but no touch made. So it's the turnover, and Saxons now just looking to get off the field as quickly as possible. No touch claimed, but ref says play on.
Snaz, scorer already. The winger for the Saxons. Snaz lifts it to Rhys Jones. And great pace onto the ball. And now it's a great restart from the Saxons to get themselves in this position. Snaz juggles with it, and then in the end is forced to give up the possession.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be a penalty given there. Forward pass indeed. So Northwest once again flexing the defensive muscles, getting the shutout from what, you know, you rightly said at the start, one of the most threatening attacks in the men's opens division. And now they roll into their own transition respectively. Grinter gets caught in the midfield, has to go back. Bate on the ball to Rice. Crossley at half. Ingram injecting some depth. Sam Thorpe with Melling in the half. Now Ingram in the half. Ingram to Melling. This is fifth coming.
Oh, it's flicked out the back door. Lovely. The Pennington's pass goes down.
Yeah, it's a shame, but that's a design play. They look to run that switch on the link often and come back against the grain to the depth on the near side. And the connection's not quite there at the moment.
Well, it's a touch made on halfway, but Snaz is lifting possession again for the Saxons. Lawton Davis back onto the field. Louis Treyers takes the touch.
6 more given. 6 more given. No stopping play, but 6 more. So they've got time.
And Treyers slides in from a long way out, but the touch is made by Gabe Pennington.
Yeah, so it's incredible refereeing. So recognises that the ball was touched in flight. So 6 more was given on the fly. So I believe this is 2. Third coming. Brilliant touch.
Mix up there from the touch, and it's a turnover as well.
What a shot from Gabe Pennington in the midfield. It's beautiful, dominant touch, completely legal, no problems with it. And they return the hat to Louis Treyers, who just lost control. And Northwest really showing how dominant they can be in this men's open side, and good value for the lead at the moment.
On the transition as well, making good yards. Elanco gets the touch, but they're up to halfway.
Yeah, Bobby Taylor driving up the middle now. Morris off to Lupton. Lupton over towards Meakin. Gets the ball away. Probably touch and pass. It is given.
Elanco does well to get a hold of him. Part of Jersey's mixed squad at Euro 2022. Making his Saxons debut this year. But that's a huge turnover, Joe.
Yeah, and you can't give the Northwest any opportunities on the line, especially with an unforced error. And here's Morris and Grinter. Quickie sets coming. We know what they want to do. Grinter off to Morris. Morris, open side step. Grinter gives, dive at the line. Could be score given. Touch is made. Offside call, though, potentially.
And it is 6 more for the Northwest.
Yeah, so that's your first penalty, remember. 3 in consecutive touches. Someone will go for time. Meakin, look for the link punish. Grinter checks back on the inside. Back to Meakin. Great hands from Jake Morris to rescue that play.
That's a good take, and they've still got touches to play with. But not making a lot of ground, the centre partnership at the moment, and then some teasing footwork. Lawton Davis makes the touch, and that's time up from the Northwest.
Yeah, and just as soon, Northwest go one down one end, defensive prowess, attacking prowess, but Southwest Saxons able to make a really good shot, and they'll need more of that if they want to stay in this game.
Along come the substitutes. Lawton Davis on the wraparound, Ducournau. It's a great pickup from Lawton Davis, who goes wide.
Oh, Jake Morris making an excellent touch, save a certain try. It was 2-on-1 on the outer edge. Although the referees look to be just talking. Offside penalty. So Southwest Saxons with the best opportunity so far.
Well, the scoring has certainly slowed down in the last few moments.
I think it's a case of both the defences have started to tighten up a little bit, ask more questions of the attack. But you've got to ask questions of this fella, Louis Treyers with Lawton Davies.
Well, it's back with Treyers. Lawton Davis on the inside. I think Morris might have got another touch there.
Yeah, Jake Morris has really improved that area of his game. His defensive reading from Link has really levelled up, and it's going to have to be perfect with 2 of the most dangerous players in England attacking at the line. Treyers looks
that's
long.
An excellent ball, and Snaz is in for another try.
Yeah, so good. Great option. Louis Treyers had condensed the defence, floats the ball over, and as you say, Snaz could have just walked it in.
Well,
what an option.
The Saxons have scored and cut the deficit back to just the 1 try. It's a really hotly contested game as Simons hands it off. Here's Lupton. Rice, good pick-up. Looks for Simons. Good footwork. Draws in 2 defenders.
Oh, James Simons take a bow. They run the sweeper on the Link. The doggies playing. James Simons, little stutter step. Gives the ball at the last minute, fixes both defenders, passes as he's diving, and it's Matt Crossley on the near wing touching down. And this is some game in the semi-final.
Well, of course, we'll have the men's open final for you live later on today. Calls a forward pass, but Treyers, hatless for the moment, continues the play. Good pickup from Treyers. He goes back to Ducournau, and that is a really good ball, but was it forward?
Oh, the refs are happy. The refs are happy. And Ducournau showing that Louis Treyers is not the only one who can throw that left to right long ball. Step off the left, flat pass. Taken and grounded in the corner.
Well, the Saxons keeping themselves in touching distance of Northwest, considering they went 4 losses from 4 in their first few fixtures. It would be pretty remarkable of them to make the final, Joe.
Yeah, for sure, but you know, it's finals footy. Everyone saves their best until the last day, and I think the Saxons have done just that. But they've got to stop this pod pairing. Oh, and that's a brilliant disguise. Connection doesn't match the imagination, and Will Upton look to get a defensive press on, see if they can force an early turnover.
A good carry from Graham.
And Northwest just rolling a bit in defence here. Much better drive from the Saxons, and the Northwest got to stop the momentum. Matt Bate tries to put a bit of a shove on, doesn't happen. Saxons are now in the red zone with a touch to spare. De Corneau,
great ball through the hole. Was there a touch made from Bate? I think they are. Going to force a turnover. Bate just about got a touch in there as the Saxons look to equalise.
Yeah, and they had to make that touch. You don't want to allow the Saxons to level it up. There's another completion error. And now the Saxons have an opportunity to level up. 5 minutes to go in the first half.
Well, the Saxons would love to take a level score into the break against the best performing side in the first 2 days of the English Touch Association Nationals in the men's open competition. Treyas with a missed pass, but it misses everyone.
It looked like he was actually looking for the link hole. The Southwest Saxons link just slightly overrun it, and on first touch there's a little bit of a let off for the Northwest team. But now Northwest have got to secure their transition. Drop ball in the last one. Can they secure it? Simons up the middle. Meakin received from Bate. Doesn't throw the extra pass, just secures the ball. Matt Crossley, good hands. Pass from Ingram slightly behind, and here comes Thorpe and Pennington and Mellon, and back to Thorpe.
More touches made there. Melling on the pickup. Thorpe. Treyas makes the touch again, but still they play. Good footwork from Thorpe out the back door. But it's just too low for Gay Pennington.
A lovely imagination again from the Northwest, playing with real confidence, especially in this pod with Pennington, Mellon and Thorpe. But now the Saxons look to go wide and the ball goes to ground. And with but a couple minutes left in the first half, Northwest want to extend the lead back out to 2.
Just overplaying things a touch there.
Yeah.
The Saxons in this semi-final.
Yeah, and I think the Saxons have been a bit guilty of that, as you ever so rightly say. They are just overplaying, especially in the transition. They just want to make sure that they keep that ball in hand, because you're surrendering 6 more to the Northwest when they're on the line. And there's a recipe for disaster, and Pennington and Melling working together, driving at the line, and that's Melling, and that's the QB that they've been running for years. And you cannot allow them that space at the line.
Well, Melling found a lot of space for himself in the centre of the field, and adds another try for the Northwest touch.
Yeah, it's great heads up from Pennington as well. They've been running that connection for years. Pennington picks up, takes to the line, Melling ghosting as half on the inside ball, and it goes on that occasion. And a penalty given.
Well, let's see if the Southwest Saxons can add another try before half-time. Louis Treyas. With Lawton Davis on the pickup, back with Treyas.
Yeah,
once
score.
again reaching in from a long way out, and that's a big score, because going into half-time 2 down would have been pretty disheartening for the Saxons, and now they've got an opportunity perhaps for one more attack before half-time.
Yeah, completely agree, and you need more of that from Louis Treyas and Tom Lawton Davies. Maybe a little bit guilty of carrying a bit too close to the line and then diving a bit too far away, and that was really nice. Perfect distance for the dive, one-handed touchdown. But Northwest will look to extend the lead back out to 2.
Lupton then, and already the Northwest toucher only a few yards away from the try line. Lupton evades a couple, and then Simons. Lupton looking for Simons again, going to the line himself.
Good touch. Oh, Lupton looks like he's hurt himself, and that's not what you want from a Northwest perspective. Hopefully it's just a bit of a jarred hand underneath the ball. Lupton, I think, says he's fine.
Well, the 5th touch then. Simons, Lupton. Little hitch kick, and it's on out wide. It's good coverage from the Saxons, and they've got one more attack perhaps to try and unpick this Northwest touch defence.
Yeah, they'll have to go fast. They'll have to go coast to coast. That pass looks slightly forward. They get away with it. Now they've got to go. Good option.
Touch made, and they are looking to attack. Jones. And then Snaz on for a hat-trick. Takes a touch just short of halfway. Trainers back onto the field. Lawton Davis with a good carry. De Corneau stepping off the left. But that will bring an end.
Penalty.
Oh, it's a penalty, so 6 more.
Yeah, they'll have one opportunity now. They can't end on a penalty. So Northwest, hold space. Southwest, you've just got to run hard. You've got to engage some players, see if you can create some opportunities. Tom Lawton-Davies trying to disguise the switch. Doesn't happen. And that'll be half-time.
Well, in a thrilling semi-final in the men's open competition, there's very little to split the two sides. The leaders of the men's pool after 2 days of touch rugby, the Northwest, are currently just 1 try ahead of a Southwest Saxon side that have turned their competition around. 20 more minutes to come in this crucial semi-final. The Saxons trail by 1, but they've got plenty of time to get themselves back into the game. We're back for the second half in just a moment's time here at the ETA Nationals.
Players and officials, if you're 1 minute ball. Players and officials, 1 minute ball. Players and officials, Ready, set the morning, please move to the field, ready to play.
Countdown is on there. 20 minutes left to play in this huge men's open semi-final. The Southwest Saxons are well and truly in the fight, but they trail by 1 try to Will Lupton's Northwest touch. A huge second half to come that could still go either way, although you're fancying the Northwest side by just a touch, Joe.
I am, and it's because of little plays like that they're able to use the weapons available and almost disguise them. In Northwest, Southwest even, scared of Will Upton and James Simons. They man-on-man him, and then it pops over the top to Mike Rice in the link hole. And they open the scoring as quickly as we get underway in the second half.
Well, it was a really late score by the Southwest Saxons that kept them in close quarters, but that is a huge start to this second half. First attack, though, for the Saxons. We saw an end-to-end start to this game. Lawton Davis, both of which are on the field. Good take from Lawton Davis, the younger. Back for another touch, and here's Louis Treyas. Lawton Davis on the pickup, searching for Treyas again. There's the wide pass.
Oh,
Little show and go from Di Petrini.
Yeah, it's well defended though from the Northwest, and Andre Garner just didn't bite on that play. Held the space. Jake Morris getting over to help out, but now they're going to have to dig deep for another defensive shot.
Surely they must score from here. 6 touches, and they're not far out at all. Lawton Davis, DeCorno. DeCorno gets it back and he reaches out. Denied. Tense moments for the Northwest touch. The Saxons trail by 2. Treyas, good pickup. Treyas is there again.
Great defence.
Consigned to defeat on that latest attacking foray.
Yeah, I'd like to see Louis use the ball a little bit more, and he goes wide to Tom Lawton Davis and just goes to ground. But what's happening at the moment from a Northwest perspective is they're doubling up on Louis Treyas because they know how explosive he is. So I'd like to see Louis use a little bit of disguise in his setup and give the ball early to Tom Lawton Davis or DeCorno and back those guys to make something happen. Because at the moment, Northwest have got your number.
And they're on the attack again, Northwest. But the penalty this time goes against them, Joe.
Yeah, hips not square at the base of the ruck. And then another penalty, so you compound the errors by throwing the ball away. And now the Southwest Saxons will have a set of 6.
Well, who will face the Sharks or the Taipans in the final later on today? The Sharks, second place in the men's pool on day 1. The favourites for that game against the Taipans, but who will come out on top against the 2 south-easterly sides? Could have an all-southern affair if the Saxons take this victory, and they're just a few inches away. Lister, well, juggles it, but a touch before the pass, so it's a turnover.
Yeah.
And away come the Northwest touch.
Yeah, Northwest have shored up defensively in this the start of this second half. Really good defensive read there. I think it was Josh Ingram getting up into the passing lane and making the read on the link. And that's a much cleaner transition from the Northwest, really rolling into their momentum. Matt Bate taking the ball down. Matt Crossley, though, can't reel it in. It's an awkward ball for him to gather. So another defensive press needed.
Good line speed. Snaz caught by Rice. DeCorno. Sebastian Snaz finds a pass to Lawton Davis. Snaz. DeCorno just short of options there. Snaz checks back and takes the touch. Here's Louis Treyas. Tom Lawton Davis. Treyas again. Touched by Rice. Lawton Davis teasing footwork.
Yeah, great work. Great work. The Southwest team just ran out of momentum on the line, and the Northwest eat that up for breakfast. And Mike Rice tracking down Tom Lawton Davies is easier said than done. And that's lovely transition from the Northwest, taking the extra pass, looks to go wide, 6 more, and they'll essentially have a tap-off position to strike from.
A bit lateral from the Northwest touch, but it's worked out for them here. And they're on the offensive for just the second time in this second half. They scored early to extend their one-try advantage, and now they're on the attack again.
Yeah, and it's Grinter and Meakin in the midfield, off to Morris. Back to Grinter. Grinter's going to go short side. He does. Morris looks wide. Ben Meakin reels that ball in and just secures the possession. That's 5th touch, though. Something from nothing must come. Meakin looks to go long. Matt Crossley looks for the tap back. Ball goes to ground. It's not a bad result. Southwest Saxons got to go fast. They get trapped on the 7. Flat ball out to DeCorno. Great.
This is a better transition. Treas.
I've got to say, I've been super impressed over these 3 days with Felix DeCorno. It's quite easy in a Saxon side with Louis Treas and Tom Lawton-Davies to feel overshadowed, but he stood out in his own right with his work rate, his hands.
That's soft hands from the Saxons as they look to go wide, but the touch is made.
And a Northwest player down. I think it's Andre Garner. They're appealing for 6 more. They might get it, they might not. Ben Grinter's adamant that he didn't touch it. The referees are having a little bit of discussion. They give the 6 more, so big defensive push needed.
Well, the field possession in this second half has certainly gone the way of the Saxons, but they're yet to open their account. And they trail by 2.
Hard touch given on the line, so 6 more. Couldn't quite see the hard touch myself.
Here's Lawton-Davies. Louis Treas. And Lawton-Davies brings a bit of pace. Back to Treas. Good ball. And then it's Sam Lawton-Davies coming across. The touch is made. Formerly part of the England mixed squad. Sam Lawton-Davies.
Oh, DeCorno just puts the hammer down and goes over, and I was singing his praises a couple of minutes ago, and there's another opportunity for it. And once again, you don't need Louis Treas and Tom Lawton-Davies when you got DeCorno just evades the touch, puts the hammer down, gets to the outside of Bobby Taylor, and that's the score, brings the deficit back down to 1.
Well, the Northwest defence just a little bit flat-footed there, but Simons is back on the offensive for them. Lupton, Simons doesn't take the touch just yet, and here it is, Simons, long ball, and that would have been some take from Matt Crossley.
Yeah, we've seen him do it before, to be fair. Matt Crossley's a real ball hawk on the wing. But Southwest Saxons doing well to limit the Northwest to only the long ball option. The Northwest, defensive pressure coming. Rice up in the passing lane.
Snaz takes the touch now. Reece Jones changing the direction. Good. And that's a good carry.
Great pace. Back on the inside to Treas. TLD. Treas. TLD looks long. Doesn't quite get there.
Well, the rate of scoring then slowed down compared to that first half, but we've had 2 tries, 1 for each side so far, and that keeps the Saxons well in reach of the Northwest touch.
Oh, great yards from Ben Grinter up the middle, hitting at pace. You give them loads of momentum. Penalty coming for offside, and Ben Grinter, you can take a bow because you've won that for your team. Superb defensive set and transition, and Northwest have a brilliant platform to launch.
Pennington takes the first touch, and he's got it on the return as well.
Yeah, just organising the attack of Pennington and Melling. Melling at half. Looking to go to Thorpe, does. Doggy's coming, picks up, goes the other way. Melling looks long. Oh, and Andre Garner, what a left to right pill. And that's Jordan Melling reeling the ears back. And there's a little bit of a contact in the far corner, and Andre Garner's just going to need a moment, but Jordan Melling, the pill to eat your heart out.
Oh, Di Petrini's gone across and absolutely flattened Garner. You can see his head down, gunning to make the touch. And well, he would have done well to have stopped himself before making that contact. But once again, the Northwest Touch have re-established that 2-try buffer. The Southwest Saxons, who started the brightest way back at the start of this crucial semi-final, are now 2 tries behind. And they just can't catch the Northwest Touch at the moment, but Louis Treyas unleashes one. Di Petrini looking to escape the clutches of Ghana.
Yeah, and Andre Garner looks to level up the personal battle between those two, makes the touch. But a penalty coming in the midfield, and this is where Louis Treyas is the most dangerous, when he's got 6 to work with.
Lawton Davis, Louis Treyas, that's a good ball. But denied at the first time of asking. Treyas comes back. Once again, he dives from a long way out, but the touch is made.
Another penalty.
Well, they're 1 away, Joe, from losing a player in defence.
They are indeed, and you've got to stay honest now in defence. Grinter up in the passing lane, good touch. Treyas out to Tom Lawton-Davies. Tom Lawton-Davies step back on the inside, but Bobby Taylor, what a diving touch.
Ilanko then comes to play half. Lawton-Davis allows them to press. Under a bit of pressure at the moment. Treyas forced to take the touch. Lawton-Davis is away. He's in the goal zone. Can he find a pass? But he's touched, he's caught. Bobby Taylor again.
It's Bobby Taylor with 2 insane defensive reads. First diving out of line and making the touch on Louis Treyas, and then crowding out Tom Lawton-Davies, and that's the type of player Bobby Taylor is. He doesn't often get his plaudits because he does all the dog work that no one really wants to do, but it's crucial for his team. And now Northwest will be able to roll into their transition, get some fresh legs on.
And how significant as well, Joe, Northwest have weathered a real storm from the Saxons, and if they go at the other end and add another, they'll have extended the advantage.
100%, and Ben Meakin in the box celebrating like it's a score, and Will Upton might just go and get the other score. Looks for the spare man, tries to find Matt Bate in space. Can't quite get there. Matt Bate goes down holding the shoulder, I believe. We hope that there's nothing serious. He's had lots of problems with that shoulder.
Well, that is a missed opportunity to, for the first time, create a 3-try deficit in this game. It's been so even across the context. But now the Saxons looking to transition. Di Petrini not been in the game as much as he'd like to so far. And they're up to halfway. Good carry from Graham. We've seen that great footwork so far. Almost skipping away. Pennington gets the touch on Ben Lenori. Another one making his Saxons debut this year, having been a part of the England Men's Open squad before.
Yeah, and the Saxons now have a penalty, another offside call, so Northwest really living on the edge of that onside line.
But at the moment, the Saxons have been unable to make this field progression count. They've worked their way up really well. DeCorno finds Graham, back to DeCorno, in for his second.
Oh, what a touch. Mike Rice getting over. No, he doesn't make the touch. Fair decision. DeCorno again getting over for the Saxons.
Well, the cheer went up from the sideline that's stacked full of Northwest players, and there was a decision to be had by the referees, but they gave the score.
Yeah, and looking back on that replay, it's correct. It's the absolutely correct decision. Ball is down just before the touch comes in, and DeCorno again, I've spoken about him a lot of times this weekend. Super impressive, not being overshadowed by the likes of Treyas and Tom Lawton-Davies. And at the moment, it's pretty much Felix DeCorno that's keeping Southwest Saxons in this game.
Well, the Saxons just won't go away, but we could have another score here. There was a pass over. The ball went down. There was a man free on the right-hand side. Sam Thorpe went himself and was touched.
Yeah, it's Thorpe now with Mellon. Mellon looks to take the ball himself. Probably County's play. It is County's play. Mellon's going to look to go open side. Does, little disguised pass. And unfortunately, he's just crowded out and a really good defensive set from the Saxons.
Lupton caught, the Saxons escaped. They keep themselves within 1. Well, with just 6 minutes left in this semi-final, Northwest Touch have been on top at almost every occasion, but never by more than 1 or 2 tries, and Jones carries on for the Saxons. DeCorno on for a hat-trick now. Good ball inside to Lawton Davis. To corner with a great pick-up, and he's all the way through. Needs support, searching for options. Out wide they go. And would you believe it, Morgan Tagg, who started this game off with the opening try, has got the 8th for the Saxons, and they've equalised. And Felix Ducorno has absolutely turned this game around for the Saxons.
Yeah, the last 3 tries coming from Ducorno, and it seems like when the Saxons just lose their momentum, it's that man Felix to go through and kick them back into gear. And Northwest maybe a bit guilty of not taking their opportunities down the other end. Ducorno's made them pay.
ETA Nationals most valuable player in this competition last year, Felix Ducorno.
Yeah, and at the moment he's proven to be the most valuable for this Southwest Shark side, Southwest Saxons even.
Well, 4 losses in their opening 4 games, but the Saxons won't care because they're still alive in this semi-final. Over goes Jake Morris.
Touch is made.
Ilanko with an important touch, the Jersey international. Well, that's a weaving run. Simons gets it on. What a pass! Di Petrini stares at the bench in disbelief. He can't really fathom what he's just seen.
Wow, Ben Meakin, eat your heart out. Lovely out the back play there to Ben Grinter, delays the ball off to James Simons. James Simons fizzes the ball out, and Meeks with the tap onto the wing, and that is all class, and Northwest needed that one.
4 minutes to go, and that's an uncharacteristic error from Louis Treas, and thought it might take something special to turn this final around. That's a physical touch, but an advantage played, I believe. The referee just waving play on, in fact.
Yeah, it's men's open. You've got to be a bit physical in your touches. Ingram now on the ball. No one more physical than Ingram in this Northwest side.
Well, Ingram weaving away from the first couple of defenders.
Makes so many metres always, Josh Ingram. Really experienced player. And Mellon to Pennington. They look for the link play. They do. Mellon picks up, looks for Ingram. Ingram is there. And just as soon as they get one, they double up and they extend their lead back out to 2. And it's Mellon and Ingram connecting again.
Northwest touch, crash into double figures.
Oh, lovely ball. Delayed ball out the back. Jordan Mellon has really stepped up in this game.
Ducorno, 3 minutes to go on the referee's watch. Well, they've worked their way up the field really well here, Lenori and Ducorno. But the touch is made. They'll have one more go at it. Ben Lenori, Ducorno. That's a really physical touch, but Lawton Davis comes away with it.
I think it's going to be a penalty given. Yeah, hard touch given from Meeks, but Meeks isn't going to mind that. He'll back his defensive prowess. Ducorno, though, you can't be giving him more possession, and here comes the bomb squad.
Ben Meeking penalised for a touch on Felix Ducorno. Ben Lenori, Ducorno again. Treas. Lawton Davis is on as well. Ducorno on for a hat-trick, reaching out.
Oh, that's about as close as you get. James Simons only just making the touch, but Ducorno, some feet to get underneath initially.
Lawton Davis, Treas, Louis Treas, Lawton Davis again, Ducorno, Treas at the heart, Treas outside, and what a pass that is!
Oh, wow!
On a dime.
Wow!
To Ben Lenori, who touches down to get the Saxons back within 1.
And Louis Treas, who? These past 4 scores have all been Felix Ducorno in behind the back, flat to the line. And Ducorno is really grabbing this team by the scruff of the neck and saying, "Oh, come on, boys, we're not out of this yet."
Ben Meeking off the field, he looks really disappointed because he was inches away from intercepting that, but well, it's pretty bad timing to give away a penalty. They still trail by 1 with a minute and a half to go. Northwest touch, looking to re-establish their 2-try advantage. Lupton.
Here we go.
Good pick-up. Lupton has it back, almost away from the try scorer, Ben Lenori.
Yeah, it's a brilliant defensive read from Lenori getting out. It's hard to do that to someone like Will Upton, so evasive. But they'll have another couple touches to go.
Good pick-up. Back to Lupton. He goes himself. Well, there's a sea of blue shirts around him there, and 4 of them stick the arm up, but a penalty, Joe.
Yeah, penalty. It's really good aggression there from Will Upton, and we're really winding down. Within the last minute, they could get a score to put the game to bed. Upton diving at the line, touch is made, It looks like there's another offside penalty coming, and that is 2.
Cole
One
Graham
more.
made the touch. 2 penalties, and a try here would seal it. There's less than 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, I've got a feeling, looking at this, we might see a left to right long ball in that link wing channel. There is an option there.
Upton, touch made by Lanko. Northwest, happy to see out the clock for the moment at least.
This is nail-biting for the Northwest. Southwest Saxons need a turnover. Jake Morris looks to pick up, goes back the other way. Will Upton.
Just hits the deck.
Yeah, they just want to secure possession. Let's not cough it up. 13 seconds.
Touch rugby equivalent of taking the knee from Northwest. But there you go, the turnover. And there is not long to go for the Saxons.
They've got to go coast to coast. They've got to go coast to coast.
Graham has Elanco to his left. He gets away from Rice. Graham might be in behind. He's been pegged back by Mike Rice, and the whistle goes. And in the tightest game of the tournament so far, Northwest Touch have seen off the Saxons by a single try. And in the best game that the tournament has had to offer across all the categories, it's Northwest Touch, the leaders of the men's pool competition from day one through to the final. Joe, what a game for your former side.
Oh, just a superb game, and not only for Northwest, I mean Southwest Saxons, what an account of themselves they put out there. Felix de Corneau put his hand up to be counted, pretty much grabbed that team by the scruff of the neck in the last 5 minutes and run Northwest all the way, but it was just the class across the side for Northwest that managed to get them over the line, and they secure their place in the final. And they'll be looking to take the division trophy for the first time since 2017.
Well, it'll be the Northwest up against the Southeast in the men's final. Whether that's the Sharks or the Taipans is yet to be decided. That semi-final also on pitch 3 in its closing stages. But for now, we move swiftly on to the Women's Open semi-final, where the Southeast Sharks take on their southern rivals, the Saxons. That's the next game, live here from the ETA Nationals on pitch 1. It's a huge semi-final to come. We'll have the Mixed Open semi-final after that, and then it's back-to-back finals footy here from the ETA Nationals. A huge win for Northwest Touch, who are through to the final. Up next, it's the women's edition of the semi-final as the Sharks take on the Saxons.
like the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get halfway.
Those last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
it all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Emma.
Tight! Eyes up, Dragon! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey! One for the ref! Hip hip! Hey! One for us! Woo!
I want for the ref!
Hooray!
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep off, watch the ball.
We'll be having
Rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run around, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get nose on your toes!
Get up! Take the space! You work hard defensively. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You ready, quickies? You stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Players and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play.
Well then, it's a huge game here in the Women's Open. It's a semi-final between the Saxons and the Sharks. Well, it's the Saxons with blue on top and light blue on the bottom, playing from left to right, while the Sharks play, or Joe, is it the other way around? I'm as confused as I'm sure many of the viewers are.
The Sharks and Saxons. One of you has got to change your strip. I think the loser of this game changes your strip for next year.
So just to clarify, it's the Sharks attacking from left to right.
Yep, that's the one.
With the dark blue on top and light blue on the bottom, and they're driving towards the line early here. Touch made, so they'll have to reset, but away comes Hudson, back inside, another touch made, with their white letters as well, while the Saxons play from right to left, light blue on top, dark blue on the bottom. Pretty similar, but they've also had similar records in the competition to their men's team. Like the Saxons, they lost all 3 of their first games before they beat the Tigers and the Wildcats. That led them to a playoff where they beat the Tigers again by 6-4 on this occasion. The Sharks, on the other hand, who have coughed up possession there, have been on top of the women's pool on 20 points. They're the top scorers with 51 tries. They've already beaten the Saxons at these nationals, 12-7 yesterday. They're the favourites in this game, but diving towards the line is
close.
The Saxons. Down went Ruby Solidus of Wales's women's side. She'll be at the World Cup back here in Nottingham. And that's a great ball, and it's just been put down by Katie Nicholas, part of the England under-20s training squad, one of the large contingent of Exeter University students. But that's the end of the first Saxons attack, and it's really similar, Joe, and really interesting that, like their men's side, 3 losses from the first 3, and then they've turned it on as things really began to matter at these ETAs.
Yeah, and it seems like all throughout the divisions, they've been saving their best touch for finals day when it really matters. And Saxons, as you say, turning around their results. The fortunes are starting to shine on them a little bit more, but they're up against it here with the South East Sharks. And I mean, there's 2 players that stand out above all else in this Shark side. You've got Emily Irons from the number 7. She just stood in the sub box. And the question for everyone facing the Sharks Women's Open side is, how do you stop Emily Irons?
For now, though, it's the Saxons on the offensive, working their way through the phases. Rose Huguet in the centre there with Amelia Brown, Scotland Mixed Open International. And here is Brown, missed pass, just put down, so it's a turnover. But the Saxons at the moment maintaining the best field position, even if they haven't yet opened the scoring.
Yeah, and for the Saxons, I think this is the tactic that they should employ. You just want to limit the opportunities for the Sharks in the final third. But she goes round the outside, and then there's a foot race onto the corner. The touch is made at the last moment.
Well, on a run by Izzy Davies. Great pace from her. She was caught at the very last.
Oh, it looks like we've got an injury for the Saxons. And this is the camaraderie within the Women's Opens team. Everyone cares for each other. And
that's Rose Huguet, who's down, French international, part of their open squad for the 2024 World Cup.
Oh, yeah, she's pointing to the inside of the knee. That's never a positive one. We hope that that's okay, but any sort of knee injury and touch never bodes well.
Because of the lack of contact, of course, the majority of injuries are muscle related.
Yeah, muscles and ligaments, and they go quite quickly, especially over a 3-day tournament. And unfortunately, it looks like that'll be her game finished early doors.
Well, Rose Huguet leaves the side, unfortunately, the French international.
Oh yeah, she looks in real discomfort. With hope that that's nothing too serious and she's back on the pitch. But here come the Sharks with Emily Irons, that player.
Irons caught by Hilaire Huguet, another French international. She was part of the 2022 Euro squad. Here is Hugett with a strong carry for the Saxons, who look to transition. Galloping away, Amelia Brown. Using up the phases, but they're over halfway. Good ball on the inside. Sullivan hands it off. Good momentum added to the attack by Sophia Jelfs, part of the England Women's Open side, formerly England under-20s.
Yeah, and we were talking about Jelfs on day one. Super, really solid player, core skills done all the time. And again, look, she's up there putting the press on. Good defensive intensity. This is 5th.
Well, they're up over halfway, but they won't get much further than that.
And they got one
unless they
more.
can create something special here.
Oh, the feet, 2-on-1. Can they execute? Good defensive shot from the Saxons winger.
Well, Bronte Sykes almost got away. Touch was made, and what an even contest we have for you. It's not like the men's semi-finals where we were beyond a score per minute for the first 4, but well, it's just as close a contest, Joe.
Yeah, it's really tightly contested. It is both sides running through their structures, not taking too many risks early doors. But here comes the scooper. Good footwork, brilliant touch. But it's told to play on. There's offside called.
Well,
so
Simon
they will
does
get the
well
penalty.
to keep on to it. The sister, of course, of Ollie Simon.
Yeah, not the daughter of Chris Simon, which did make me laugh when we saw it on the com sheet. Brother of Ollie Simon. So we know who's her favourite.
Touch made by Simon. Did well to keep a hold of possession, and now hugging the right-hand touchline, looking to get substitutes on the field.
Yeah, good call there from the referee. Ball just going to ground in the ruck. You can see the little bit of separation between hand and ball.
Simon, little show and go, and another. Touch made by Lydia Ticehurst. But the Saxons driving on here, looking a little bit isolated. Emily Housel, another in the training squad for England Women's Open. Jelfs takes the touch. Away comes Brown to Jelfs again, but
forward pass.
Forward pass is the call this time, so the Sharks will look to counter. Oh, that's a lovely little stutter step to get away. Here's Irons. Touch made. Good carry from Hoivenen. And the Sharks are deep in Saxon territory here. Stepping off the right into the goal zone is their support. Great pass, diving onto it.
What a score! What a score!
Well, the hand goes up from Emma Wade, part of that under-20 England squad. She claims she got the touch, but the score has been given.
It looks like, yep, ball is just down. It's a hard angle to see, but ball looks down. And it's so hard to be able to get through, catch that ball as you're diving at full extension and still ground it with control. And it's a bit of magic that opens the scoring on in this Women's Open semi-final.
Well, can you believe it, Joe? We're already 8 minutes into this game. It's flown by.
It feels like the whole day's flown by at this point. I'm not going to have any sort of voice left over. And Saxons now on the attack, diving at the line. Good option.
Well, from a long way out there. French international Elia Hugett. Here she is again, with options right and left, a little bit lateral, and then put down by Vani Batra.
Forward pass given. So Sharks will have an opportunity to get some fresh legs on.
Well, there's the ball inside.
Emily Irons up the middle. What a dump that is. The extra yards made.
Great carry from Irons, and here she is again, looking for the switch inside, but Furley puts it to ground, unfortunately, there. So the Saxons, who trail by just the one try, searching for a route back into this game. Lovely weighted pass from Batra. Another one who's been involved with the England under-20s training squad. Such a talented young side, the Saxons. Halsall. Simon. Jelfs back onto the field. Simon takes the touch, and Jelfs back to Simon, diving in.
Oh, lovely score. Brilliant score. Emily Simon going over.
It's a lovely setup again. Quickie setup with Jelfs and Simon. We've seen it before. Jelfs feeds the ball off, left foot step diving at the line. Middle never made the onside, so play on called, and we're all even.
The England international has levelled things up here. The other semi-final, it's the South East Taipans taking on Northwest, who beat the Wildcats 9-1 in a playoff game, and away goes Irons.
And there's the question that 9 times out of 10 you can't answer. What do you do about Emily Irons? The pace is too much, just sticks the hammer down, boom, dummy, see you later. Too fast, too powerful, and that's 2 tries to 1.
Well, in the blink of an eye, the Sharks are back on top here. Will they take on their Southeast sisters in the Taipans in the final, or will it be Northwest who come out in that game? We'll wait and see. For now, though, it's Jelfs and the Saxons searching for a way back into this game. Housel, touch made, Jelfs carries it on. Sophia Jelfs also works as a development coach in this setup.
I think there was a little bit of a high touch made, and it seems like she caught one in the eye, which is obviously incredibly awkward.
Housel just needs a bit of water to clear that obstacle. Substitution made in the meantime. Veronica Rozek. That's some pass, but it's just short.
Unlucky, just goes to ground, but what a pass that was. It looked like it was destined for hands, just drops a fraction short, and lovely ball out the back, and they get the penalty. He almost looked a bit surprised when that ball hit the chest.
Was back in possession of the Sharks, who lead by just the 1 try. An excellent score from Irons. And that's a great ball to get them rolling again. Janssen into touch that time, and Janssen at the half. And suddenly it's opening up for them. Hudson, who went through to set up the first try. Back to Pank. Hudson again. Well, Hudson running things in the centre at the moment. It's deflected off a couple of hands there, and the touch was made. So the Saxons escape, but they've got to transition from right on their 7-metre line.
Yeah, and Saxons doing well to do that. Good yards made up the box side. Sharks a little bit slow getting off the line in the midfield. That's a better press from the Sharks. The Saxons now rolling through. Good hands back on the inside. That's Simons back in.
Simons at the half. And they're driving on here, stepping off the left. Simons is in the end zone. Good ball. That's the equaliser.
What a score. And it's Emily Simon again making things happen for the Saxons. Pick up, show and go, boom, left foot step, see you later, dummy, bye-bye. And the winger is in acres of space, good catch and ground. And so far, it's pretty much a battle of Irons and Simon. And there's nothing to separate the two.
Stepping off the left to get away from Graham. But for now, the Sharks back in possession. Irons, well, little dummy to get away from Hugot. And all of a sudden, they're in that dangerous area again. Irons takes the touch. Wow, skipping through. What footwork.
Oh, it's too easy. It's too easy.
Well, I think it's Bronte Sykes this time.
It is indeed. Just the right foot step, footwork, get round. Puts the hammer down, and Bronte Sykes recovered from injury for this round of Nationals and showing out why she's oh so dangerous.
Just got away from Amelia Brown, formerly in England under-20, now with Scotland's mixed open side. Nothing controversial about that decision.
Oh, Jelfs on the ball, looks to pick up. Inside ball is on, it goes. They look to phase.
Touch on Sullivan.
They don't phase initially, so they slow it down.
Jelfs is back there to collect. Sullivan, Jelfs again, takes a touch this time. Jelfs goes herself, double pump, gets the pass away, but across comes Izzy Davis.
It's a brilliant defensive read from the winger. It looked like Jelfs had picked the right decision to go wide. It was indeed the right decision, but matched by the defensive prowess of the Sharks.
Well, Davies with some key moments for the Sharks at the moment, who lead by 3 tries to 2 against the Saxons. A resurgent Saxons on day 2 and 3, much like their men's open side. Whereas the Sharks have been on top from day 1. That's an excellent pass from Hudson. And it could be away. Izzy Davies has the pace. And it's another score from long range that gets the Sharks back to 2 tries in front.
And this is finals footy day. All 3 games on the live stream has been electric, and now the players are starting to move the ball, trust the hands, take the opportunities. The ball just goes around the outside and it's a foot race. Davies has more than enough to win it. Loss of control there as well from the Saxons, so just compounding. And now the Sharks will have an opportunity to launch from deep, get the dangerous players on, but unfortunately that pass just goes to ground.
Well, what a semi-final this is. We have our mixed semi-final teams decided for us here on pitch 1. It's the Sharks against the Taipans, an all southeastern affair. That's our next game at 20-1, which will be another fascinating fixture. But for now, it's the Sharks who are searching for yet another score to stretch away from the Saxons.
Emily Irons now on the ball, checking off. Emily Irons, step
30
back.
at the half. Irons.
Oh, what a shot.
Caught by Rojek.
What a shot that is. Makes the read early, flies up, big hard touch, wins the penalty. Take a bow.
Well, now the Saxons look to transition. A darting run by Ilea Hugo. Hurt. Well, it's a turnover there, Joe, an unfortunate one.
Yeah, Saxons have done really well to... I mean, the first 2 touches were absolutely electric in their transition, really flying up, making loads of yards. And then, unfortunately, just overstepping the mark, so play gets brought back and Sharks relieve some of the pressure that the Saxons had imposed on them. But Emily Irons...
Bringing it back now, the Sharks. Pank into touch, lifted by Hudson. And Hudson might be into the end zone again. Needs to find a pass. Wide they go, what a finish.
Wow, wow, the athleticism on display.
I think it's Alabelle Janssen who went over there.
Oh, what a pickup. What a pickup. I mean, the knowledge to throw the ball into space and the dive and ground at full stretch is just superb. And the Sharks are really turning the flare on. And Saxons need to find a way to stop the flow of scores going over, because at the moment it's a one-way street and the Sharks are just cutting them open at every opportunity.
Janssen with the score. Sharks go 5-2 ahead, but here come the Saxons. Great pick up from Sullivan. Jelfs. Well, there's space for Katie Nicholas, who's free on the left-hand side at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll look this way. They don't. They look to go short side, 2-on-1. Crowded out really well by the Sharks, and maybe just lost the touch count a little bit. Thought that the touch was over, and it was 6-touch turnover. It wasn't. They had an extra touch, and then had to manufacture something from a static start. So the Sharks now rolling into their transition.
Touch made by Nicholas, but carried on.
Yeah, Bronte Sykes carrying up the middle. Here's Emily Irons.
Irons is in behind at the half. Needs to pick out a teammate. Irons crowded in the area. Great ball. Picked out Hoivonen, but just couldn't control it. And the Saxons get away with one there.
Yeah, and it's that lady there, Emily Irons, going through again. And Emily Irons at the moment, amongst others for the South East Sharks, just proving the difference maker. What hands there from the Saxons to keep that ball alive.
Great take from Halsall. He's back on the field following her injury.
That's good.
The ball alive. It's a good driving run. Beyond halfway. And then Hugo just slows things down. Rose Hugo unfortunately injured, but Ilea Hugo still driving on. A great run as well, and then put down by Ivani Batra. Another one he's trained with England under 20s at this level.
Last 30 seconds now for the Saxons, and Sharks on the ball, so Saxons will want to see if they can force an early turnover and have one more opportunity at the line.
But it's Irons with a great carry.
And ball
She
as
finds
well.
a pass as well to Janssen.
Oh, incorrect roll ball, so the Saxons will have one opportunity. They've got to go quick, 10 seconds.
Well, there's not long to go here in this first half. The Saxons could do with taking another score into the break. Great run from Hilaire Hugo. There goes the Klaxons. They'll need to create something from this phase. Well, just crowded out by the Sharks' defence, and that will mean that going into half-time, the scores remain as they are. 5 tries to 2. What started out as a really even affair has just shifted into the way of the Sharks. They've got 1 foot into the final here. They'll look to take on their southeast neighbours, the Taipans, or northwest touch. But at the moment, the Saxons have got a bit of a mountain to climb, heading into that second period of 20 minutes, which will be brought to you live here from the ETA Nationals with Next Gen in just a few moments' time.
Get yourself well fed and watered. Just having a quick one. It is subtly warm, so just keep yourself hydrated throughout the day. And I actually feel you might need a little bit of sun lotion as well. Well, 2-minute warning, players officials, just on 2 minutes. Players and officials, this is your 1 minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, the Saxons have got 20 minutes to get back into this game. At the moment, they trail by 5 tries to 2 against the favourites in this semi-final, the Sharks. Well, the Saxons are attacking from left to right in this second half, with the light blue on top and the dark blue on the bottom, while the Sharks in a very similar kit are now attacking from right to left. And it is the Saxons with a good early effort, and they have been a hand in there, so it'll be 6 attempts to score, and this is a really good start to the second half for the Saxons.
Yeah, for sure. There was some sustained pressure with Simon and Jelfs, the 2 dangerous players. Simon looks for the line, dives at the line, touch is made, trying to bank on an offside call, doesn't come. Still got more touches. Simons and Jelfs again. Simon dumps, Jelfs picks up, goes back the other way. Winger is on, but the covering touch is excellent, and that's half court.
Worrying signs for the Sharks. The Saxons into the end zone already, but unable to convert.
Yeah, and Saxons need to start kicking on early in this first half. I think it's crucial for them to get the first score of the half to stay in the game and stop the momentum of the Sharks. And it's this area of the Sharks that they are just so dominant in their transition, but they get an off the mark call.
It was a tough start to the second half for the leaders of the women's pool coming into these semi-final stages. They topped it with 20 points. They're also the top scorers with now 56 tries in the tournament. So they'll have more to offer in this second half. It's the Saxons who need to start the brightest. And they've wasted the first couple of touches there. Here's Hugo. Good lift.
Oh, what a shoot. That's Emily Irons just making an excellent read at Link, flying up and getting the ball down and making the touch.
That's an ambitious pass from the Saxons, and they turn it over, and now the Sharks can transition. Touch made by Hugo, but they're still backpedaling, the Sharks. Lifted by Janssen, try score in the first half. Janssen at the half again, and another player who's important to this Shark side in Hudson, and then what a break this is. Is there an option available? Another fantastic finish by Janssen. Well, this time, I think it might actually have been the number 8, Daisy Pank, who got there, but regardless, the try not given. But a great bait by Bronte Sykes, Joe, has been really good for the Sharks today.
Yeah, and it's lovely to see her back out on the field playing the sport that she loves. Really hampered by injuries over the past couple of seasons. And you can see what she's capable of when she's fully fit. And it's her and Emily Irons that are really driving this Shark side home, but Saxons aren't going away. And here's Emily Simon picking up, looks to go through the gap. Touch is made, good pace injected, matched by an equally good defence.
Really good transition from the Saxons. They've pinned the Sharks back, but that's a great take on the run by Hudson. Irons touched on halfway, and the ball is loose.
Ball down given.
Janssen doesn't look too impressed, but the Sharks lose possession. Simons carried on by Brown and handed off. Looking a little bit isolated at the moment, but Brown with another good carry.
Yeah, oh, there's no half there, so they're going to lose some ground, and they end up losing the ball. Emily Irons ripping the ball away. Super aggressive in the contact, and Emily Irons got the bit between her teeth now.
Up to halfway, and the Sharks carry into touch with Lydia Ticehurst as well to keep hold of the ball there.
Yeah, the intensity's picking up ever so slightly now.
Well, what a carry this is. What a dive. A wonderful covering touch by Steph Sullivan of the Saxons. Otherwise, they might have been away. But then, well, Sullivan has slightly undone her good work there, and you think from here, the Sharks have to convert. They've not had the rub of the green in this second half.
Yeah, for sure. Sharks now looking for their middle platforms. They find it. Good manipulation. Pick up. Bronte.
at number 10 in possession. Ace Pyrgos.
Oh, Sykes picks
Great
up.
pick up. Sykes is in the end zone searching for options, and was there a touch in there?
I believe there is, and that's 5th touch, so they'll have one more opportunity.
Well, Thurley got it down. Great diving catch, but the touch was made. Annalise Thurley then will tap off. Thurley with Hudson. Hudson goes herself. Great touch by Jelfs. Good defence from the Saxons, Joe.
Yeah, really good defence from the Saxons, and they needed a good defensive shutout because at the moment the momentum was flowing with the Sharks, but they're able to stop that tide.
Great carry from Sullivan. Good ball from Horsell as well, but just knocked on at the base of the ruck. Now how can the Sharks counter? Another strong carry from Hudson, who's got plenty of yards under her belt so far. Izzy Davies at the half. Scorer from long range already today. Irons. Davies. Touch made and lifted. And that's a great ball from Irons. But that's the final touch. It's a good transition regardless from the Sharks.
Yeah, and a good defence again from the Saxons. So Saxons have shored up a bit defensively, not leaking as many scores early in the half. But again, it's those mistakes that are really costing the Saxons all the field position. They're just allowing the Sharks to build the pressure, keep turning the screw, and Sharks will have another opportunity to go over what would be their 6th try of the game.
Pank in possession. Irons with Pank in the middle with her, and it's lifted to Irons. Long ball, it's an inch away from Hannah Schifferas. So now the Saxons will transition. They trail by 3 tries. We're yet to see a score in this second half. Almost 10 minutes into it, Joe. It's a pretty tight affair.
Yeah, it seems like Saxons have really identified where they need to improve defensively, and they've done exactly that. So limiting the Sharks to more difficult options. But it's in this area that they really do need to find some more impetus going forward. It's a better option, and they've drawn the penalty. So a brilliant opportunity now to cut the deficit to 2.
Really great take from Housel.
Yeah, brilliant hands on display. And to be honest, it's something I've been super impressed with throughout this entire game. Just the quality of your core skills, your touch basics, your dump, your grounds, your catch, your pass at pace. This game has it all.
Sullivan to Jelf. Sullivan at the half. Jelf's on the return. Skipping away. Great ball to find Sullivan. Lovely step on the inside of Irons. And the Saxons are on the board in the second half. They still trail by 2, but they've got one back, Joe.
Yeah, and it's Jelfs again at the heart and just engages, gets the ball away before the touch is made, and the right foot step to get in behind. And Sharks feeling a little bit hard done by in that respect. But the Saxons, I said at the start, they need to get the first score of the second half. They've done exactly that, but they've now got to stop this Shark side. Oh, the show and go from Bronte Sykes almost gets her through the gap, but just brings the ball back for the touch. Now the sweeper play. Sykes, ball just goes to ground, and Saxons riding a bit of momentum at the moment.
Hudson trying to play at a pace which her teammates were not perhaps in tune to. That's a great ball inside. Suddenly a bit of momentum with the Saxons on the transition.
Yeah, Saxons are now starting to find their foot in the game and running the Sharks really close. Another really good transition. They check back on the inside. They could look to go down the wing. They're exposing some extra space. Ball goes a bit wider.
Ruby Silidis.
This is 5th.
Only one more shot at it for now then. And just a miscommunication between Bullock and Silidis. Sharks then, way downtown, looking to break. Great ball. Davies not for the first time in behind, but yeah. That's a penalty, Joe.
Yeah, it's a great spot, just stepping out into touch. It's really good spot from the on-field referee. She does just that left foot, just grazes the white line. It doesn't matter if it's your toe or your foot, you are out. And now the Sharks surrendering possession once again to the Saxons. Emily Irons getting up into the passing lane, shutting down the opportunities, but here's Jelfs. She'll inject some pace.
Forward. It's hassled well once again by Irons.
Yeah.
Jelfs and Simons in the centres now. Simons with the pick-up. Simons needs support. Well, it's almost an unbelievable take on the turn, but the ball goes down, and the Sharks in this second half are on the back foot.
They are, and the Saxons have really come out firing. And it's a really interesting dynamic on field at the moment, because in the first half, Sharks were by far in the ascendancy, and when you're the Saxon side and you are down against a really powerful team, you just need to do your basics well, and that's exactly what they've done in this first 10 minutes. They've shored up defensively, they've closed the gaps, they're relying on the Sharks to go wide to find any sort of success, and now they're putting pressure on the Sharks' transition. And throughout the Sharks' transition, they've caused mistakes and they've drawn penalties. And at the moment, as we saw similarly in the early doors of the first half, the Saxons have got the by and large of the field position. They just need to find a way to make it count. There's a 2-on-1, it goes wide, ball is a little bit behind the winger, and if that ball was flatter and more accurate, she would have been in, but positive signs for the Saxons.
Wade, Jelfs, who crafted that opportunity. He's got Wade on the inside. The ball goes down.
Yeah, they had a passive runner out the back there. It was a really well-designed play. I just wondered if that ball should have gone out the back. The Saxons probably look to kill this ball on the left-hand side. Ball goes long, link hole. It was available, just goes to ground.
Well, that was a big opportunity for the Saxons, who so far have the only score in this second half as we're into the final 10 minutes of the game.
Great decision from Bronte Sykes, fixes the player, takes the ball down instead, secures the ball. But once again, there's another infringement in the Sharks' transition, and the Sharks just can't get out of their half.
Well, it's all Saxons in this second 20 minutes of this crucial semi-final.
Yeah, they just aren't able to get as many scores on the board as they need. There's still just under 8 minutes to go, so plenty of time, but they really do need to get another score on the board soon.
Simons looks inside and finds there's no one there for the pass out the back, so instead it's with the Sharks, who for the first time in this second half, it feels like, are making their way into Saxons territory.
Yeah, finally, first time in about 6 or 7 minutes, the Sharks are able to sustain some pressure in the Saxons half, and you can't help but feel like if the Sharks do end up scoring off the back of this set, that will be a real hammer blow for the Saxons.
Lily Haley-Hammond onto the field, carrying into touch there. Hudson, good lift. Irons inside!
And Emily Irons single-handedly dragging the Sharks team through the mud. Lovely sweep of play, and I didn't even see the ball on the inside. It was so slick. Boom.
Well, you could actually hear Emma Oliver from here, who made that call. She yelled for it. She said, I want it on the inside. Irons delivers. And that is a really disappointing score if you're a Saxon. Because despite this dominance in the second half in terms of field possession, it's one try apiece, and yet they still trail by 3. Jelfs, great ball. Final pass from Rojek. It's wayward.
Yeah, it's a shame because this Saxon side I've been so impressed with in the second half. Not many teams can do this to the Southwest Sharks Women's Open. It just doesn't happen. It's not in the playbook. No one really knows how to shut down Emily Irons, while the Saxons have figured out a way to do so for about 90% of this second half. But it's that 10% that's dangerous. And there's a little bit of it looks like another muscle injury for a Saxons player. She's struggling to get back to her feet. We hope that that's nothing too serious, but it looks really uncomfortable.
Well, it's a good carry from Thurley, but it's Veronica Rojek, part of the England under-20 squad 2023, who's leaving the field. Another Exeter University representative. And as she leaves the field, although this final is certainly not over yet, this semi-final, sorry, is certainly not over yet. We look ahead to the mixed open semi-final between the Sharks and the Taipans. That's our next game. But in the here and now, it's the Sharks on the offensive, but they've lost possession, Joe.
Yeah, and Saxons, again, defensively really solid, but 5 minutes remaining, 3 scores down. Saxons need to go, and they need to go quick. That's good pace injected up the box side. And that's a really good roll from the Saxons' perspective. And they need a little bit more of that, a little bit static there. Has to take the ball back. Link releases early. Saxons get in behind.
There's some great running from Sullivan across the second half. Sullivan with a good lift.
Oh, great read. And from the Saxons' perspective, it is the fine margins that are making the difference in attack. They'd rolled into that attacking set, 5th touch, but unfortunately the Sharks players were already onside because of the roll that they'd initiated. You'd just like to see the Saxons pull out of those touches, make sure that all of the Sharks players are off the line, and then you roll into your strike. Not seen enough of that, and that's at the moment the fine margins that are separating a good attacking set from a successful attacking set.
But a big opportunity for the Saxons. As close as they can get to the Sharks line. It's a great run from Emily Simon. Simon back with it. Sullivan to her right. She's at half. Back to Simon. Goes herself.
Oh, good touch.
Oliver, the scorer of the Sharks' 6th try, gets a hold of Simon's there. But here's Simon again. Sullivan at the half, and this time it doesn't go to hand. And the Sharks escape, and that's unfortunate with just 3.5 minutes to go, Joe.
Yeah, and it looks to be like it's going to be Sharks' day. I mean, they've not had it easy in this semi-final by any means. This has been a really hard-fought game, and full credit to the Southwest Saxons as they have run the Sharks so close. But you can't help but feel like if Emily Irons ends up going through here, it'll be game over, and there's the penalty. And that, for me, is probably going to be all she wrote in this final, or semi-final.
Certainly if the Sharks score another. And it feels like a final, Joe, because of the quality on show.
It does, and you know, anyone who knows touch and has met the Southwest Women's Open side before, well, the Southeast Women's Open side before, they'll know that this doesn't happen to the Southeast Sharks. This never does. You don't get these completion errors. You don't get the pressure. And it does seem like this Saxon side last year struggled in this division. Just come out firing. And regardless of the result of this semi-final, the Southwest Saxons can hold their heads up high because they have put an amazing account of themselves out there. The Saxons division in general has been super impressive throughout this competition. An unfortunate error creeping in there, but they've run the Sharks all the way. This has not been easy by any measure for the Southeast Sharks, and as you see from yet another unforced error from the Sharks.
Well, it really hasn't been the Saxons' day. They were defeated in the Men's Open semi-final in our previous game by a score of 10 tries to 9, and with just 2 minutes to go, they trail by 6 tries to 3 against the Sharks. They're still on the offensive here through Brown.
Yeah, and they'll be looking to finish with a flurry. There's a 3-on-2 if they can find the winger. Ball just goes to ground, and again, it's those final bits that are just... it's the final 10% of each attacking set, which has been the difference maker from the two sides. The Sharks have just found that completion a little bit easier to connect with. Oh, and there we go. There's the pace on display. She's going to get reeled in, but the meter's made initially and just loses her footing.
Well, a great break up through the centre by Thurley. But an equally impressive covering touch from Amelia Brown. The Sharks are in no hurry to get things started on halfway. They trail by 6 tries to 3, and they will be into the final where they will face either their southeast neighbours in the Taipans or the Northwest Touch. That will be a thrilling final.
Yeah.
That's our penultimate game of the day for the Mixed Open final. It will be at 3:30 this afternoon. Just before that will be the men's open final, which has also been decided. Northwest Touch take on the Sharks, so we'll have 2 Sharks at least in the final, with the Shark side also in action up next in the mixed opens. It could be a Sharks clean sweep across the 3 games.
It really could be, and I think there'll be penalties, so it won't quite go. And a little bit of information from the other Women's Open semi-final. It seems like the Taipans will end up going through, and it'll be a Sharks Taipan side. However, Kenzie McNaught, one of the Taipan's most influential players, apparently he's on the receiving end of a really bad shoulder injury. So Taipans may well be in the final, but they will be missing one of their best players.
For now, at least, we can celebrate the Southeast Sharks, who are through to the women's final. They had a commanding first half performance where they led by 5 tries to 2, and then, despite the Saxons' best efforts in the last period of this 20-minute half, they were unable to overcome such a deficit, which means it'll be an all Southeast affair in the women's final later on today. Well, up next then, it'll be the mixed open semi-final where the Sharks are back in actions up against the Taipans, searching for a clean sweep of finals for the men and women in blue. It's the defending champions of the mixed open competitions up next against the Taipans in an all Southeast affair. I'll be live from the ETA Nationals in about 10 minutes time here in Nottingham.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get out of the way.
The last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. No, we're in it.
it all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
All right, hands in. Come on, Enes.
Tight! Hands up, Tim!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! Hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
So close.
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweep up, watch the ball,
We'll be having
It's rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3.
Please!
So just come up, if you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes!
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defensive. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You ready, quickies? You stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit.
Well, it's been a packed day of finals footy so far, and it's our last semi-final of the day before a quadruple billing of finals, starting with the Women's 27s final, then followed by the Men's Open, the Women's Open and the Mixed Open. Who will be taking part in that illustrious Mixed Open final? Will it be the South East Sharks playing from right to left in their blue strip, or will it be their neighbours, the Taipans, who are off to the brightest start, Joe Wright?
Oh, a beautiful start from the Taipans' perspective. They run the 32, step on the outside, it's just footwork, beat your man, dive over the line, and the Taipans have come out firing.
Well, the South East Sharks were the top team in the Mixed Open pool, 6 wins from 6, which saw them through to the semi-final. The Taipans slipped through on try difference alone in that final game of the day. And that's led them to this point here, as we've got a blisteringly fast start to this game. Over goes Marcus Arman for the first try for the South East Sharks. And Joe, mixed touch rugby at its finest at the moment.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know, we thought it couldn't get any more intense than 5 tries in 4 minutes. In the Men's Open side, well, it's starting fast here.
Well, here goes Lambert, picked up by Milson. Lambert on the return, Milson, great ball to Reid, and Reid skips away. The dancing feet of Russell Reid, he was so important for the Taipans as they slipped the net and made it through to this semi-final.
Big right foot step there, bang, gets on the outside of the Sharks middle, not fast enough off the line, leaving a lot wanting in defence. And you can't do that against the Taipans because they will execute. They do exactly that. And at the moment, we're in for a big scoring shootout.
Well, it's the Sharks on the offensive. Great ball
passive
off the
link.
deck.
Passive link, is he going to get on the outside? Does, puts the ball down, and there's a beautifully designed play with a link wrapping around the back. Passive runner. It's crucified every team it's been played against, and the wheels mismatch on the outside is too easy. And at the moment, no one can defend, but everyone can attack.
Will Bamber of the London Scorpions on the score sheet for the Sharks. 2 apiece already. Lambert up the jumper and taking the first touch. Wilsons and Lambert functioning in the centre at the moment with Reid. Lambert again. Reid, little show and go, sets Milson on his way.
Oh, what a diving touch. First bit of proper defence we've seen in the opening 2.5 minutes.
Squid Caffrey with the touch. And then lovely left-footed step to put them on their way. Milson finds Frances Barry, her second year as the captain of the Taipans mixed team, and Barry puts the Taipans back in front. Well, they're lucky to be here in this semi-final. They had an identical record with the Northwestern side, but in the end, try difference alone saw them through.
And yeah, they're not here to mess around either. They know that they've got here by the skin of their teeth, but now they're here, they're going to put a good account of themselves out there. And I mean, at the moment, it's go down one end, score, struggle to defend the other end, and concede again. So Sharks now on the attack. Trail line is on. It was available. Good ball. Goes to ground.
Great ball inside from William Torr. Started playing touch in Singapore at the age of 12, still playing at Surrey University. It was put down by Lydian Dayton-Jones. Great line speed though in response.
Yeah.
Fergus Gillespie.
Yeah, first bit of defensive pressure we've seen, and a first turnover in the transition, and always the wheels. Will they go all the way around the outside? Tries to, gets to the 7, so good meters made. Half is on her own though. That's a very dangerous position to be in, and at the moment, yep, they were 7 on, and just a poor bit of organisation from the Sharks, and nope, the Taipans don't realise that you get the penalty on halfway for 7 on, so that is a really pedestrian error from the South East Sharks.
Well, it's a great run from William Torr, but then left all alone on that occasion.
Yep. Hard touch, full extension whilst in the touch.
a rather confused Marcus Arman, who plays middle with his best mate Joe Brewer. Marcus Arman, part of that winning Youth Atlantic Cup side last year.
Oh, I had the pleasure of commentating that final. And it was a pleasure. Excellent touch on display, as it is in this semi-final.
Lambert, Milson. Lambert with a good pickup.
Long. It goes. Winger is there. Big contact in the corner. Big nudge. You're not going past me.
Good take from Mimi Taylor-Dean. Milson then runs a hard line, but they've run out of time, the Southeast Taipans.
Oh, good footwork. And Sharks rolling into their transition. First time we've really seen a completed, well, might see a completed transition. That's better from the Sharks. Ball down cleanly.
Great line from Joe Brewer.
Yeah, good feet as well to evade the touch.
Touch forced by the Sharks. Here's Elliot Gent. Great pickup from Hardman, but penalty, Joe.
Yeah, and it's a well-run penalty, and that's the reward you get for running your transition at speed. You end up catching people, just missing the onside line. And for the first time, we see some sustained pressure from the Sharks. Set of 6. Will they use it? They will. They'll look for the link punish.
Here's Gent, part of the winning side for the Sharks last season here at the ETA Nationals, but Gent repelled with a good touch. Caffrey. Gent, towering figure in the midfield.
Big boy, open side, fire up, ball is high. And just a lack of accuracy in the pass leads to the ball going down, and Taipans get away with another one.
Elliot Gent throwing a pass that perhaps someone of his own height might have been able to get on the end of.
Yeah, he thought he was passing it to his own twin. Unfortunately not the case. And Taipans get an opportunity to roll through their transition.
Touch made by Pemberton and then by Caffrey as on come the substitutes, but a whistle goes. And it's against the Taipans, Joe. That's a tough call for them to take.
It is. They've done really well to defend that set. A bit of an unforced error from the Sharks' perspective, leading to then an unforced error from the Taipans' perspective. And, you know, save for a fast start to begin with, it's been a little bit scrappy over the past couple of possessions. I'd like to see one of these teams really sort of gain control, get a nice foothold, and Sharks look to go through their quickie sets. Accelerate out, saves the touch, passes away, link option.
Touch found. Here's Gillespie inside.
Oh, lovely show and go.
Inside and out, and tour is over. And an equaliser for the Sharks.
Yeah, lovely show and go. A little bit of confusion from the Taipans' defence. Just no one goes to make the touch, and you can't afford the Sharks that much space and time on the ball. Taipans guilty of not getting off the line fast enough and inviting pressure, and that's something you're going to have to fix if you want to run this Sharks side close.
Luke Milson went into touch and has won a penalty.
Yeah, foot in the ruck from the Sharks player.
Russell Reid straight into contact there. Milson and Lambert linking up together. Lambert, Reid, touch made by Arman. Lambert again.
Oh,
well, they're
good
a little
option.
bit pedestrian at the moment, and now the Taipans look to turn it on.
2-on-1.
Milson, but it's a well-marshalled defence from the Sharks.
Yeah, it's a penalty as well because they had overstepped the mark, unfortunately. But much better setup there from the Taipans, looking to have a go at exposing the link holes. Running the doggies play, but a little bit of confusion in the setup. And it leads to an opportunity now for the Sharks to go full length. Footwork, gets away from the touch.
Well, what a run this is by Bamber. Already one try today, and he's got the Sharks back in Taipan territory.
And this is second, so third coming now. And the Sharks have made insane meters, just losing a bit of momentum, burning a touch. No real option here.
Bamber stepping off the right, skipping through. But back comes Barry once again to make an important touch, and it's a popular one with that Taipan touchline.
Yeah, it's fifth coming now. So this is fifth, last opportunity. Sharks running at the line, looks to go long. They go for the link instead, and well defended from the Taipans, and now the defence of both teams starting to flex the muscles. And Taipans and Sharks about as closely run in the first 9.5 minutes as you could ask for. And what a semi-final we've got.
Luke Milson with a change of direction. Ooh. And now Russell Reid on the outside. He's been caught by Elizabeth Merritt.
The wheels on display from Russell Reid going round.
Good touch though from Merritt, a try-saving one. This is her third time at the ETA Nationals. First with the Women's Open and now with the Mixed Open as well. We discussed earlier how you make that decision. And she was part of the Women's Open, but she's come across to the Mixed Open. It's sometimes the other way around, really, Joe.
Yeah, a lot of the time with the sort of step across from women's to mix is largely down to the physicality of the players, and here's an opportunity for the Taipans to go over and almost have physicality on display, trying to go over in the link channel, but the refs want to have a little bit of conversation. Offside called. Taipans, another set of 6.
Here's Oscar Davies.
Excellent player is Oscar Davies, really explosive, very knowledgeable, lots of experience.
He also coaches the men's 30 side as well as the mixed team.
Fire up.
Might be on this left-hand side, but it's taken into contact by Dowling, so they'll have another few touches to play with here.
Ball had to go to the wing there. Missed opportunity from the Taipans. They might regret it, but they don't. Another offside called.
Second penalty of this attacking set. Davies takes the first touch. It's back with Davies stepping on the inside, gets the ball away to Tom Clark, but he's caught.
Yeah, it looks like they will turn the ball over here, unfortunately. They will. And the Sharks defend the set. And we'll look to go round the outside of the Taipans.
Touch made by Victoria Summers. And here's the transition from the Sharks. Caffrey on the inside. And here's Henry Hardman inside to Kent. Hardman, excellent pickup.
Oh, lovely.
Caffrey. Caffrey goes alone.
Oh, the wheels just proves to be too much. The Taipans frustrated by that score, but the Sharks are ecstatic.
Well, he loses the bucket hat in the process, but I'm not sure he'll mind. Try scored by the South East Sharks, and for the first time in this game, they go in front 4 tries to 3.
Yeah, lovely little goosey to go through the gap. Good footwork on display. The Taipans now looking to come and reply. Aside from the first couple of minutes, looking a little bit slow in attack, they now look to inject some pace. Touch is made.
Reed almost away. Tor gets a hold of him. They take a bit of pace out of the game. Milson, Lambert. Oh, Lambert gets on the outside of the first Shark defender, eventually caught. He's got one more shot at it, Joe.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's one of those where Lambert's sort of taken the ball away from the support, and then you don't have any touch to set up any sort of strike play, and he compounds his error by throwing the ball away, and it's a little bit of a coach killer, that one. You had a good opportunity at the Sharks line, you surrender it, you give them good field possession, and you're now going to put a good defensive press on to see if you can get that ball back.
Well, Tor won't get on the outside of Reed. A flowing transition from the Sharks. Merritt takes the touch, and here's Arman. Arman finds Brewer. Wide ball. What a take that is.
Wow. Great hands in the corner. And that's why you play mixed, if you can hack the long ball, because it's a beautiful option. Left foot step, long ball out, and what a hard finish on the wing, catching ground, improvising, getting the ball down. And the Sharks defend the set from the Taipans and end up pulling another one ahead.
Picked off the toes by Amelia Bunn. They touched for a long time while at Loughborough University. Won gold with England under-20s last summer at the Youth Atlantic Cup. Another NQ Rebels player in this South East Shark side, and some finish that to extend their advantage. The largest gap we've seen between the two sides so far.
Oh,
that was a really good run by the number 9 Matthew Chapman, but the ball inside didn't do it justice. Now Hardman carries out for the Sharks.
Yeah, the really good attacking set again from the Taipans, but that support runner just fading a little bit too far wide. You really want to hit that shoulder ball at pace. Sharks wise to it, they'll end up defending. Taipans want to be putting a bit of a nudge on. This is 5th, Sharks scooping. Pace.
Lovely pick up by Tor, and Tor through the hole, needs some support. He'll look to go wide, and they do have another. This time the score comes from Megan Pemberton, her 4th nationals with the South East. Well, she's moved across from the Taipans, having won the last 3 nationals with their women's open. Now with the South East Sharks, co-captain with Lily Merritt on return from her Achilles injury last year. Has a try in this crucial semi-final, and well, Joe, it's 6-3 with 5 minutes to go in this first half. It could be a Sharks team in every major final here at the Nationals.
Yeah, I'll be honest, it usually is, but Taipans will have something to say about that. This 5th touch, and this Sharks mixed open side looks really well drilled. Have a lot of options when it comes to their attacking plays, and there's just not as much coming from the Taipans in terms of structure to expose the spaces in the Sharks' defence. And Sharks once again are able to defend it out relatively easily.
Oh man, Brewer with a good pick-up and working their way through the phases, the Sharks. With a green space to run into in that right-hand channel. Keeping it down the tram lines for now. Gent through the centre, Hardman. Well, there's a hand in there, put down by Davies. So 6 touches and a chance to add another before half-time. 7-3 would be quite the mountain for the Taipans to climb.
Yeah, the Sharks again threatening at the line. Looks to dive. Good touch. Yep, really good decision from the referee. Middle is onside. The link is not onside, so penalty will be coming.
This is Hardman's first time playing touch in about 5 years. Back to the sport and creating a lot for this Sharks team. They could have another score here, but touch is made.
Yeah, better defensive spacing from the Taipans, remaining tight to each other. Link gets out of the line.
Good ball for Hardman, who takes the touch.
Oh, it's on here.
Caffrey, Gent.
Ooh, big contact. That looked a sore one. That looked really sore. Has to make the touch, but that could be his semi-final over.
Well, it's a long way down for Elliot Gent, and he's taken quite a lot of Daniel Dowling with him.
Yeah, that's a big one, and got a feeling that he doesn't get up immediately. That will probably be it. It's a brilliant effort to stop the score because it was coming in, but it might have cost him the rest of this game. Oh, he looks in a lot of discomfort. Hope he's okay.
6-3 the current scores between the
yeah, the ref just telling the players
Sharks
to just
and
leave the field.
Taipans.
Yeah, that might end up closing the half out.
Just 3 minutes to go in this first half, and it's the Taipans who currently trail the Sharks by 6-3. The other semi-final, of course, is the Saxons, top scorers with 58, up against the Tigers. Taipan's the only side yet to rack up 50 tries, and thankfully Dowling is back to his feet and able to walk off the field.
Don't quite know how he's managed that. That looks a huge contact. I'm glad it's not as serious as first thought. He looks like he's able to put some sort of weight on it, but that looked a really nasty one. I don't think there'll be any sort of decision made here in terms of penalty. It's an unfortunate coming together. Yep, Theo, the on-field ref, just saying, look, it's 4th touch, 5th coming. So roll the ball. Yeah, 5th coming.
Again, inside and out. Gets the pass away to Buford Taylor. And over goes Gent. And that score is given, and that's a tough blow to the Taipans right before the half-time interval there.
Yeah, and it's the variation from the link punish. You look to take it on the outside, and the ball gets popped back on the inside where the vacated space is left. And at the moment, the Taipans can't really defend this Sharks attack.
Good ball inside from Buford Taylor, another player whose touch journey began in Singapore, now playing for the Scorpions in London.
Penalty given offside.
Well, it's pretty crucial that the Taipans take something into the break. They trail by 7-3. It's the largest margin we've seen full stop in any of our semi-finals so far. Reed. Lambert with the quick pickup. Reed goes over.
Yep, score looks like it's going to be given, and it is. Offside is called. So just as you're saying, Southeast Taipans do end up taking an extra score into the half, and 4 becomes 3, the deficit. Nice open side quickie playing underneath the covering defenders.
Reed with another in this ETA Nationals competition. Been a key player for the Taipans, but Brewer and Aaron working through the centre. There goes the buzzer. Can they create something in this final play?
Oh, they'll look to go. They'll look to go. Shake and bake might be in. What a diving touch, but a great effort from the Sharks on the buzzer.
Davies just gets a hold of him as half-time is called, and they're certainly not out of it, the Southeast Taipans, but they've got some work to do if they want to close this 3-try deficit that the Sharks have opened up. Well, the reigning champions here lead by 7-4 at the break. We've got 20 minutes still to come in our final semi-final of the ETA Nationals, live from Nottingham.
So just a reminder, the drop-off, if there is a drop-off on the end of your game, will automatically start. This will be 1 minute after the final whistle. The hooter will automatically sound, and then 2 minutes after the drop-off, it will automatically end the drop-off time. And if there is still a drop-off at the end of this time, the referees will then manage the game themselves. Just as we approach the 2 minute warning, see yourself don't get it as lunchtime, so get yourself something to eat. You have University Trailer, and you have Big Melts, who provided food for you today, and a couple of coffee stalls. Players and officials, 2 minutes, 2 minute warning. Officials, this is your 1 minute warning. Those officials, 1 minute warning.
Well, it's an important 20 minutes for the Taipans, who trail by 7-4 against the reigning champs, the Sharks. Joe, do the Taipans have what it takes to get back into this semi-final?
I think the 3-try deficit isn't all that large in the context of a touch game. The only thing that causes me a bit of concern about the Taipans is the Sharks have conditioned the link really, really well. So the Taipans link has to stay wide. Sharks have started to run the other variations that expose the gaps in the midfield. So this Taipan side needs to start defending as a 6 rather than 2 sets of 3. And then they stand within a chance. And it goes back to what the Saxons were doing in the Women's Opens. When you're down, you just got to do your job well. You defend tight, see if you can make some defensive shots and take your opportunities when they come. But it's the defensive side that the Taipans have been left wanting. And the inside ball is on, it goes. Now they look to recycle the play. Ball goes back out to this link area. They'll condition again. Link punish is an option. Now they run the fire up. Ball on the inside is on. Goes back to the far side and brilliant ideas. Doesn't quite happen, unfortunately. And now Taipans get an opportunity to roll through their transition. This was a little bit scrappy in the first half, so they need a cleaner platform. Better option. Not a lot of yards made on second. Similarly, not much made on third. The pressure from the Sharks is really telling. That ball went forward and the referees have spotted it, and once again the scrappy Taipans transition is a product of their own downfall.
Well, it's not a perfect start for the second half for the Taipans.
No, and again it goes back to what you asked me just then. To get back in this game, you've got to do your basics well. That includes being able to get fresh legs on the pitch and in an efficient manner, not just coughing up that ball. And now you've allowed a really dangerous Sharks attack. Fresh sets and opportunities at the line. They look for the middle platform. Ball goes, they get onto the middle. They look to just accelerate. They saved it. Taipans scrambling in their defence. Sharks, middle platform. Short side quickie, steps back open, looks for the long ball, and she could stroll it in. And the Taipans do defend tight, but it doesn't matter when you've got the long ball threat. And early doors, Sharks on top again.
Well, it's a pretty disappointing outcome for the Taipans, who now go 8-4 behind, and well, their task to get back into this semi-final has just been made a whole lot harder, as a 5-try deficit is rarely overcome.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's really difficult.
Some ball though by Oscar Davies, getting it out, and Clark beats the first defender. Then it's over the top. The netball pass from Gribben, pushed off the chest, but well, that's a disappointing result for the Taipans again, Joe.
Yeah, and you know, I've sort of lost count of the amount of times that Taipan have turned the possession over when they've still got more touches to play with. And that's the trap that you fall into when you're down in a semi-final. You're desperate to get the scores on the board. You want to keep the scoreline ticking over. And because you want that so hard, you end up throwing balls that you wouldn't always throw. You end up losing a bit of your structure. And it's a direct contrast to this Sharks side, who have relied on nothing but structure the entire time and have looked really dangerous doing so. They've just taken the roll ball a little bit far away from the mark, so the referee will tell them to take that back. But as you were saying, the Sharks side is just so dangerous going forward, and Taipans are losing their structure in the final third. And that's the aspect of the game that Taipans really need to secure, because without structure, the Sharks are just... Well, Sharks, unfortunately, are clearly the faster side on the field. So without your structure, you end up just playing man-on-man rugby, and that's not going to work against a faster side.
Over halfway, the Taipans, and that's an excellent pickup by Reed, who's in behind, and Reed was just caught by Hardman.
There was a much better transition. First time the Taipans have really posed some threats off the back of fifth touch in their transition. Good scoop from Reed, doesn't quite get through the gap. Good covering touch, and again, that's what I mean, the Sharks are so fast. You've got to rely on good structure to expose some spaces. They almost found the way through there, but now they've got to defend the Sharks, and that's easier said than done. Open side
Brewer
quickie.
with the carry. Here's Arman back with Brewer, taking a bit of pace out of the attack, but they do lead by 4 tries. Arman goes to the right-hand side, little show and go. Over goes Bamba for his second try of the game.
Yeah, it's lovely play. They've conditioned that quickie in the middle, so the Taipans defence is so worried about the two men in the middle. They forget about the link that's on the outside and the mismatch down the short side. And the little hitch kick gets him over the line, and 8 becomes 9. Deficit goes from 4 to 5, and at the moment, Taipans are sort of rolling and just withdrawing within themselves for the momentum that the Sharks are imposing. It's a better setup there for the Taipans. A little bit of confusion at the base of the ruck. It's Max and Lambert on the ball, looking to get the good platform. They draw the Sharks out. Long ball option. Ball does go, but unfortunately it's forward, and a good attacking set for the Taipans is left begging for a better ball.
There would have been something special from Reed to pick out the winger from there. And once again, the Sharks are able to slow things down. Will be a tap off from them just on that 7-metre line. Great footwork to get away from one. Tor gets the pass away. Well, driving up over halfway then, the Sharks. Another try, and you think the game certainly would be over. Good carry from Gent. Hartman, Gent again.
Oh, here we go. Here we go, the space they've created in the middle. This is going to get exposed, surely. They look for the step back, it's there,
Gent
good
goes
cover.
Down, touched by Milson.
Might be an offside call here. Yeah, there's an offside call. This Shark side are just manipulating the midfield so well, creating gaps. They trust their hands. It's the core skills of catch and pass at pace. The Taipans need to find an answer.
Hartman, Gent, touch made. Gent with a clean pick-up, sliding in this time. Buford Taylor denied on the goal line.
And they go again.
Hardman, Caffrey.
Oh, here we go.
Great ball inside.
Yeah.
Gent takes the touch. Hardman, Caffrey goes himself.
Oh, good touch.
Sharks keeping the pressure on.
Taipan's working really hard in defence, trying to keep the Shark side out, but I'm just so impressed by the way that they move the ball around. And here we go again, they look for the link punish, it goes, they look for the fire-up option, the scoop goes through, and they just have to find a spare player. Winger seems to be a bit free.
What a ball that is, and down goes Gent.
Good touch. And the referees want to have a chat.
Well, Caffrey went through, found some good space, but turnover is the call.
Yeah, much better defensive set. That was the first time we've seen the Taipans work as a set of 6 rather than individuals, and they get their reward, but that's no touch. The referee calls play on, so a little bit of debate. I think Max and Lambert slightly got away with one there. And that's a really good dump, but unfortunately Taipan's burning a lot of touches to get fresh legs on. They look to be striking from deep with no real momentum. This is 5th coming, and they've got to go forward. This is too slow in their setup.
Gent makes the touch, swept up by Clark. But Davies on the inside, goes for the wide ball. What a takedown by Taylor D.
Lovely ball, Oscar Davies floats it over the top, and they need more of that because it's been few and far between. And I said that they needed a little bit more pace in their setup. Well, nope, Oscar Davies completely disagree, floats the one over the top, 30-yard long ball into the corner. And if they want to stay alive in the game, they're going to need 4 more scores like that.
Well, they've got one back, the Taipans, but they still trail by 4 tries.
And I think in this semi-final, it's not a question of if the Taipans can score, because we know that they are really potent, especially with Oscar Davies on the field. It's whether they can defend the Sharks. Because at the moment, it seems like that's a tall order for anyone in this division. The Sharks just scoring for fun, and it's the speed at which they use the ball when they're on the line. The defence is constantly going from one side to the other, and I've got a sneaky suspicion that we'll see another one go over here. Middle, quickie, steps on the outside, looks to dive at the line. Player falls to ground. They save the touches really well. Ball is away. Ball goes to the winger, but unfortunately it just goes forward.
Well, the Taipans escape on this occasion. Again, they trail by 9-5. Got to get things going. They've got 10 minutes to claw back something in this semi-final. Who will face the Saxons or the Tigers in our mixed open final, which will be the last game of the day.
What a game to finish on mixed open final. You couldn't ask for much more.
Good footwork from Milson. Armour makes the tack. Lovely pick up from Reed, who's darting away. Couple of touches made on him there.
Big touch from the winger saying, "You think you can dance around me? No, thank you."
Merritt gets a hold of him. Leaves the field, but that's a loose pass. Reed trying to get the Taipans up and going.
Yeah, they need a fast turnover here. They've just allowed the Sharks to get set. So they have a repeat set of 6. Get to the line with a couple touches. They do exactly that. Now you've got to make it pay. Have a look at your conditioning. Don't throw the ball away on second.
Touch made by Tor. Reed with a tap back. Here's Lambert. Reed going to create something with his fast feet. Draws another touch. Reed in that dangerous area, but he's just swarmed by blue shirts. Another touch burns. Reed this time. A couple of blue players go to floor. One of them manages to get a touch.
That ball had to go long. That ball had to go long. Reed had done all the hard work by condensing the defence, and I wonder if we'll see the same thing. But it's 5th, so there's not as much opportunity for you to do so.
Well, it's a 3-on-2, and Wilson's pass goes to deck. Couldn't find Mimi Taylor-Dean on the overlap. Her first year playing touch, the Taipans winger. Dragged into the sport by her boyfriend, who's part of the Sharks mixed team.
Oh, nice. Nice. So, yeah, just so I'm sure there'll be no arguments in that household later on. I'm sure there'll be absolutely zero.
Reed to get things going. And he does get away from one. Look at the pace from Reed.
Yeah, and he'll go over in the corner, and they need more of that, because when they get the speed going and the momentum rolling, Taipans do look dangerous, but it's few and far between in comparison to the Shark side. But I mean, there's no replacement for raw speed, and Reed's got plenty of that.
Russell Reed goes over for yet another try. It's 9-6 at the moment. Carried on by Brewer. Merritt hands it off to Armand. Merritt lifts it to Brewer, and the whistle goes. The Taipans escape.
Yeah, what a touch that is. Brilliant defensive touch. Nothing too hard about it, but just getting the hit stop square call. And that's the killer. He's done so hard to force the turnover, and ball just goes to ground. And you alleviate all that pressure, and it's just as quickly you bring it all piling back on. And now you've got the dangerous pod for the Sharks. Just taking their time, look to set up again, another link punish. They don't, they go to the outside instead, they dive for the line, and that's the score, and it's the score of the Taipans' own making, surrendering possession, and Sharks say, yes please, thank you very much for the free set of 6. And they make it count going over. The explosiveness just beats him to the line, and in a foot race, it's number 6 for the Sharks. Marcus Armand is the victor, and 9 become 10, and just as soonly as the Taipans cut the deficit back down to 3, it extends back out to 4, and 7 minutes to go in this second half. Taipans need a reply, and they do look to reply now. They're moving the ball in the midfield. 32 short, coming, driving at the line, ball wanted to go wide, it doesn't, and there's the turnover. Hips not square again.
Well, that's a tough turnover for the Taipans to take, as they are still in need of 4 tries to get into this game following that most recent Shark score. And they've only got 6.5 minutes to do so. Good footwork from Tor, getting away from a couple. Touch taken, and here is Kent driving through the line. That's a pretty physical coming together between Ghent and Partridge.
Yeah, the referee is spot on there. The Sharks players rolled in with the shoulder trying to buy the hard touch, and the referee is too experienced to buy that. You've got to try and disguise it a little bit better, because it was just way too obvious. And the Taipans get the turnover, and a much better first couple touches on their transition. They're getting fresh legs on further up the field, and they'll have a couple touches. This is fourth, this is fifth coming. Oscar Davies taking the touch. Needed to get that ball down quicker. That's fifth. Now you've got no momentum rolling in, no touches available. Reed, he can make something happen with his footwork. Davies looks to go back to Reed. Finds the gap, switch to Reed. Reed dives for the line, and the score is good.
He's vaulted over the incoming Shark defender, and that's a huge score.
Taipans were desperately needing that. Oscar Davies and Reed, oh, lovely cut, and then the dive over the covering toucher. And Taipans, I mean, it's Davies and Reed that are single-handedly keeping Taipans in this game. And it is Taipans 7, Sharks 10. 5 minutes to go. Could Taipans be causing an upset?
Try for the Sharks, are pretty devastating here. Down goes our man, but touch comes in at the very last from Georgia Bell. Armen. Brewer takes the touch. Lifted by Armen. Here's Bamber going over for another. But a big touch comes in, this time from Chapman.
Yeah, Taipans have got to go really quickly. You've only got a matter of 4 and a bit minutes left. You've got 3 scores to go and get. It's not impossible, but you can't have any errors now in your transition. Secure the ball. You've got to go hard. Be getting Reed and Davies onto the field as quickly as possible. Davies is flying on, but this is fifth. They've got no touches to spare. Switches
Davies
are your option.
Hands it off, but it's a touch, and it's a turnover. And Brewer and our man, well, they seem to get it under it with a bit of pace. They want another try to seal this semi-final. It's been a pretty breathless semi-final to boot as well.
Yeah.
The Sharks took a big lead into half-time, and since then the Taipans have worked hard to keep the deficit to just 3, but
here we go.
Could be another score here. Lovely ball over the top.
The delayed pass is caught the defence napping, goes round the back of the shooting player, and unfortunately for the Taipans' perspective, with a matter of minutes remaining, I think that's going to do it for the Sharks. 4 tries in 3 minutes is a little bit of a tall order. Taipans will give it a go.
Dayton Jones amongst the scorers, and I think that might just seal this semi-final. The reigning champions will be heading through. Reed comes close but is denied.
Penalty call, so offside at the line. Russell Reed will have another opportunity. Working with Max and Lambert.
Lambert finds Reed back on the inside, and that is a very telling opportunity missed, because I think the Taipans know that the game might be beyond them.
Yeah, and you know, that's one of your instances where you just need your completion, you need that ball to go to hand, and quite a poor pass ends up coughing the possession over. And the Sharks look to go down and finish with a flurry and get a score of their own. That's 5th. Let's go back over. Long ball goes, and it's just a bit too flat. Wingers not on the same page. And with just 2 minutes to go in this semi-final, the Sharks look to be home and dry.
Well, this semi-final might be over, but there's so much more yet to be decided here at the ETA Nationals, the women's 27th final. The Tigers against the Saxons. Joe will be taking you through that one. And then that's followed by the men's, women's and mixed open finals, which are all going to be huge occasions in which the Sharks will be represented in all 3. They take on Northwest Touch in the men's open, then the Southeast Taipans, and then the mixed open final will be the Sharks against either the Saxons or the Tigers.
Oh, and the Sharks do finish with a flurry. They go underneath again. And the Sharks, this semi-final, have just been too good for the Taipans in the battle of the southeast sides. The Sharks are going to come out on top.
Davies to tap off in the centre. With a minute to go, it's 12-7 now. In this second half, the Sharks have really run away with things.
Yeah, the Sharks have been such good value, and they have been all tournament. This mixed open Shark side is so well driven. the desire to win games, the desire to work hard, the defensive cohesion. Oscar Davies looks for the long ball, doesn't quite happen. He goes again, but pop back on the inside, and we're going to get a full length. No, we're not. The intercept option was there. Wanted to go full length, but Sharks again. 30 seconds to go. We'll look to finish with yet another score. They're not happy with just the win. They want to finish strong and show that they are not here to mess around. They're here to win. And there's the passive link again, but a really good read from the Taipans. And they end up shutting it down, but there will be a penalty for offside. And this will bring us to the last play of this semi-final. The Sharks will have one opportunity to finish well. The hooter will go any moment now, and here's the opportunity to dive over in the corner.
Well, the buzzer is soon to go here. And the Sharks will be into a final. It's another final for head coach Eric Cherney. He's been involved with South East Touch since 2016.
Yeah, Eric's one of those coaches that just somehow always ends up, his name is always in the same conversation as finals and silverware. Always has been, always will be. It's commonplace in England touch. And there is the hooter. Sharks want to finish well. Dummy switch, kicks on the outside, unfortunately just loses his footing. But Sharks will win, and we'll head into the mixed open final.
Well, the result never in doubt. The favourites, the Sharks, have taken down their southeast neighbours, the Taipans, and they'll be through to a final. They're the third Sharks team across the open categories to make it through to a final at this ETA Nationals. How many of them will come away with silverware? How much is Coach Eric Cherney going to need to fit into his back seat come the end of the ETA Nationals? He's got 3 Shark sides into the finals, and the mixed open is no exception. That will be our final game of the day at 4:35. But up next, it's the women's 27s final. I'll be back for the men's open. But Joe, a really exciting women's 27s final to come.
Yeah, very much looking forward to it. And yeah, we'll take a very quick break, and you'll have my pleasant voice to listen to for 40 minutes.
The women's 27s final is live next here at the ETA Nationals in Nottingham.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get out of the way.
Those last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
it all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, then.
Tight! Eyes up, Dragon! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey! One for the ref! Hip hip! Hey! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
One for you. Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
Suzuki, 23 Mate Clayton, 35 Emily Crawley, 38 Ice Bennett. Good luck, Tigers. And now up against the Saxons Women's 27s, number 2 Gemma Upton, 4 Zoe Golden Stewart, 5 Rose Willoughby, 7 Elizabeth Gratian, 8 Beth Newton, 9 Charlotte Marr, 10 Megan Burton, 11 Neve McHugh, 13 Vicky Stevens, 14 Rosie Cowell, 17 Lucy Taylor, 18 Lucy Mallet, 21 Emma, Bethany Bridge, 25 Vicky Davison, 27 Lexi Williams, 36 Josephine Parr. And team ref for this game, Vicky Offland, Matt Emerson, Jonathan Grossman. Run hard everyone, good luck.
Second half of these ones.
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning. Officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field. We're ready to play.
And welcome back to the England Touch Nationals, and we have got our first final of finals day, and it's the women's 27s. It's the Southwest Sharks in blue and the Midlands Tigers in white, and I am so happy to say I'm joined by Chris Simon. How are you?
I'm good, thanks, Joe. Yeah, really good. Looking forward to this one.
It's been built to be a really good final. We saw the Midlands team earlier on, successful in their semi-final. Really good value for it. Carried away within the second half, and we are underway. And good hands initially from the Midlands to keep hold of that play. We roll into their line attack. Ball goes to the link. Good option. Check it back on the inside. First penalty of the final. Foot in the ruck, and you know the Midland sides very well. Are there any that you're looking for to put their name up, put their hand in the air, say, this is the final, I'm going to grab it by the scruff of the neck?
Yeah, well, I think just there, diving for a line, Lucy Snake know very well. Nottingham, played for Nottingham for many years. Should be featuring for England in the World Cup alongside her, Cat Jones, other mid-partner there. Cambridge, now moved to Wales, but still representing Cambridge.
And they look for the middle play here. Back onto the open side, and that ball looks down, and the referees are happy. And we have our opening score of the Women's 27s final. And it is that partnership getting over middle play. There's Jones kicking on the outside. Ball is down before the touch comes. And you couldn't have asked for a better start for the Midlands.
Yeah, great start. And I think we'll see those two connecting very well. They've been doing so all weekend. Yeah, as I said, both very, very talented players. We'll be thinking, I think last year, one, if not both of them, were playing open, so they're only just at the open setup.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of the 27s division is, you get to sort of move some players up and then also integrate some new players into the open side. It also means that you're in for some really high quality touch in the 27s division. The Saxons look for the link punish. Touch comes in. This is fifth and final, so no touches available. And turnover ball, Midlands now. First opportunity to have a look at the transition in the final. They've identified throughout the tournament this is one of the key areas of touch, so getting the fresh legs on as efficient as possible. A really good yards made up the box side.
Yeah, good yards there. Vicky Franks combining well with Abby Walters.
Good yards again, and now they move the ball into the midfield. Round the single shooters. And the scoop comes, it looked to go open. Deep switch, just not quite connecting.
Yeah, scoop there from Sue Ellen. Seg, they call her. SEG, Seg.
Seg. We love it, SEG.
That's what she's known to for most of these players and most of the region. Again, another Cambridge player, Seg. And I think what you've got here is Midlands, not exclusively, but a strong Cambridge and Nottingham backlight, or bias really. And for Saxons, a very strong Bristol Jets next to Eagle House. Yeah,
and we've seen that a lot from the Saxons, especially sort of relying on Bristol and Exeter for a lot of their players. But the Saxons now looking to scoop through and made some really good separation, but the ball just goes to ground, and both teams feeling each other out in the opening 3 minutes.
Yeah, we're looking at Rosie Kelso scooping through for Saxons. I was nearly saying Jets, but for Saxons. And yeah, I think what you've got on both teams is some really strong players who will be featuring for England 27s in the World Cup.
Definitely. And would you say with the Nationals just sort of like egging towards the World Cup, a lot of these guys will be using the Nationals as an opportunity to run through that structure ahead of the World Cup?
Yeah, absolutely. I think with the 4 teams in this category, that's worked out quite well. It's the fact that we've had a strong 27 squad of high 20s, 30s players. They'll all be here. They're all still vying for their place as final England squad is next weekend.
Yeah, for sure. And something that we've seen with this 27s is there's not really a lot to separate the teams within the division. So it's one of those divisions that is super competitive, and I think any of the 4 teams entered into it could have made this final. But so far it's the Midlands on top against the Saxons, and Saxons rolling into their scoop play now. And that'll be 6 more. Number 9 for the Saxons, Charlotte Marr, trying to go through on the scoop. Combining with number 10, Megan Burton.
Yeah, Megan and Charlotte both combine well at Exeter, and I think you'll find, as with the Tigers, is you've got an extra pod on here, and I suspect that you've got a Bristol pod on. They're used to playing club touch together, which really helps. Yeah,
and you can see those interpersonal connections really flourishing as Marr and Burton work together in the middles now. It's Burton. Off to Marr. Sweeper coming round. Step back. Ball goes. Brilliant defensive touch.
Yeah, I think called forward pass from the sideline far side. I see Matt Emerson there looking with its forward.
Well, offside called initially. So the Saxon side will get a repeat set. There's Marr. Burton back to Marr. Marr looks long. Keeps hold of that ball. And that's something we've seen a lot from the 27s, is the emphasis on protecting the ball and not surrendering possession needlessly. And it's something that we've seen through every single team, is the willingness to use all the touches available to them and not throw the risky pass.
Absolutely, and I think that's come down from the England setup where we want to keep control, we need to keep territory and possession, and that's very evident in these two teams.
Yeah, for sure. And some people might be asking, well, why don't you just throw that ball long initially? Well, actually, that option, if it's there on touch 1, it'll still be there on touch 6. And you want to condition that defence to stay tight, to make that grounding as easy for the winger when it does go. And is Marr and Burton again looking. Burton picks up, looks for the winger. Winger does catch it, but touch is made on that 6-touch turnover. And a good attacking set from the Saxons, matched by a solid defensive nudge from the Midlands.
Yeah, very good set. I think they'll be pleased with that, Midlands. Saxons had a couple of chances at the line there. And again, it's up in third touch, just a good drive, looking to get to halfway, close to 4, I think.
Yeah, just a little bit static now, but here comes the pace around the outside, and she might go all the way. Just caught at the last moment. Laura Morecambe trying to go round the outside, and now the Midlands feed the ball back into the middle. They look to run through their strike play. 32 platform. They look for the winger. No touch call. This goes all the way through. Fist pump in the air. And in this final, the Midlands pull 2 ahead.
That looks like Emily Eve from here to me. I can't quite see, but it looks, yes, I'm sure it is.
Yeah, sometimes want to brief the teams in a final. When you score, turn around to the camera so we can see who you are almost immediately. Give us a little pirouette. But Midlands Tigers, good value for the 2-try lead, and Southwest Saxons, you really just want to get a score on the board. They've strung together some really nice attacking plays, but maybe a little bit too static at times, and we'd like to see a little bit more impetus in their attacking play.
Yeah, I think this pod on there, quite a danger pod. I think Rosie Kells might be looking for the ball back here on a quick release. I thought that might come.
Early wrapper, long ball is on, it goes, and that looks like...
That looks like a good score to me.
Yeah, ball is down, and really good play for the Southwest Saxons. They look to run the early release rooster. The wrapper does receive the ball again, number 14. Rosie Kells with a long ball out to the winger, number 5, Rose Willoughby.
And that's a pretty strong Bristol Jets connection in the middles there.
Yeah, a lot of Bristol Jets in this Southwest Saxon side, and you can see the connections. They almost threw the pass on instinct, knowing that the winger was going to be there. Now the Midlands Tigers. 2 32s back to back. Tigers look to go long. Winger dives through the gap, but it looks like the touch has been made, and it is indeed. And Chris Simon's just got to go for his CO responsibilities. He'll be back with us in just a moment. Now Tigers, let's go around the outside. Good pace shown, good hands, and just crowded out in the end. There's Lucy Snape trying to get over. Working with Laura Morecambe. And now the Saxons roll into their transition. Good hands down the box side. And it's Marr carrying the ball. Half a little bit isolated. With good pace injected. Oh, she goes round the outside and then straightens up through the middle. There's number 4, Zoe Fielding Stewart, on the ball again. Good pickup. This is 5th. Good step. It's 14. Rosie Kells trying to go through. But the Midlands Tigers defence stay tight. Midlands Tigers driving up the box side. Upton on the ball. This is fifth coming, so a little bit static. Upton taking the ball in. Scooping comes. And it's just crowded out in the end. And at the moment, both teams targeting the transition, looking to scoop on fifth, but both defences wise to it, and a little bit of a loss of communication in the midfield from the Saxons. Surrenders good field possession to the Midlands Tigers.
Yeah, they'll be frustrated there. The Saxons will be, I think, giving it away on their first. As you said, yeah, again, body's getting tired. They want to play the game on the other end and force the opposition into mistakes. That's exactly what Tigers are doing now against Saxons.
Yeah, it's a really good defensive pressure, and here comes the 32s again. We've seen the structure from the Tigers. Probably look to run another 32 on the far side. They do. Short comes, heavy runner, pops into the space. Touch is made.
Good read from the link there, in very close. It's cut off that wrap.
Yeah, had to get out into the passing lane and cut out the wrap, and it's number 20, Anna Suzuki, trying to go over. She's had plenty of airtime. Lovely long ball out to the wing, but crowded out from the Saxons, and Saxons coughing up the possession, but able to defend out the attacking set.
Yeah, absolutely. And now they'll be looking for a good set, get to their box, and a long way to go from this side, but get to their box in 3, and ideally get up to halfway and beyond in 4.
Yeah, definitely, and that's sort of the minimum that you want from your transition. So there's 1 taken up the middle. Hands are there. They do use them. That's 2. Good defensive read from the Midlands length, firing out the line. Another good ball. Good dump, living right on the edge of that off the mark.
That's good, and whilst they're there in 4 and slow down a little bit there, the momentum, but at least
here we go. Is Mar on the ball out to the winger. Winger reels it in, and no one will stop her. And we were saying you want to get up to halfway in 4. Well, how about the scoreline in 4? And Mar with a heads-up play to pop the ball into space.
Beth Newton in the corner, and another one of the England setup. That was a superb score, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that's your textbook transition. And it looked like, we did say it, I completely agreed with you. It looked like the sting had been taken out, but Mar decided, no. We want to go around the outside and pop the ball. They did exactly that.
I think it was, looking back on the replay, but it was that ball back inside that got behind the Tigers on that.
Yeah.
I think it was the 4th touch.
Yeah, and the Tigers maybe a little bit guilty of sending a single shooter rather than the pair, and that's the fine line you walk.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what I've seen in the England 27s and this level in terms of the regional setup, the 27s handle the ball so well. Their ability to finish 2-on-1s, 3-on-2s, and I think even probably a 4-on-3 at times is second to none. They're really good.
Yeah, we've been commenting all weekend in the commentary box on just the level of your rugby core skills, to be able to catch and pass at pace. It really does level you up as a player, and this Midlands side has shown that, but also shown how potent that can be from a defensive standpoint, trying to defend a catch and pass when you've got people running at 100 miles an hour. It's so difficult to defend against.
Absolutely, and I won't get drawn too much on the skills that every rugby player should play touch, but they should. I think the opportunity for have handling across the game. If they all played touch, they would all be better players.
100%, and just touching on that recently, you got some of the rugby league players in Australia really commenting on how valuable their touch game is, especially through the summer, through the contact off season, be able to keep things fresh, keep them sharp. And we're seeing core skills executed really well. And what a good defensive nudge here from the Midlands Tigers. Fortunately, an offside penalty and undoes that good pressure that they just put on.
Yeah, I think that was Meg Clayton and Ian McConnell out there putting really good pressure. They, again, involved in the mixed 30 setup for England, so used to playing with one another. And and I think they're unlucky. They'll be frustrated to give a penalty away.
Yeah, for sure. And they, for 4 touches, they were spot on. And that's that last touch. Unfortunately, hadn't quite hit the onside line. And here come the Saxons, looking to go down the short side again. Hands go to the winger. Just goes down. It's number 25 for the Saxons. Vicky Davison. Really hard ball to reel in. And now the Tigers transition. Suzuki was driving up the box side. Good touch in the midfield.
That was a good touch coming from the wing, but had that just a bit of an earlier call from the fly out the back door, and it was on.
Yeah.
Easy to see from up here.
Yeah, it is. It's always easier from up here. It really is. Another good touch there. Might be an advantage coming, but the ball goes 2-on-1 on the wing. Suzuki is back inside. Play still on. 6-touch turnover. I think Saxons might have got away with one there. touching player just hanging round in the ruck for a little bit. And the referees decided that that did not affect the play all that much, but beautiful pressure from the Midlands Tigers flying up out the line, and they do get the off the mark call. And Saxons at the moment really struggling to live with the defensive pressure from the Midlands Tigers, and they get walked back another 10. And with 5 minutes to go in this second half, this is by far and away the best field position for this Midlands Tigers side. The pop round. It's Snape on the ball now. Looks to step back on the inside, she does. The touch is made. Snape. Quickie set. Snape again, diving at the line. Oh, lovely pop back on the inside. And it is Snape to Emily Eve. And Eve, the beneficiary of Snape's hard work, conditioning the middle. Good heads-up recognition. Ball goes down, and Midlands Tigers do end up pulling away. 4 minutes to go in this first half of the Women's 27s Nationals final. And it's the Midlands Tigers who are pulling ahead. Saxons, though, looking to come back. Saxons now just spreading the play a little bit, backing up a touch. That's fifth. They look to scoop. The ball just goes to ground and lost a little bit of momentum in their strike. Oh, Saxon's player's gone down holding her knee, and the referees will just stop the play, make sure that everything's okay. As Chris was very rightly saying earlier, this Women's 27s division is very close-knit. A lot of these people having played together. It's all about supporting each other in a hyper-competitive nature. And the injury just brings a break in play. And everyone will just relax as she gets the attention that she needs. Looks like she'll be getting to her feet in just a moment, trying to get off the pitch to allow for the game to continue. Looks like she's just gonna manipulate herself off the pitch so the game can continue. It looks like that's a bit of a sore one. They hope that she is okay. That the day 3 of a very long and intense tournament. Injuries do happen. The play will get back underway in just a moment with the Midlands Tigers. So Tigers again rolling into their transition now. Going from defence into attack. Good pace injected. They look to go hard at the line. Oh, lovely pace, and ball floated over the top. Oh, tap back on the inside, but ball not down. 6 more. Tigers, 32 short. They go for the short side, stepping around. Ball goes down, offside call. They don't get the score, they get the penalty. Ball's away, need to move it. This is 5th, so no penalty. Ball looks to go long, it does, but just goes to ground. Saxon winger was debating going for the interception, doesn't, smart decision. And with a minute to go in this first half of the Women's 27s final, it is the Midlands Tigers that would be going in with the lead, if not for the Saxons' opportunities coming into the last minute. They'll probably have one attacking set to have a go at the line. We've seen the Saxons create something from nothing. They might have to do it again. Good yards made up the middle. That's 5th. Good scoop. It's Mars trying to scoop through, but it's half court and turnover. 30 seconds remaining. The ball is transferred to the box side. They look to get some fresh legs on. Good extra passes. Good touch. This is forthcoming. Good check off. It's Snape. And Eve again. Eve receives it from Snape. Will go for the line. Will get the score. And Midlands Tigers. And it's that pairing again. Eve and Snape working together in the middle, although sideline ref wants to have a chat. So the score will not be given. And that will not be the end of the half. You cannot finish on a penalty. So the sideline ref identified a forward pass. So Eve and Snape have one chalked off. It will remain 3 tries to 2. And the Saxons will have one opportunity with no touches remaining to go coast to coast and even it up. Hands go, ball goes to ground, and that will be half time, and we will end the half with the Midlands Tigers leading 3 tries to 2 in the women's 27s final. And we are going to take a very quick break, and we'll be right back with the second half.
Well, as it's half time in the first final of the day, the countdown is on. We've got only a few games left for the final day here this Nationals weekend in Nottingham. Dan Powell, please can you make your way to control? That's a request for Dan Powell to make their way to control, please. Dan Powell, up to control, thank you. So the countdown is on. We're approaching the 2-minute warning. Midlands winning 3-2 in the final. I believe on pitch 1. So that's a very close game. Well contested at the moment. Keep it up. Just a quick announcement, if you own a Vauxhall Corsa Grey, registration Delta November 14, Hotel Zulu Mike, that's Vauxhall Corsa, Delta November 14, Hotel Zulu Mike, parts of the box, you left the window open, so if you own a Vauxhall Corsa DN14 H&M Grey, please make your way to your car. Just a shout for Dan Powell. Players and officials, it's your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, 1-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play.
And welcome back to this final of the Women's 27s division, the first final of finals day at the England Touch national competition, and it is the Midlands Tigers that lead 3-2, with Saxons on the ball in blue. And Saxons will be desperate to get a score on early doors and bring you back to level pegging. Saxons using the 32 setup. Link punish actually, diving on the link. Looks to go, that's 5th touch, so they'll have no touches afforded to them. Live look to kill it in the corner. They'll look to spread it wide. Mar on the ball. Good hands, ball goes wide. Good option. Winger 1-on-1. And they end up recycling the play, but losing a lot of ground to do so. So Midlands Tigers will have a good opportunity to launch. It's Snape and Eve in the middle again. Snape to Eve. To the winger. Back to Eve. Oh, lovely play. No touch made. And Eve goes all the way through, and Midlands Tigers go coast to coast in a couple of touches. And it's Snape and Eve at the heart of Midlands Tigers once again, creating space. Great hands from the winger to put back on the inside. And Eve goes all the way through. And Midlands Tigers starting fast, and double the difference between the two teams. And Southwest Saxons desperate for a score early in this second half now. Saxons just resetting the play. Gratian taking the dump. Build and Stewart, ball just goes to ground. The Tigers will have an opportunity now. Get their fresh legs on. Ball goes wide. The dump, Suzuki. Taking the ball up the middle. Good defence from the Saxons up the box side, but now the Tigers look to go expansive and they find an outside edge, and it's a 3-on-1 if the ball can stick. It does not. And Saxons will have an opportunity now. They've got fresh legs on, so won't need to transition. We'll just drive and try and get to the opposition's try line in an efficient way possible. Mar on the ball, pops back on the inside. Mar looks long, ball goes to ground. And the Saxons aren't able to make that opportunity stick. Tigers now. Aggressive transition, good touch in the middle there. There's Newton making that dominant touch. She's there making another touch. Mar getting up. Good scoop. Snape looking to go around the outside, and he's crowded out well by Megan Burton. And the Saxons firming up their defence. Transition coming, good dump. Third coming. This is fourth coming now. Good option. This is fifth coming now. Scoop. Goes through. Snape squared up. Gets on the outside. Can she find a spare player? Winger gets the ball down, but touch is made. And a great effort at the ground on the far wing. But the Midlands Tigers defence equal to it. Snape and Eve in the middle. We know what these guys are capable of. Ball looks to go wide. Isn't successful. Snape trucking up the middle. Eve similarly driving at the winger, gets called offside, saves the touch, recycles the play. Good option. Upton taking the ball in. McHugh, ball out wide. McHugh Out again, that's 5th. Bit of pace needs to be injected. Looks to go through the gap, ball goes to the wing. Wing pops the ball back on the inside. Good recycling of the play. Can they work it round? Ball goes. One more is needed. It does go. Race in the corner. Back on the inside. Good heads up rugby. This is Jouet touch. Ball is away again. 3-on-1. Can they execute? Yes, they can. And that is one of the best scores that you will see on finals day. Go from one side to the other, back across. No touches available to them. Just heads up rugby. And I think it's number 38. Alice Bennett gets over for the Midlands Tigers. And you talk about Jouet touch, and there's your example. And the Saxons were sort of left chasing shadows. An amazing score from the Tigers, and Saxons now really need the reply. Checking back off into the midfield, 32 platform coming. Here's the shot, early release is on. Doesn't give it, Mar wants the line. Doesn't happen. 5th touch. Mar takes the touch and surrenders possession. And this is exactly what we saw the Midlands Tigers do in the first game today. And they start really strong, and then they build, and in the second half they end up running away with games, and the Saxons are in danger of being on the other end of that. Eve feeds the ball out, 2-on-1 on the wing. They look for it. Good covering touch. And that's Gemma Upton. Snape. Driving. That's 5th touch. That's 6th touch and turnover. So a better defensive set from the Saxons, but they need to be able to go the other end and get a score. 13 minutes remaining. Good hands from the Saxons to the outside edge, but Eve is there to make the touch. And that ball just goes to ground, and then maybe a little bit of fatigue creeping in. From the Saxons' perspective, and the Midlands Tigers will take their time. Transition coming. It's 1st touch. 2nd. 3rd. A few extra touches taken at the box side. This is 4th, so 5th coming now. One opportunity. Ball goes wide. They look to use the space. They check back off on the inside. Good dump. Scooper coming. Goes short side once again. But touch is made. And it's number 14, Rosie Kells for the Saxons. Making a really good touch. And thoroughly impressive for the Saxons as Kells. Drives up the box side. Good speed injected, but a really good read from the Tigers. They use the ball, change the point of focus. Mar on the field again, looks to scoop. Not quite yet, and they get the hard touch call. So Mar and Burton will have an opportunity to use 6 at the line. You take 1 or 2 touches, you get to the 7. There's the 1 touch, good meters, and Burton. With Mar in the half, Mar. Burton, diving at the line, touch is made. Burton takes the ball back. Mar at half. Burton. Mar. Burton. Open side quickie. Oh, lovely dive and score. And that is good. And it's number 8 for the Saxons. Beth Newton combining with Mar and Burton. And the sweeper play comes round. And a good, long and strong dive from Newton. And the Saxons needed that one to keep the minute with 10 minutes to go. 2 tries the deficit. Saxons need some more of that. Have a look at getting Mar and Burton and Newton on the field when they're in an attacking sense. But they've got to do the first job first, which is defending this Tigers attack. Sweeper play. Step back, good option, overlap, touch is made. Rosie Kells with the touch. pick up from the Tigers. Inside ball is on, intercept is made, so this is touch 0. Now this is 1 coming, and Saxons, good defensive set. Seems to be riding a bit of momentum at the moment. Can they secure the fresh legs on the field? Kells at half, feeds off. Kells again, really standing up to be accounted for in this final. Good depth, it's Burton with Marr at half, Marr scooping, looking for the winger, ball goes. I think it's going to be given touch and pass, and it is indeed, but a much better transition from the Saxons, but they've got to reset and quickly. Tigers not wasting any time. Good touch. Better transition from the Tigers. Driving hard. Good wrap around. That's Snape to Eve again. Eve goes long. Back into the middle. Eve. To Snape. Snape looks to scoop. That's 5th. Bit static. We'll have to create something, but we've seen them do it before. Great hands from the winger, but crowded out. And a little bit static on 5th touch from the Tigers in that instance. But they kill the ball in the far side, so Saxons will have to go coast to coast and sideline to sideline. But there's some good pace shown up the middle. Great initial drive. But unfortunately, the referee spotted an infringement, and the Tigers will have a good opportunity. They tap and go, and they can play on, and it's Snape who's played on. She goes all the way through, and there's the score. And that's why you don't sub in defence, because you have someone like Snape to go over. Lucy Snape recognises the separation, gets the offside call to play on. And that's the experience you get. And just when Saxons looked like they were riding their momentum and getting back into this final, Tigers pull away again. 8 minutes to go in this 27s final. Saxons, 32 short. Look for the wrapper. Step back on the inside. Pop ball. That looks good to me, and it is indeed. And it's Rosie Kells again. Said she was standing up to be accounted for. She is indeed. Big left foot whack. See you later. Draws the pass. Ball goes down. And it's number 4, Zoe Fielden-Stewart for the Saxons. And this game is really starting to kick into life, coming into the last 7 minutes or so.
Saxon scorer. 4. Thank you.
Tigers now with a tap off. Saxons will look to put pressure, and they do exactly that, and they get the penalty early doors off the mark, and Saxons have a really good field position to launch. And I tell you what, if they can get another score quickly, they'll be in this. And they're running this really tight. Tigers are not having it all their way. There's Burton with Newton. Newton at half. Burton with Marr at half. This is 5th. 32 short. Early release. 3 on 2. Can they execute? Great defensive shot from the Midlands Tiger winger. She has been doing that all game, and it's crucial. Wing being one of the hardest positions on the pitch to defend at. If you make the wrong decision, it almost always results in a score, but the right decision made in that occasion. Little bit of a loss of control, and Saxons once again will have good field position if they can turn over quickly, as they have, but there's no half there. Calls from the sideline just to take one in. Saxons. Good decision not to give the pass, would have been forward. There's Kells working. Kells. Link hole. Oh, she goes round. Was the touch made? Touch is being claimed. It's a brilliant link hole, matched only by an excellent defensive read. They'll have to look to go quickly. 2 on 2. Oh, good footwork, creating some separation. Unfortunately, Field and Stewart can't quite get round, and coming into the last 5 minutes, Southwest Saxons need a score, and they need it soon. Need to force the turnover. Snape powering through the touch. Rosie Kells, dominant shot in the midfield. Ball goes expansive. They need a fast turnover now. Saxons riding the momentum. 2 scores down. Kells. Touch taken and back to Kells. Really impressive in this final has been Kells in the 14 shirt for the Saxons. And here comes the fresh legs. Touch is taken. They reset the onside line. They go forward. Burton. Newton. Burton. Looks to go wide. Does go wide. 2 players running into the same hole. Pass goes slightly forward. Tigers will get the penalty, and every possession takes another minute away. We're at 36 now. 4 minutes to go. Tigers struggling to get out of their half. Better transition. Just need to secure possession. Use all the sets of 6. Scooping coming from the Tigers. Looks to go through the gap, but a good diving touch. It's number 7 from the Saxons, Elizabeth Gratian, diving to make the defensive touch. Oh, good hands around the outside from the Saxons. They'll have an opportunity. I'm joined for the last 3 minutes and 20. And Chris Simon off doing his CO duties. And you've missed some amazing scores. The Saxons are pushing the Tigers all the way. And Tigers look to be succumbing to a bit of pressure at the moment. Saxons look long, 3 on 2. Touch is made.
Good read there for Mima. I think that's a yeah, so two in it, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 in it. So I mean, Midlands will be looking to close this out with not long to go. But if Saxons can put them under pressure and turn over in this, in this end of the half, I think that will give them a bit of an uplift.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the Saxons have been doing. They've been targeting the transition, forcing mistakes. Uncharacteristic mistakes from this Midland side, it has to be said, especially these 2 in the middle, Snape and Eve. Snape looks to drive. Ball goes to ground, and Saxons have been doing exactly that, forcing turnovers, but unfortunately they've not quite been able to make that pressure count when they get to the line. A really stubborn defence from the Midlands 27s. And that's the fatigue creeping in, coming towards the end of this final. And Midlands will look to just use all the sets of 6 and not allow any easy turnovers.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear what the messages coming from the box are here from Midlands as to whether is it just they want to just run this out, make sure they don't actually lose control and lose the ball in the next minute.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, when you're into this area of the game, you're 2 tries up in a final, you just want to use all your sets of 6. Use your possessions, good sweeper play. This is 5th, Snape on the ball. Snape goes wide, 2 on 1 on the wing if they can use it. Overrun slightly. 90 seconds to go. Saxons will have to go quick.
They've got to go off this one, really. Well, anyone scored like that first half where they drove hard to the box in 3 and then brought it all the way back the other side.
Yeah, completely agree. Unfortunately, we've not seen enough of that really from the Saxons in the second half. A couple coast-to-coast scores, but a little bit too few and far between.
Looking a little bit weary there, and that's half court and turnover, and I think that's going to be it, isn't it?
Yeah, that should secure it. Just over a minute to go. Tigers will just secure this set of 6, not lose the ball. Nice little passing between Eve and Snape. They've both been thoroughly impressive in the middle.
Yeah, these 2, I think they're just going to see this game out. Maybe Snape will have a little go there. Rosie Kells just blocks her out.
Yeah, Rosie Kells another one that can hold her head high. Been really impressive, especially in defence. And Snape on the ball, looking for the quickie set. Good pressure. But
yeah, Snape's won that penalty there, hasn't she? She's just taking the pressure out of the game and just waiting for Saxons to come up and make the touch.
Yeah, it's good game management from the experienced Lucy Snape. Roll ball coming. Little bit of game management, just slowing the game down. 15 seconds. Ball goes long, 2 on 1 on the wing. Hannah Suzuki just securing the possession. And with a hooter coming any moment now, this will secure the victory for Midlands Tigers in the women's 27s. There's the hooter. Can they finish on a positive? They look to. Touch is made. But that's all she wrote. And Midlands Tigers the victors in our first final of finals day.
Yeah, fantastic. I was keeping one eye on it whilst I was doing other duties, but it was a very good finish, and I think Tigers probably deserved it. But well done to Saxons. I mean, they've done a really good job, and that was a really hard-fought final.
Yeah, they stayed in the fight all the way, and super impressive from the Saxons. But it is the Midlands Tigers that come away with the victory. And we are going to take a very quick breath. I mean, I need to take a break and get some water on. It's been breathless all day, and we'll be right back with 3 top-tier finals.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going anywhere.
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get down the line.
Those last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
it all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Emma.
Tight. Eyes up, pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey! One for the ref! Hip hip! Hey! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray! So close.
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweeper, 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 watch the ball, watch the ball.
We'll be having rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
1, 2, 3.
Yes!
So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You run quickies, you stay tight, push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, okay?
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the point.
Those last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, right? No, we're in it.
The all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. Ready? Let's go.
Alright, hands in. Come on, Ems.
Tight, tight, tight! Eyes up, tight! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
I want for the ref!
Hooray!
So close.
Go
Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweeper, watch the ball, watch the ball.
We'll be having
Rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get toes on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You run quickies, you stay tight, push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
10-9 McDonough and Sam Grant for the Northwest Stretch. And South East Sharks men's open in number order. I've got yours, guys. So number 1, Horatio Price. 2, Will Serracole. 3, Teddy Brooks. 4, Don Brook. 6, Jamie Ironside. 7, Harry Richards. 8, Charlie Steve. 10, Marcus Jones. 11, Paul Carter. 12, Alex Weston. 13, James Weston. 14, Susan Tanner. 15, Max Howard. 18, Teddy Hayward. 19, Johnny Thompson. 22, Harrison Farmer. And team ref, we have Gareth Hines, Nicholas Van der Rit and Geordie Bitlock. Run hard, all and good luck both teams and to team ref, thank you.
700 players, 45 teams, 60 referees and 3 days of touch rugby have all led up to this moment. 3 finals to decide the national champions in men's, women's and mixed touch rugby. And what a way to start. It's the Northwest Touch, the only undefeated side in the men's competition, against last year's finalist and perhaps the most star-studded team in nationals history. The province with a team in each of the 3 finals, the Southwest Sharks. We could see a bright blue wave wash over us here at Highfields in Nottingham, but the Northwest Touch are the first side hoping to spoil the Sharks' party. Joe Wright, the former Northwestern, is alongside me with our first final of the day. And surely it's too close to call, Joe.
Yeah, you'd be a braver man than me to make a prediction for this final. I think recently, over the past 3 days, you've seen the Northwest really kick on as a team. I was talking to Jordan Mellon in between one of the games, saying that they might have one of the best players in Europe, let alone England, in Will Upton. But they're coming up against one of the most comprehensive sides the UK has ever had to offer in this South East Sharks men's open side. And I mean, you couldn't ask for a better final to kick us off in the afternoon.
The Northwest with a chance to win their first national title in the men's open since 2017 against last year's finalists who were beaten by the Taipans last season. There was no repeat in the semi-final this year as the Sharks beat the Taipans by 10-4. The Northwest on the live stream, of course, took down the Saxons 10-9. That's the same scoreline by which they have already beaten the Sharks in this competition. That was the only loss that the Sharks have tasted so far in this season's Nationals. And it's the Northwesterners to tap off here and rise straight into contact. Joe, we're expecting a fast start from both teams.
Yeah, it's going to be rapid, it's going to be fierce, it's going to be physical. Anything you want out of men's opens touch, you're going to get here. And Simons and Lupton, let's get us going straight away. Simons, passive to Mike Rice, and what a score to open. And there's a massive contact in the corner, but the score will be given. Andre Garner gets the ball down, and Northwest open the scoring.
Well, across came Horatio Price, and he certainly led one into Garner, whose cap went flying, and Garner looked upwards to the referees as if to say, You let him go over that one?
Yeah, but the score is given. Andre Garner's a tough old boy. He'll get up and go again. Score has been given, and for the Northwest perspective, and I had a sneaking suspicion that they were hiding some tricks up their sleeve, and we've not seen that passive link all tournament. And there it is, opening the score 1-0.
Horatio Price off the field for now, and it's a first set of touches for the Sharks, who are behind early in this men's open final.
Oh, Tripp now in open space, not something you want to see from a Northwest perspective. Bobby Taylor going up, making the touch. Tripp feeds off. Tripp again, looks long, link is in.
Well, we might have a second score. The England captain, Dom Tripp, quickly to the left-hand side, but it's James Weston who goes over for the first score, and this is some really slick hands to set him away.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and just as Northwest go over with the first passive link, you then get the hard hole hitting link from the South East Sharks, and again a bit of disguise from the Northwest. Different setups available. Melling trucking up the middle. Pennington.
Well, that's a loose pass, a loose placement even, and it will be back with the Sharks. And well, there's some frustration from the Northwest, Joe, because every set of 6 is going to be viewed as a scoring opportunity with the talent on show.
Yeah, and every set of 6 is going to be viewed as an opportunity for the South East Sharks as well, and they look to go around the outside. The pace, Thompson.
Well, that's lifted there to Price, who looks to get on the outside, and he does, stepping off the left. Brooks. Price again, goes all the way, but he's just touched short. They'll have a couple of stabs at the line, the South East Sharks.
Yeah, and it's Price and Brooks now in the middle. Brooks out to the man, Dom Tripp.
Well, Brooks again steps to the left, draws a touch out of Pennington, but Price goes low, and well, the touch is called, and they have denied the South East Sharks the first defensive set. Well, in fact, it's been given as a score, Joe.
Yeah. That's Horatio Price doing what Horatio Price does best, getting underneath the covering middles. And it's a nice setup, 32 short. Dom Tripp on the wrap, and yet ball is down before the touch comes in. Gabe Pennington about half a second too late. Fine margins, but that's what men's opens touch is. Lupton and Simons now coming back. Lupton.
Well, the Sharks are back in front then, but Lupton and Simons working through the middle. Simon, little show and go. Well, he's all the way into the area. And then it's back to Lupton, who touches it down, but, well, it won't be given this time. And for the first time in this final, Joe, someone has been denied from their first set of 6.
Yeah, it's Charlie Steed getting up in the lane and making a really good touch. Will Serracold looks to drive down.
Serracold not happy with being held up, but Rice makes the second touch as well.
Yeah, good
show and go from Weston.
Yeah, good touch from James Simons there. Now checking off. Dom Tripp in the middle. Will Upton tracking across, and that's turnover ball.
That's a real battle to watch out for, Joe, in the middle between Lupton and Tripp.
Oh yeah, it's about as good a battle as you'll want to see. Lupton and Tripp, two really expert players. And Northwest rolling into this transition. Good touch from the Sharks.
On come the substitutes then. Meeking is in there to play half.
This is fifth coming. Grinter looking to take the ball down. Great strike dump. Meeking steps open, 3-on-2. Grinter getting away from the touch. No, he doesn't. Touch is made.
Now the Sharks survive for now, and they'll move into their transition. Howard. Well, slipping through the contact, nothing called. It's a race to the corner here, and it's going to be a second try for James Weston. Well, from downtown, the Sharks break out from the midfield as they cross halfway. And no one has as much pace in this instance as James Weston, and it's a quick start for the Sharks as they go 3 tries to 1 in front.
Yeah, Northwest just look a little bit too spaced out in defence, but Sam Thorpe, Melling picks up, he's going to look to go long.
Almost an interception.
That would have gone full length if he caught that ball. There's no one stopping Charlie Thompson in that area. The wingspan is huge and the legs and the stride length is massive. Pennington now, Melling, quickie set, Pennington, Melling back on the inside, that could be score, if not for Charlie Thompson.
Strong touch from Thompson, and they'll have to reset. It'll be
Pennington now.
There, he's away, and there's a late touch in there from Horatio Price. And he's getting about Price in his opening moments.
Pennington's bought that one. That's the experience. Gabe just throwing himself on the floor. He knows exactly what he's doing. He wants to draw the links up. Pennington, Melling. Dive for the line.
It doesn't look like he's got full control of that, but there'll be a turnover and the Sharks break away. Well, the South East Sharks, as we said, were beaten by 10-9 when these two sides met in the pool stages. North West then went on a fantastic undefeated run. They've yet to lose in this competition. But the Sharks with a good transition, working their way up the field. Brooks looking to take on Pennington, but there's a great pace. Inside ball wasn't given. Well, looking for the return, Dom Tripp just wasn't available for Alex Weston. So instead, Northwestern will look to break. It's good defence from Northwestern, Joe.
Yeah, it's better defence. They got the spacings right. Shout out to Sam Thorpe in the link. He sort of got hung out to dry by his middles, but he reacted well. Heads up play, and here's Lupton and Simons. You need to get these two on the ball more often in an attacking sense.
Lupton, lovely step off the left, almost all the way through. He will go all the way at the half, searching for the ball.
Oh, there he is.
Of course, he picks out his middle partner in Simon.
And it's so good from Will Upton, just hitch kick to go past Charlie Steed. Unfortunate from Steed, the diving touch doesn't come in, and Lupton instinctively looks for Simons, and that's what the Northwest needed. And South East now with an opportunity to go down, extend their lead back out to 2.
Tap from Max Howard. Inside pass to the dangerous Marcus Chung.
Boy, and he's developed so well over the past year or so. Marcus Chung's become a really threatening ball player.
Missed pass, but only as far as Thompson. Chung at the half, back on the inside. Chung almost away from Rice. Good pick up. Chung goes long on the turn. Howard is caught.
Good defence from the Northwest, holding space. South East Sharks looking for that hole hit again. Chung.
Rice steps off the right. Dummies the switch. Did Rice get there? Well, the call goes up, and actually it's
Grinter.
Ben Grinter makes a big touch. Impressive work, and Grinter at the half hands it off. And Northwest driving up to halfway on this transition.
Yeah, it's Ingram trucking up the middle, always makes big yards. Bit of a hard touch, hips looked a little bit wobbly. Referee says play on, 5th touch.
What a pick-up that is by Pennington, show and go. He'll beat Chung, and there's a pass to the left-hand side. Ingram goes down.
Oh, but the touch is going to be made, and that's touch and pass. Penalty will be given. The referee's just having a little bit of a communication. Yeah, touch and pass, and Northwest coming close once again.
Well, England looked free there. A great last-ish touch, and Howard up the centre. And here comes the transition from the Sharks. Chung leaving the field. Into contact, Seracold.
Yeah,
good footwork and a good drive. Seracold with the pickup. Dummies the switch. Second time, looks for Edward Hayward.
Yeah, Northwest starting to mark up that option really well. It seems like they weren't, maybe weren't expecting as fast a start from the Southeast. This looks a much changed Southeast side from what we saw on day one. And Northwest has a little bit of a hard touch, and Josh Ingram letting him know that that's not okay. And now Northwest rolling into the final 2 touches. 5th coming, Simons hitting at pace, back to Bate. Simons. Lupton at half, Lupton scoops, looks to go long, flat pass, Mike Rice.
That is, Rice is in behind. He dives to evade Will Seracold. And in the blink of an eye, Northwestern are level again with the Sharks.
And it's that pairing again, Lupton and Simons finds Rice at the link, and Mike Rice just avoids the covering touch. And if you're after an exhibition of touch rugby, then see no further.
Well, that's the 70th try in the Nationals for this Northwestern men's side. Top scorers in this competition. Conceded 37 on their way through.
Here we go. Oh, lovely feet. Oh, great decision there from Ben Meakin, and that's the experience. But the feet on display by Harry Richards.
Richards with the tap, and he'll have it back as well. Richards with his first possession of the game, really. Thompson hands it off, but they'll have to reset the Sharks.
A little bit flat.
Over comes Richards. He wants it back, but instead hands it off to Brooks. Looking for the long ball, and it's slapped down by Grinter.
Yeah, Ben Grinter, he loves the defensive nature, and that's something that Grinter's really focused on, is getting a bit gritty in defence, finding the passionate in defence, enjoying the defence. And Grinter's up at the line again, trying to make touches. Bobby Taylor does. Richards goes on the outside, can't get there.
Best defensive record in the competition, the Sharks. But at the moment they've conceded 3 in this final. It's got them up level, and there's some intervention there from Bobby Taylor.
Yeah, it's a good decision from Bobby Taylor, just getting in the lane. Looked like Dom Tripp had done exactly what he wanted to do and engaged both middles. So Bobby Taylor on Dom Tripp, both middles up again.
Tripp goes for the long dive.
Ben Meakin getting out of the line at link and shutting Dom Tripp down.
Tripp feeds it back to Chung. Tripp has Price and Chung with him, and here is Chung. Tripp on the return, goes himself.
Yep.
Well, up goes the hand from Meakin, but the score has been given, and it makes it look pretty easy here, Joe.
Yeah, it's a really nice county he's placed. That's back on the inside, and yet Ben Meakin just slightly on the line to the referee. He's always going to err towards the attack. And it's 4 tries to 3 to the Sharks in Northwest with Mellin, Pennington, Ingram and Sam Thorpe. This old school pod will look to go down the other end and equalise early.
Pennington takes it up the jumper, hands it off to Melling. Now Melling at the half. That's a good miss pass. Round the corner. Almost gets away from Farmer.
Yeah, good option. Good option. And now they'll have one more. 5th. Melling looks to go long down to the line. That could be good. It is Jordan Melling getting over. Lovely right foot stepping underneath. And a little show to the camera. He's loving life out there, as he should be.
Some finish on that final touch as well.
Oh, lovely score, Jordan Mellin, eat your heart out.
It will be the Sharks to tap off on halfway. Max Howard, as things are once again level here at 4 apiece. Chung into touch. Tripp quite calmly allows the touch to be taken. Howard, Chung up to the 7-metre line. Tripp switch on the inside. There's one more pass to come, but it ricochets off a Northwestern.
Yeah, Matt Crossley saved a certain try. And what a lovely doggies variation. Sweep on the link, and then the switch comes round. Rechanges the focus of attack, and Matt Crossley saves the score.
Well,
Chung to Tripp.
Tripp touched and back to the 7. Chung, Tripp again. Options left and right. Goes to Chung on his right-hand side. Howard. Tripp taking a bit of pace out of the game. Howard, Tripp again. Well, suddenly it might open up. Howard takes them on, but he's caught.
Yeah, great touch by James Simons. Dom Tripp trying to get the offside penalty in. It's not quite happening. That ball looked a little bit forward, but Dom Tripp on it again.
Tripp goes long, and it's just beyond Hayward on that left wing.
Northwest look really solid in defence. They look up for this game. Don't remember last seeing a Northwest side this fired up for a men's open match. They know that this is the opportunity to break the duck in the men's opens category. Big touch in on the wing, Lupton carries, and here comes the pressure from Southeast.
Well, lovely footwork from Meakin, getting on that outside. But back to reform another attack. Great pickup from Meakin, looking to take on Tripp, but caught. And it's a decent transition from the Northwestern touch, but brought back, and now the Sharks can break from deep inside their own half. Hayward lifts it to Howard, skips away from a couple, but then on come the changes. Weston of the Alex variety, and then Brooks, a winding run, and suddenly they're edging towards the line. What a ball that is, and Alex Weston goes over.
Yeah, lovely link hole again. I think it's Will Sericold, picks up, goes left, flashes the ball flat across the face of the Northwest defence. It is Sericold, flat across, and the gap just a little bit too big for the Northwest liking. And Southeast Sharks pull ahead in this final.
Northwestern and the Sharks trading blows here. And as is par for the course in a game of this quality, it's still one try in it.
Melling now, picking up, looking for Pennington, doesn't. Ingram, Melling, Pennington, Melling.
Well,
ball
that's a
goes to
wayward
ground.
one.
and that's just a little bit of overplaying and needed to secure that ball. Now they'll put the defensive shot on, see if they can force an early turnover.
Only beaten once in this competition, the Sharks, and it was by the Northwestern touch by just the one try. That's as big as the gap has been in this final so far. Couple of Sharks.
That'll be ball down. That will be ball down. Yep, that'll be ball down. Yep, ball down. Really good touch from Sam Thorpe. Will Serracold really upright in the contact, allowing for Sam Thorpe to go and make that dominant shot, and Northwest do get the early turnover.
Well, they're on the attack this time, driving down that left-hand side. Couple of changes come on quite late into the attack. Interesting to see the fresh legs on in the deep territory of the Sharks.
It's these boys. Upton, Simons, Upton steps back, goes
Lupton
long.
goes long. It's always under the pressure of Harry Richards, who had it covered for the Sharks. And they still lead by a single try in this men's open final. We're 16.5 minutes gone here as we approach half-time. Joe, it's been just as tight an affair as we expected.
Oh, here we go. Here we go, the pace. Looks to check back on the inside. Dom Tripp gets touched. Ben Grinter saving one.
Richards was caught by Bates, so put it inside to Dom Tripp, the England captain. But the Sharks have made a good break for themselves. Tripp, Chung, changes on for the men in blue. Thompson gets outside him. Thompson might have gone all the way.
Touch.
Rice just about grabs him at the last.
And that's fifth coming.
Well, it's Farmer. Back to Thompson, Chung, Brooks. Bit aimless at the moment. They've only got 1 or 2 touches to go here. Chung. Thompson again. Touch made. So Chung will attack the line. He goes wide, but there's good cover from the wide man Matt Crossley, so touch made.
Yeah, that's might get away with that one. He does.
Rice puts it down.
It's a big touch in at the far side from the Sharks, disrupting the Northwest transition. And Thompson
putting the hammer down. Thompson for slowing things up. Has Farmer there, and Horatio Price goes straight into a Northwestern man.
Great touch, Will Upton. That's what you need when you're under pressure in the red zone. Big touch forces the loss of control, and the Northwest will have 2 minutes to see if they can get an equaliser on the board and go into half-time all square. Meakin and Andre Garner working down the short side. Meakin into Ingram now, little juggle. Ingram back over to Meakin.
Well, on come the substitutes for Northwestern again. As the touch work their way up the field, they've got a bit of space in behind. Good grab from Ingram, who looks to find Garner, score of the opening try in this final. But now it's the Sharks, who have 1.5 minutes on the clock to go into the break. 2 tries up, the largest advantage that any side will have enjoyed in this game. For the moment, it's 5-4 in favour of the Greater London side. Good ball inside, big touch on Brooks, and that's a penalty, Joe.
Yeah, fair penalty in at the side, touch on the ribs, throws Teddy Brooks off balance. We saw Sam make one earlier and got away with it because it was a fair square to the hips. That one's in at the side, easy decision for the ref.
Well then, carried on, touch made, 7 short. Well, looks like we could have another penalty here, Joe. And all of a sudden, it's 6 touches for the Sharks with 1 minute to go in this first half. Touch taken, Howard carries it on, going to the line, Weston. Denied for now. How important would this defensive set be for the Northwestern touch as they can hold the Sharks out from here?
Oh, it's crucial, absolutely crucial. Northwest have only got 50 seconds to defend, but you've got to defend this man. Dom Tripp receives the ball, great fire from Josh Ingram.
Out comes Ingram, and Tripp, however, knows he's still got a touch to play with, and well, the referees have managed to spot another penalty.
Yeah.
Only one more until the Northwesterners lose a player in this area. Tripp, Howard returns to Tripp, who goes alone. And the referees are happy with Dom Tripp's attempt as he touches down over the line. And right on the brink of half-time, the Sharks go 2 tries in front for the first time in this final, Joe.
Yeah, Dom Tripp doing what Dom Tripp does, gets on the outside of his middle and goes long, and that'll bring us to half-time. It will end South East Sharks 6, Northwest Touch 4, and for the Northwest, you just want to have a look at maybe defending a little bit tighter, being a little bit more aggressive in your transition. There's been a couple of occasions where the ball has been coughed up a little bit unnecessarily on the line, but you are playing one of the most accomplished sides that England have ever put out there.
Well, the Northwestern Touch will be used to games of fine margins. They beat the Sharks 10-9 yesterday as well. They drew with the Tigers 8 tries apiece. They beat the Saxons 13-9 and then saw off the Saxons again in that semi-final by that 10-9 scoreline they're so familiar with. They'll know they're not out of the game yet, but the South East Sharks have got one hand on the trophy at half-time as they lead by 6-4 with 20 minutes still to play in our first of 3 major finals here at the ETA Nationals. In the Men's Open competition, it's 6-4 to the South East Sharks.
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2 minutes. So just before we get under to the second half, just a couple of quick announcements. So if you have lost any property over the days, come to control and you can have a look just to see if any of the items remain yours. If you have lost any property, come to control. Players and officials, your 1 minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute. And our last big shout out to Izzy Jones, who is 15 today, of the Northwest Knicks. Happy birthday, Izzy. Players and officials, 30 seconds, please take to the pitch, ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
Well, we're soon to get back underway in this Men's Open final. And so far, it's been everything we wanted it to be. Joe, right alongside me.
Oh, it's been just superb action from both men's sides here. Northwest two tries down. Southeast good value for it.
Well, it isn't just the scoreline that's in favour of the South East Sharks. We were discussing at half-time that momentum seems to be with them as well. They just seem to be a little bit quicker off the mark at the moment.
Yeah, and I know Northwest aren't going to go down without a fight here. They just need to get this defensive set sorted. Jake Morris with a brilliant touch, but no called offside. Ball is down, and that is not a good start from a Northwest perspective, but perfect start for the Southeast. And it's that man, Marcus Chung, getting underneath the covering link, and ball is down. And what a start.
Morris called offside, Chung the scorer, and the tough task for the Northwest touch has just gotten a little bit tougher. But it's Lupton and Simon working their way through the centre. Lupton, you said, Joe, that he needs to get himself involved in the final third a bit more in this half if the Northwest are going to come back into it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. We're not seeing as much of Lupton and Simons in this position as I'd like to see. Lupton, quickie set, that's a big touch from Horatio Price, guilty of a couple of those. Refs will be hot on it.
Price has been pretty physical so far. Lupton from the tap, he thinks he's evaded that touch, but Simon will pick up and play. Lupton, Rice feeds Lupton again. Lupton goes on his own on that right hand side instead of using Simon to his left. Called back for another touch. A good defensive set so far from the Sharks. Simon has Lupton on a good line, round the corner they go. But another fantastic touch made, this time by Price.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you see them go wide here. Yep, James Simons 2-on-1. Step back inside to Matt Bate. Matt Bate ends up taking the touch and a fast turnover from the Sharks. They want to go quick.
No, Sierra Cold that time got a hold of his opposite man. And the Sharks escape for now as they transition down the right, but that's his drop. And an unfortunate one in the final, and Garner back with it for Northwest. They need to string some phases together soon.
There's another two high touches. Ref is fine with it.
Well, it's Garner, Rice, and they change the direction of the attack. Rinter touched and Pennington back to his feet. It's looking a little bit slow at the moment for Northwest, but look how they turn it on. Trying to drive towards the line, but the decision goes against them, Joe.
Yeah, ball just going to ground, and I agree with what you've just said. Is where Northwest are looking a little bit lethargic in their setup. There's not as much bite in the dumps as we saw earlier. But they're not out of this yet. They just need to find a bit of momentum, see if they can force some early turnovers from the Sharks. But you can't afford all these meters to be made up the Sharks' box side.
Good run from Weston, and then Howard into the attack. Weston back with it. He'll get into the goal zone, searching for a pass. He picks out Howard, but touch made. And it's a good transition though, Joe, because they've got the Northwesterners exactly where they want them, deep inside their own half.
Yeah, it's much better from the southeast in terms of where they're killing the ball, and now they'll put loads of pressure on the Northwest transition. Mellon trucking it up the middle. Sam Thorpe, good dump. Matt Crossley goes wide to Ben Meakin. Ben Meakin goes wide to Andre Garner, but the ball goes down. And it's that aspect of the game which we've not seen Northwest have to rely on all tournament, is they're a little bit isolated in the midfield when it comes to the transition. And Southeast Sharks are really dominating that area of the game.
Another try for the Sharks, and it will be a really difficult task to overcome the current scoreline. They extend that advantage to 4. Tripp. Price, Tripp with a quick pickup. Price with a step, he just lifts it into the path of Dom Tripp. That would have been some finish, Joe.
Yeah, very audacious attempt from Horatio Price, diving and flicking the ball out. Dom Tripp would have grounded that if he could have reeled it in. But that's a much better drive from Northwest, and Ben Meakin trying to get the ball down, but it's been penalised. So once again, Ben Meakin has been sent for time. So Northwest will have a couple minutes of defending 5-on-6, and the odds are now really stacking against this Northwest side.
Well, Horatio Price has been involved with a number of penalty decisions, but that was just a miscommunication, Joe.
Yeah, that's a collector's item from Dom Tripp. You don't often see him put the ball down unnecessarily.
Couldn't find Charlie Steed freshly on the field. But this a 5-man attack for the moment for Northwestern.
Yeah.
Working their way up the field. Lupton, Simon. Lupton again, he is caught by Seracold. Simon looking to take on Brooks. Lupton wants to go wide, but there's no one out there. Sericold with the intercept and has it back at first receiver. Touch made by Lupton. Trip touched again. Lupton with the 2 tackles in quick succession, and away goes Hayward. He has it back at the half, and this is looking threatening if they can move it through the hands. Chung, Thompson, well, excellent footwork from Richards. Chung, there'll be spaces somewhere on the field against this weakened Northwestern defence. What a take!
Oh, he can't get it down, and Northwest want to go quick. They've got to go quick. They had an opportunity to take advantage of the man down, but they don't. Will Upton now to Simons. Looks to go to Crossley, doesn't, just wants to secure the ball.
Well, the Northwesterners escape for the moment. They're still just the 3 scores behind, and they've certainly got time, Joe, to get back into this final.
Oh, definitely, and at the moment they're managing to shut out the Sharks with just 5 on the pitch, and it's Mellon to Pennington. Pennington away to Ingram. Ingram might get penalised for kicking the ball away, will not. Now Ben Meakin is allowed to come back out for time, so fresh legs on, 6 on 6. No scores conceded from Northwest in the period where they only had 5. They'll be taking confidence from that, but they need some more momentum, because at the moment they're just rolling and allowing the Sharks to drive at them at will. Ingram making a good touch.
Great pick up from Price. Ironside on the inside, and the touch is made. It's another heavy one on Price, but he's back to his feet. And then a quick change of direction, looking to get on the outside of his opposite man, but it's an excellent touch by Melling, and still Northwest transitioning from their own goal area.
Yeah, it's much better transition initially from the Northwest, playing around the shooter well. There's Grinter and Pennington, and there's Meakin back from his sent for time. Jake Morris hitting at pace. There's Bobby Taylor, back to Jake Morris, that's 6 more, good result. Jake Morris into Grinter, saving touches.
Good refereeing as well to keep the play alive, but that's a really tough call, and 10 more for throwing the ball away, Joe. That's a really tough penalty to concede.
Yeah, and it's just compounding errors, a loss of control at the half, and then throwing the ball away gives you 10 more. And Northwest, just when they look like they found some momentum again, just doing themselves a bit of a disservice.
Well, away comes Weston, and here's Brooks. Has Weston at the half, instead it's picked up by Steed. James Weston at the half, stepping left and right. What a ball that is, if it could just pop up kindly for a Shark. Instead, it's hit the deck, and Northwestern escape. But at the moment, there's still plenty more left in this final.
Yeah, Northwest now driving with Mike Rice. Here's Simons and Lupton getting on the field. Simons here, back into Mike Rice. Mike Rice, good dump. Lupton to Simons. Back to Lupton. Simons. Lupton, good manipulation.
Well, just toying with young Charlie Steed, and then Lupton bursting through a few tackles. Rice, some good footwork to get away from Thompson.
Balls away again, but not on the same page, unfortunately.
Well, that one just didn't go to plan, Joe, but it's better attack from Northwestern this time.
Yeah, much better attack, but they need more of that. 11 minutes to go, still no scores. There's no touch called, and they do get it, and James Simons with a net gain for the Northwest, and they need more of that, and if they want to stay in this final, the score has to come now.
10 minutes to go, and as you said, Joe, they really do need something from this attack. It's a great position into contact.
Pennington now on the ball.
Looks a little bit slow at the moment.
Yeah, just having a look at dropping early. Melling looks to go wide. Yeah, he's through the gap. Looks for the pass, can't get it. Thought the penalty was coming. It's not, and had another couple opportunities with the touch count.
That one certainly is a missed opportunity as Dom Tripp works his way down the right-hand tram line. Carried in by Steed as well. And the Westerns linking up. Away comes Howard. Good pick up from Chung. Howard again. Chung, a score already in this final, is at the half.
Yep.
But penalised, and well, the scoring is certainly slowed down, but it won't bother the Sharks as they're well in the lead, Joe.
No, yeah, exactly that. It won't bother the Sharks, but from this second half, you're probably taking a little bit more confidence from the Northwest, because at the moment you've managed to stop the flow of scores going in. You defended 2 sets of 6 as a set of 5, so you should be riding a little bit of that momentum. The only bit of criticism I'll give the Northwest at the moment is when they get into the red zone, there's not enough momentum rolling into their attack. That's much better from Meakin and Morris.
Well, they're on the drive this time through Lupton. Good ball to Simon. Lovely hands. They're over into the corner. It's Garner with another in this final. And finally, the Sharks' defence, the best in the competition, has been breached for a 4th time, and the comeback perhaps is on if they can string together phases like that, Joe.
Yeah, for sure. It's the first time really in this second half we've seen the Northwest attack with speed at the line, and they bring the deficit back down to 2. And with 10 minutes to go in this second half, it is well and truly game on, because Northwest have been able to defend against this Shark side extremely well.
Well, there are supporters on each side of the pitch here in Nottingham, but what a start this could be for the Sharks. It's diving over the line as Price, but a shake of the head from the referee.
No, scores given, scores good. I think the shake of the head was at the protest from Bobby Taylor. And 7 becomes 8 for the Sharks, and just as quickly as the Northwest cut the deficit to 2, the Sharks extend it back out to 3.
Well, any sign of a good touch side is their ability to respond. I think it's pretty harsh on Bobby Taylor there, so close to making the touch. But how will Northwest respond with Lupton in the centre? Simon. Lupton diving from long range.
Oh, that ball looked like it was close to being down, but this is 5th touch now, so no touches afforded. Got to create something from nothing, but if anyone's going to do it, it's these two. Simons, Lupton, Rice looks for the wraparound. Dabbling on the line of 6 more, but not given.
They were searching for 6 more, but it won't come Rice's way. Instead, it's back with the Sharks. A good pickup from Richards, and this is a strong transition, darting through the tackles.
Smart play. I think it's Mike Rice there has bought a penalty for off the mark against, I believe it was Will Serracolds. Just let him go past, a little tap on the bum as you think you're clean through. Ball goes down a foot over the mark, and that's all you need. And now the Northwest are desperate to go down the other end and get a score. Sam Thorpe.
They trail by 8-5, but Thorpe operating in the midfield.
Yeah, with Mellon and Grinter. Grinter on the ball now. Well, sorry, Meakin.
Well, Meakin with a good pickup. Grinter has a man over. But he'll go alone, and the protests begin from the Sharks. But we're waiting the referee's final decision. The score has been given.
Sharks appealing, and Ben Grinter just stood there going, nope, there was no touch made. And Ben Grinter makes that touch, initiates it, gets down over. Sharks are protesting, ref disagrees.
Teddy Brooks doesn't feel he's made any form of touch there, but a crucial try, 6-8. The score the last time these two met, 10-9 in favour of Northwest, and that's still on the cards with a good 6.5 minutes to come here. Well, that's a great pickup. What a response this could be, and how easy is that for Dom Tripp to saunter in unopposed. And that is the problem, Joe. As soon as the Northwestern touch string anything together, the Sharks capitalise on the free ball on halfway.
Yeah, and it's Marcus Chung just engaging players and stepping out, and I think it was unfortunately Josh Ingram who got wrong-footed. It's really hard defending someone like Dom Tripp at the link channel. It's his bread and butter, making links look a little bit average,
well,
and he's done exactly that.
How can Lupton and Simon respond? Bateman has to give the pass.
Ball had to go. It does go, but it's touched in flight, and again the passive link from Northwest, not seen enough of it.
Andre Garner, 2 tries in this final. And it's back with Lupton and Simon, and they might be in behind here. Rice caught and touched, well, comprehensively so. Matt Rice, what a take that is by Lupton.
That's a nervy moment for the Northwest. You don't want to surrender possession. Lupton rolls the ball, no one there. They've got to go there. Simons is half. Lupton takes the ball down, back to Lupton, looks for Simons, goes over the top to Matt Crossley. Matt Crossley's down in the corner, and they do make it count. And again, the deficit's cut back down to 7.
Well, it's 9-7 then. Still 2 scores in the Sharks' favour. but a good missed pass, and then Crossley did what he had to do. That's what the role of the winger is in this short form touch rugby. Tap off from Howard, who makes good yards. Chung, and the Northwest need to repel this Sharks attack. Tripp, Chung, Tripp, and good footwork, finds Tripp on the inside. It was a laissez-faire pass, but it found its target, and they reset.
Yeah, 5 minutes, just under 5 minutes to go now. Northwest need a shutout. They might get it.
Down he goes.
Great touch from Ben Grinter. Unfortunately, offside is given. And Marcus Chung, this is where he's licking his lips. He wants a fresh set.
Chung with the tap. Tripp slowing the pace down. They know they're in the lead with only a few minutes to go. Chung, it's a 3-on-2, goes alone.
Good touch.
Bobby Taylor this time, but still in danger. Tripp, Chung, Tripp again, and the return to the England captain. Lofted ball, hint of an intercept. Instead, it's good line speed from Crossley. But they've still got touches to play with here, the South East Sharks. Tripp finds Chung, who goes himself. He one-foots his man and slides in to score. And that's double figures for the Sharks.
Yeah, lovely score underneath. Look to go long as he's done so all game, and there's the conditioning. Boom, big dummy, low dive at the line, and Marcus Chung gets over, and the score deficit is back out to 3 now, and Northwest have got to go quickly.
The Sharks have won every game in which they've reached 10 tries. We'll see if Northwest can buck the trend. They're chasing their first win in the Men's Open since 2017, and they could have a chance here, but Garner's just caught with a foot in touch. Defeated in last year's final, the Sharks by their close neighbours, the Taipans, but they could be on for the first of 3 victories today across the main competitions, with the girls' Women's Open and the mixed to come. Here in the boys, the Men's Open, it's still the Sharks in possession. Brooks drives this good transition. Tripp with a footwork finds Brooks. And he'll take his time to touch down.
It's a lovely score again, manufactured by that man, Dom Tripp. The heart of everything the Sharks have done. Dom Tripp, little delayed pass. Link has to shoot. And Teddy Brooks, just the beneficiary, and takes his time putting the ball down, and now the writing's on the wall for Northwest.
Dom Tripp, one of the most decorated touch rugby players, still active, and he's looking to add another national championship title to his long list of accolades. Simon Lupton caught.
Yeah, great release there from Will Seracold at Link, getting out in the passing lane and shutting down Will Upton. Will Upton now no touches, 2-on-1, ball goes. That should be 6 more. It is indeed.
Well, a try would
gives
make
ball
things
down.
nervous here, but instead looks like it may have been turned over.
A little bit of delay of decision, but it definitely was 6 more. There we go. Will Upton now. Mike Rice at half. Rice to Lupton to Simons. 1 more, 2-on-1. Matt Bate, Andre Garner in the corner. And now we are in for a bit of a grandstand finish with just over a minute to go. It might be too little too late.
3 tries required for the Northwest touch, and this is good hands, Joe. They make it look pretty simple given the magnitude of the occasion.
Yeah, and it's that little bit of intensity at the line that we've not seen enough of from the Northwest throughout this game. And you know, when they do get it right, it looks really slick, and they are able to cut open what is the most comprehensive defence in this Nationals in 2024. But it's just not happened enough for them, and the South East Sharks have just kicked into gear for this final, and they look nigh on invincible.
Price, that's pretty comprehensive touch from Bobby Taylor, who's been frustrated by Chung and Price today. And it is Horatio Price slowing things down. They're in the lead by 3 tries, but Price might go alone.
Touch. He's given touch. Horatio Price kicked the ball away, but he has given the touch.
Well, they'll be in no rush to return this. Dom Tripp does the right thing.
Yeah, he's a good lad, is Dom Tripp. And that's touch to a T. Yeah, you don't have to go and get it, but it's the right thing to go and do. and this game is sort of winding down. This will be the last opportunity, and South East are going to love this hooter. And they do, and they will just surrender the touch. And what a final we have just seen in the Men's Open. The South East are the victors.
Well, our first of 3 major finals here at the ETA Nationals. Last year's finalists have come out on top on this occasion. Northwest's long wait for a Men's Open Championship will continue, but it's the first of 3 potential finals taken by the Sharks. Their Men's Open side were in control for the latter stage of this game, and they have seen off a valiant Northwest effort by 11 tries to 8. And we'll look ahead, Joe, to our next final. It's the Women's Open final, where the Sharks back in action against their closest rivals, the South East Taipans. That's the next game live for you here from the ETA Nationals. It's the Women's Open, where the Sharks take on the Taipans in just 10 minutes' time.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the line.
Those last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
It all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Ems.
tight! Eyes up, pressure!
Cheers to Bristol, hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref, hip hip! One for us! Woo!
I won for the ref!
Hooray!
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweeper, 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 watch the ball, watch the ball, watch the ball.
It's rather keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get nose on your toes.
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You run quickies, you stay tight, push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train.
Wearing number 2, Billy Haley Hammond. 19 Lee Graham, 20 Annalise Sterling. Good luck Sharks, and they're up against the Taipans. Number 1, Amelia Reese, 2, Elise Conway, 3, Sophia Barkham, 4, Katya Bring, 5, Eliana Pelina-Rennes, 6, Kenzie McNaught, 7, Hanaya Ryman Shepherd, 8, Danny Payton, 10, Emily Rona Roper, 11, Sarah Peaty, 12, Erin Payton, 13, Nikki Marsh, 14, Grace Lilly, 15, Katie Fielding, 16, Gally Chew. And joining them in the middle, wearing pink, is Team Rep. And that's Jack Harris, Sarah Mayer and Dan Harrison. Run hard all day, have a great final.
1 down, 2 to go for the Southeast Sharks. But they have an experienced and talented set of Taipans to face off first. The Taipans have already been beaten 5-4 by the Sharks today. But the Men's Open final has already taught us that the past form can only tell us so much. England and Taipans captain Emily Rona-Roper will be sure that her players do not make the same mistakes again. Is there a clean sweep on the cards for the Sharks of the Southeast? Well, there's only one way to find out. Joe Wright's back alongside me for what promises to be one of the closest games across the 3 days of the ETA Nationals.
Yeah, it's the repeat of the final last year between the Taipans and the Sharks, and again, this is another one that's too close to call. We saw the Sharks earlier really run away with their semi-final game. The Taipans had a really hard-fought victory against the Northwest Women's Open. And again, this one turns to be an incredible final. And I mean, what a way to finish the finals day. You had the Men's Opens final. What an amazing exhibition of touch. And now we're following it up with the Women's Open. We'll finish with the Mixed Open. Can't really get much better.
Well, speaking of the Northwestern Women's Open side, Joe, they caused this Taipan side a lot of problems. A close game in the group stage, followed by a close semi-final as well, 7-4 and 5-3 in those games. But the Taipans do still hold the best defensive record in the competition. In the pool stage, they conceded just 16, 19 in total. While the Sharks may have scored a couple of more, 57, including their semi-final and pool stage outings, where, as you say, by the end of the game, they had ran away with it in the semi-final, as their men's team have just done in the men's final as well, with, in the end, a rather comfortable victory against a very impressive Northwestern touch side.
Yeah, and it takes a good team to make Northwestern Men's Open look a little bit second best in certain areas. It's just a testament of how good the Southeast Shark side is, and that's true across all the divisions. Southeast, one of those regions that really drills good structure throughout all of the teams that they have available to them, and you'll see some congruent structure in this team. And just before this game does get underway, I think would be remiss if we didn't mention the missing player for the Taipans, Kenzie McNaught, apparently on the receiving end of a really nasty shoulder injury in the semi-final. So Taipans will be without Kenzie McNaught in this final, but I'm sure the likes of Rona-Roper will be making sure that that doesn't affect their chances all that much.
Kenzie McNaught in her 5th year as a Taipan, unfortunately unable to play. She was in the same side in the Singapore Winters Touch League in 2018 as Sophie Barkham, who now will represent the Taipans. Unfortunately not together in this final, but it's some team for the Southeast Sharks as well. We've already seen some fantastic performances, and the one to watch out for, as always, is Emily Irons at number 7, Joe.
Yeah, she's just electric, so powerful, so aggressive, and we saw her in the game earlier. She got a little bit rattled in the game, and that only helped her level up her individual performance. And when she thought the decisions were going against her, she got the bit between her teeth and just started to go forwards. And now we're just a moment away from the final.
Can you believe it? Our penultimate game in the ETA Nationals, and it will be tip-off for the Sharks in their familiar blue combination, playing from right to left against the Southeast Taipans in red, from left to right. And it's a fast start from another player to watch out for, Hoivonen, but what a run this is, and almost a player over.
Oh, a little goose step from Emily Irons trying to go through the gap.
Irons goes left to right on the switch, searching for Grace Pyrgos, but it doesn't go to hand.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that will be a combination we see all game. Irons and Pyrgos working together in the midfield. But now Taipans have the first opportunity. Get the transition running, and good hard yards up the middle.
Well, they're creeping up towards halfway, and on come the substitutes looking to sweep round that corner. Halfway found, Conway over it, the New Zealander. Oh, what a run this is. Down the left from Rona Roper, the England captain. And the Taipans captain as well. 59 caps for the Women's Open side at international level. What experience to have in a final, even if they haven't been able to cross over on their first attack.
Yeah, it's a really good, it's invaluable having someone as so experienced as Rona Roper in your middle so that you can be marshalling all the other defensive structures around them. And there she is flying up on that line, making touches. She does make touches. And the Sharks a little bit stagnant in their setup.
Janssen almost through, a scorer in that semi-final, and will tip off here instead.
2 touches. 5th. Scooping coming. Looks to try and find the gap.
That's an excellent line on the inside, just caught by Rahman Shepherd. Another England Women's Open international.
Yeah, another name that doesn't get enough airtime for me. Rahman Shepherd, one of those players that's just an 8 out of 10 every single time she steps on the pitch. And then every now and again will just pop up with a little bit of magic. And as much as this Taipan side are missing Kenzie McNaught, and that will be a miss for them, they have more than enough firepower to go toe-to-toe with what is a really accomplished Shark side.
Turnover for the Sharks. And they'll take first touch inside the Taipans half. Well, that's lovely footwork.
Yeah. Bronte Sykes making yards as she always does, so powerful.
Tysers takes the touch, and here's Irons, who has Hudson with her. Irons goes alone. Hudson, Irons on the return.
Great
straight
shot.
Out of the line, touched by Petey.
Yeah, brilliant shot, well read, and there you got Irons and Pyrgos on this near side. Be looking to come to Pyrgos, does, ball goes, and that's 6 touch and turnover. In fact, to be given touch and pass.
A cagey start for both sides as we approach our 3rd minute here. And here's the transition from the Taipans. Well, in a very similar fashion to our men's semis and finals, which both had incredibly quick starts, our Women's Open semi and finals have been a little bit more restrained as these 2 excellent defences have marshalled well, but that's an excellent run through the centre, a great transition, but once again that attack will not result in a score.
Yeah, and this is something that's very indicative of the women's game, is very tight defences. The tactics and technique of the Women's Open side are normally levels above anything else. You don't have to rely on the big long balls when your tactics are perfect. That's pretty much what we're seeing now, a little bit of a chess game between the 2, trying to unlock each other. Bronte Sykes.
Well, the touch is there, and it's the final one as well, but once again they've driven deep into Taipan's territory. 5-4 the result earlier between these 2 sides. It's been a close affair as one would expect, and the hardest game of the tournament to predict. Well, into touch there is Conway, and then stepping left and right, Marsh. 10 years as a Taipan.
Oh, good option.
Lovely ball over the top. Marsh with another pass along. Switching the play. It's back with Marsh as well. They're keeping it alive, and then tapped on by Grace Liddy, another Kiwi, was part of the New Zealand mixed side a few years ago.
Yeah, I think it's given forward pass in the end. Just the basketball play around the shooting wing. Ball drifts forward. And the Sharks will have a good opportunity to launch, and what a fast ball that is, flashed across the face. But unfortunately, incorrect roll ball, and it's the first bit of pressure that the Taipans will have at the Sharks line.
Biggest opportunity of the game so far for either sides. Sarah Petey stands over it. It's got Rahman Shepherd to her right, and Gabby Chu through her left. Here is Chu. First year as a Taipan for Chu, and it's a little bit slow on the rollback. Rahman Shepherd, Petey, Rahman Shepherd on the pickup. Here's Chu going herself. Touch made.
Yeah, nice doggies play, sweeping on the link. We'll see a lot of that from this side. They look to get onto that link and get on the outside. Taipans now. Again, another link play, dumping a little bit close to the line.
Well,
open
Petey,
side.
what a line that is. Yeah. Flying out in defence.
Yeah, it's Bronte Sykes getting up, making a good defensive read, but there's an option on the wing here.
Quick ball, and then passed inside. Great hands from Rahman Shepherd to keep it alive. Eventually the ball goes down. And once again, the Sharks escape. We're still level here. No tries on the board in this incredibly close Women's Open final.
Yeah, it's a case of both defences are just sort of out-muscling the attack at this stage. But if there's one person that's going to unlock a defence, it's here in the number 7, ghosting in around the back, sweeping play, looking back on the inside.
Inside by Emma Olivia, and then last-ditch touch to deny Hayley Hammond.
Yeah, penalty given, throwing the ball away. So Big Dan in the purple shirt, you can't miss him.
You can sense the frustration from Millie Hayley Hammond, because that was a great opportunity.
Yeah, really good opportunity for the Sharks there. But now the Taipans get some fresh legs on. Good roll into their transition. They're trying to save a couple touches.
But flying out of the line, Emma Olivia makes another touch. And then a change of direction as they go more direct, the Taipans.
5th.
They look perhaps to be the slightly stronger side in this opening, but onto their 5th touch, and well, they can't keep it alive, so another turnover. Well, the Taipans, as you said, in the pool stage, conceded just 16, the best defensive record in the competition, closely followed by just 18 conceded by the Sharks, so 2 excellent defences.
Yeah, it shows that there's absolutely nothing to separate them, and you hear the groans from the Taipan supporters to the right of us. That was off the mark. Referees are hot on it, and now the Taipans have another opportunity to go down and press the Sharks' line.
Katja Bing, her 3rd competition as a Taipan, missed last season, but is now back in the side. And a couple of changes. Well, the Taipans are a little bit isolated at the moment, playing with just 4, but on come the substitutes on that left-hand side. And then it's some more patient play by Barker, and gets it across to Gabby Chu. Good line speed. Chu forces the touch. Great pick up from PT. Long ball searching for Katja Bing. Doesn't find the way through though. And well, almost 8 minutes into this final, we're still at a complete stalemate, Joe.
Yeah, and I think a stalemate's a good way to describe it, because both teams running their structure well, running hard at the line, but both defences just able to crowd them out. And what a brilliant defensive touch that is.
Katja Bing with a diving touch. Irons does get it away, and then a pretty physical touch from Sarah Peaty.
Yeah, and at the moment you just want to see Irons more on the ball than she has been, because at the moment she's been limited in what she can do.
Looking to fire in a switch, but Barkham was up and has turned it over. Here's Barkham again, looking to go out the back. That's a lovely weighted pass from Chu, and then looking to get in behind Amelia Rees, one of Wales's mixed players at the Euros most recently. Looking back on the inside as the substitutes are on.
Good opportunity
Touch
here.
taken. Here's Rona Roper.
Options.
Rona Roper drifting into the end zone. Desperate for options. She does find Katja Bing. And finally the deadlock has been broken, and it took a bit of magic from the England captain to stroll into that dangerous area, and then eventually some great movement to pick out Bing.
Yeah, and Rona Roper is exactly what she's good at. Just good platform from Chu, picks the ball up, little kick step through the gap, accelerates, finds the spare man, the composure to find the spare player. And Taipans open the scoring, and so far they do look the more dominant side.
But the Sharks, undefeated so far in this tournament,
all options.
Will not take that result line down. That's an important touch to catch Hudson. Hudson pauses the touch and gets it on the return and diving to the line. Touch made, so it will be the Taipans who tap off from their own 7-metre line. Picked up by Fielding. Now down the left, great line speed from Hudson. Touch on Rees, changes made. What can they introduce? Good ball inside from Chu.
Great touch.
Rona Roper has within support of Chu. Rona Roper is desperate to get that pass away to Peyton, but good defence from the Sharks, and they have turned it over. Peyton makes the touch.
Yeah, Sharks looking really aggressive in defence, not willing to give someone like Rona Roper a lot of space to use the ball. There was a 3-on-2 on that option, but they press Rona Roper so she can't get the ball away.
Now the field opens up for Sykes. He's there at the half. Sykes injecting some good pace into the attack, but it's been picked off this time by Grace Liddy.
Yeah, and a really fast turnover, so that's touch 1 just gone, so this is 2 coming now.
Well, this incredibly close game still remains just a one-try affair. It's the Taipans who are in front as we cross over into the second 10 minutes of this first half and trying to create something PT, but it's beyond Enya Rahman Shepherd. And it will be Sharks' possession.
Oh, nice option around the back, yeah, and again to the wing. They were saving touches up the box side of the Sharks, trying to expose some fragilities in the Taipans' defence.
Izzy Davies making great meters.
Here we go, Emily Irons at half, looks to kick on.
Irons with some great pace, that's a lovely ball. Hudson almost away, caught by PT, and that's an end to the attack. As the referees rotate. PT. Rahman Shepherd at the half, great line speed from Graham.
Hard touch though. Hard touch, coming in high, not allowing the player any opportunity to get that ball down in a fluid manner, so 6 more given. And here's the pace injected, just needs to go forward a little bit more, slowing it down from the Taipans' perspective. Sharks finding it easy. Taipans now rolling through.
As you say, Joe, that Sharks, for the most part, are finding it quite easy to withhold this Taipan attack, and they've got numbers up, they're marking well. Barkham caught this time. Excellent ball, but a bit too much on it for Kachibying, and you were saying, Joe, that the Sharks' defence, other than when Emily Rona-Roper cut them up, have been pretty solid.
Yeah, it was Rona-Roper scooped through and scored in the corner. It was the first time that the Taipans had really rolled into their platform at speed, so ended up catching a lot of the Sharks players offside. Since then, the Taipans have really slowed down their strike dumps, and yes, you do secure the ball and you're securing possession, but you're also allowing an easier defensive read for the Sharks, and now the Sharks want to go down the other end and even things up, and this looks much better.
Hayley Hammond is through, but is touched, and that's their last opportunity, so it's a turnover again, but a much better looking attack from the Sharks, Joe.
Yeah, much better from the Sharks, running with pace, and that's not something we've seen enough of from a Sharks perspective. You've not really been able to get your dangerous ball players such as Pyrgos, Irons and Bronte Sykes on the ball, and that's what you're really looking for. And Taipans now a little bit better in their transition, but it's this touch that slows them down. Rona-Roper checking back inside. Rona-Roper.
And it was Rona-Roper who's off to the races once more.
Ball down.
Well marshalled by Emma Oliver. But that's a mistake, and something like that is what the Taipans needed, Joe, to get back into this momentum of the final, as they are just one try ahead.
Yeah, and Taipans, for all of their good field possession, haven't really asked too many questions of the Sharks' defence. So in this area now, you're looking at them, spreading the play, moving it from one side to the other. Maybe you run a strike down the left-hand side, as they do. Link punish, doesn't come. Now come over to the right-hand side. Spread the pace. This they do. Rona-Roper
draws the touch, and then PT in behind, diving from long range. And it's an excellent finish by the very experienced Sarah PT, as it says. A lot of the girls in this team grew up watching her tear up touch before they joined the game themselves.
Yeah, and it's, dare I say, predicted it. They go from one side to the other, spread the defence, hit it at pace, and once again the Taipans do go over. And it's another opportunity. Well, it's another example of what the Taipans are capable of when they run their strike platforms at pace. When they run it a little bit more at pedestrian speed, the Sharks are very comfortable. But there's two opportunities.
Sharks will get on the attack then. They're now trailing by 2. Hudson, good touch, and has it on the return, going herself. Erin Payton in there to disrupt. But the Sharks will have another stab at it.
Yeah, you got Irons in at half now with Pyrgos on the left link.
Irons. Well, a good switch around for Irons, and there's Pyrgos, who's caught again, and not enough space for the Sharks to operate. And as we approach half-time, Joe, they're 2 tries down, and that kind of try difference might be enough in a game as close as this.
Yeah, it might be, but you'd be a braver man than me to write off the Sharks side. There was a semi-final in the Nationals last season against Sharks in the Northwest Women's Open, and the Northwest Women's Open were comfortably ahead. And then Emily Irons almost decided that she didn't quite fancy losing, was responsible for 5 back-to-back solo tries. So you can't write the Sharks off with Emily Irons is on the pitch, but Rona Roper's going to try and go and make her stamp. Doesn't quite happen on this occasion.
Important touch by Pyrgos. And the Sharks will break instead. Rona Roper looks so dangerous whenever she's on the field.
Yeah, and when she's got that good, clean platform to strike off, she can just put the hammer down in a straight line and inject some real pace. It's that lack of clean platform that I think is doing the Taipans, well, not doing the Taipans a disservice. They are up in this game, but they could be up by more if they run that platform at a bit more speed.
Well, looking to open up the field now. B. Graham. Sykes. Good footwork, finds Graham again. With some really good line speed. Disrupts the Sharks' attack, and Bien can feed it back. Chu.
Oh, good hands, saving
Chu
touches.
again, round the corner. Caught by Penisard.
Oh, ball is down.
Well, it's a penalty and an important one. You feel as though the Sharks have to do something for this midfield tap-off, Joe.
Yeah, you'd really like to see the Sharks run this with a little bit more impetus. At the moment, it's a little bit going through the motions, I dare say. But it's Bronte Sykes on the ball, checking off.
And they're putting a little bit more pace onto it now. Janssen down the left. Unsworth.
And here we go, here's the danger.
Good line speed to put the pressure on Hayley Hammond.
Sweeper play coming.
Hayley Hammond frees it up. Irons diving herself. Touch made by Fielding. England international at 27s. It could be a strong contender for a wing spot in the women's open side. For now, though, it's the Taipans back on the attack. It is being intercepted.
Oh, she's offside, but that's what Emily Irons can do. She read that play. It's the same structure of transition from the Taipans, and I would be very curious to see a replay and see just how early that was released, because it looked very close.
Heart in mouth moment for the Taipans, because one try and the Sharks are well and truly back into this contest. For now, they chase their third. Chu slowing the pace down, assessing her options. Marsh. Barkham has it back on the return. Powered into Chu. Good footwork, and then does really well to win another 6 touches off of Unsworth.
Yeah, really good set of 6 now. That's all you need. You've sort of 90 seconds left on the clock. You use all set of 6 available to you. Try and condense this defence. Maybe look long on 5th.
Well, here's Chu then with options left and right. A couple of changes made to the attack.
A little bit slow.
Well, it's Erin Payton who has it back on the return.
Doggy's coming, sweeping on the link. The link is out of position and offside. Ball goes back
Good
on the
ball
inside.
But that last pass was, well, you can see the vision, but they weren't on the same page. Taipans attackers.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen the sweeping player run at that link. So the link is miles offside, and you might be able to get a penalty call if you just go and engage.
Well, less than a minute to go in this first half, and the Sharks, Joe, could do with taking something from this attack.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be too worried from the Sharks' perspective. 2-try deficit in 20 minutes is definitely not insurmountable, but they might go down the wing with Bronte Sykes.
What a ball by Sykes inside to Hudson, and caught by Barkham. Across came Sophie Barkham. She had 2 players to mark and somehow covered both bases. But Hudson goes back to that left-hand side to find Annabelle Janssen, and then spreading it across the face. They're waving play on, and then that pass will bring an end to this second half.
Wow, Barkham, take a bow. You have single-handedly stopped the Sharks going over it right at the depth, and what a defensive play to see out this first half.
Well, how important might that touch from Barkham prove to be? We'll find out in the second half, live here with Next Gen at the ETA Nationals in Nottingham, where in the Women's Open final, the South East Taipans lead their closest rivals from Greater London, the South East Sharks, by 2 unanswered tries. There's still plenty of time for either side to get back into the contest. We'll have to wait and see when we have the second half brought to you in just a moment's time.
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Players and officials. Please take to the field, ready to play.
We're back underway in this Women's Opens final, and it's the South East Taipans who hold a 2-try advantage over the Sharks. And Joe, they're good value for that lead. They have been the better side.
Yeah, definitely, especially in an attacking sense. Taipans just seem to have a little bit more momentum when they roll into their strike. Another example of that here.
Well, Raman Shepherd running things from the middle. That's a great take by Petey. Raman Shepherd will get it back. Petey to her right. Well, they went for the little wrap around, the dummy switch. And suddenly the final touch has been used up. And the Sharks are back in possession. They trail by 2. the South East Sharks, although they are the top scorers in the competition. 57 in all.
This is better from the Sharks running into their attack. Bronte Sykes now on the ball. Sweeper coming round. Pickup goes the other way.
To the left instead. Sykes is caught. That's an excellent touch because, as you said, Joe, it was looking dangerous there.
Yeah, it's a better opportunity there for the Sharks, looking to run the variations of the sweeper play. In the first half, we saw them just give it the sweeper player, and it got crowded out by the Taipan. So picking up and going the other way in the swing jet is a really good option. And I'd just like to see more imagination from the Sharks into this second half, because they do have the firepower to get scores on this Taipan side. Just not seeing the imagination to match it, but she's got loads of imagination. Rona Roper, 2-on-1. Can they execute? They don't need the extra pass, but yes, they did. What a diving touch to stop the third score going over.
Well, look at the difference that Rona Roper makes in attack. So much pace and energy, and a really good touch to deny a score. And the Taipans are back defending. The Sharks looking to transition, but well marshalled. Touch made by Bing, the try scorer in the first half. And then Davies, around the corner they go. Iron stepping off the right. Good footwork away from two. Iron gives the long ball. Davies in behind. Caught by Bing.
I think this would be penalty though for offside. It is indeed, and this is where Emily Irons can be oh so dangerous. Set of 6, she'll take 1 or 2, get to the line.
Well, that's the first bit of magic we've really seen from the dangerous Emily Irons. And it almost had the Sharks on their way, yet to score in this final. They trail by just 2. Irons is away. What footwork.
And this is what she does. She just makes meters when you really shouldn't. And it seems like we've got the Emily Irons with a bit between her teeth. Quickie play coming back to Emily Irons, diving at the line. That might be given. It's not touches made, but she's getting ever so close.
Payton gets across and makes the touch. Highlighted before the game for her work rate and dedication, and she'll need all of that to keep out Hudson and Irons. And Irons stepping off the left, searching for the long ball.
6 more.
Ricocheted off a Taipan hand. And, well, we were just discussing at half-time how we've yet to see a drop-off here on pitch 1 today, despite how many there have been on the other pitches. And, well, if the Sharks get back into it, could see the first one in our penultimate game here.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that this might be the drop-off game. Sharks look like they've got the bit between their teeth. Sweeper play, foot in the ruck, but not given. Ball down, and another defensive win for the Taipans.
That's a big let-off, because the Sharks look, as you said, Joe, a little bit more in tune in this second half. They've got plenty of time to get back into the game. But Chu, on the outside, making great yards, touched by Janssen. Well, that is excellently taken by Fielding. Done really well to keep the play alive. But that's the final touch. A decent transition, but the Sharks will come back biting here. Hudson, Davies. Good pick up by Hudson. Davies on the inside. And she's there at the half again.
So this is 5th coming now. Bronte Sykes. Look to get scoop. She does.
And things are just slowed down there, Joe, but they haven't really got enough touches to launch a real platform here. Oh, what a lovely inside ball, and then fired right back towards Sykes. And, well, they've got some skills on show, Joe, but they just haven't threatened as much as they need to so far.
Yeah, and this Shark side is also capable of threatening the Taipans, but the Taipans' defence has just been so solid. They're all working really hard, but you can't help but feel like the longer this game goes, maybe that work rate will fall away, so you need to get some more scores on the board, but that's a loss of control, and the Sharks will have an opportunity to launch their transition from a relatively strong area, not as deep as they have done.
There was some pick-up from Rona Roper, but Chu's lay down was a little bit
forward pass,
and that is a forward pass. A big opportunity for the Taipans, who haven't been in the first 5 minutes of this second half.
Yeah, completely agree, and Taipans will have an opportunity to go down the other end and threaten themselves. I'm not sure if they'll drag over to the box side. It looks like they've already got some fresh legs on as the penalty was being given. They will drag over anyway. Maybe 1 or 2 players need to get off. And now they'll look to come back over to the
to the open side. Rona Roper now.
Here is Rona Roper, England captain. Inside ball, soft hands from Fielding. And Kinsey North is our number 6 listed. I believe she may have been injured, but there's the number 6 on for the Taipans.
Oh, Emily Irons, see you
Straight
later.
out of the line, Irons to disrupt the attack, and she'll drag the first touch as well. Good line by Helly Hammond. And they're onto the box side. And they're up to halfway as well.
Yeah,
soft hands around the corner. Unsworth gets the ball away. Charging forward is Hudson. Great ball, and well, there was a hand in there. Otherwise, the Sharks would have been on their way. So they'll have 6 touches. And Joe, some really good skill on show from the Sharks.
Yeah, the Sharks have come out the second half firing. Pretty disappointing in the first half, it must be said. Much better in the second. And now they're just going to take a touch, organise the play.
Here's Hudson.
Pyrgos.
Well, playing on Pyrgos. There's the touch, and it's a physical one. Pyrgos back to her feet, gliding through, but
penalty.
She is touched, so they'll take the penalty, and the more opportunity they have, you really feel as though they need to finish one of these opportunities off soon.
Yeah, sweeper play, gives it to the Bronte Sykes into the link hole, and it's the right option, but the accuracy just left wanting. And the Taipans once again with a really good defensive performance. And at the moment, Taipans just look like they've got the answers for all the questions the Sharks are asking.
No, the Sharks men's open already victorious today against the Northwest Touch. In a repeat of last year's finals here, it's the Taipans at the moment who are on their way. Good ball inside.
Touch and pass, I believe. Indeed. And the Sharks will have an opportunity now. Penalty. They've got to get some fresh legs on. More importantly, you need good field position. Try and pass around a couple of these single shooters. That's better. Good yards. Ball goes.
Driving
One
up
more.
the field. Oh, there's a hand in there, so we'll have a reset.
Yeah, and they will get all the fresh legs on whilst they're resetting the ball. So they will just go for the 4-man drive up the guts, try and go from A to B in an efficient manner.
There's the first touch. Some good pace injected into the attack. Here's Irons. Just fades away from one. Graham. Irons at the half. Irons Penissaid.
Just ball down, and just the accuracy of the Sharks is not there at the moment, at least not what we saw earlier on in the day. And Taipans are definitely the stronger side going into the final 10 minutes of the second half.
Well, can you believe it? Already almost 10 minutes gone in this second half, and it's been all Sharks field possession, but they haven't been able to create, and that is a real rarity. A slight mistake by Rona Roper. That's a good ball. Davies on the outside, where you want her to be. She'll play half. They're driving up the field. Unsworth. And the ball's on in behind, but instead Hayley Hammond took it in. And suddenly they might be free and away, and that's an excellent last-ditch covering tackle.
And at this stage of the game, it just seems like the Taipans just want it more. And the Taipans are willing to work harder in defence and cover the ground. And it seems like the Taipans are happy with the 2 tries that they've got and are just saying, as long as you guys don't score, we'll win. So we're going to focus on our defence and shut you out.
Well, Rahman Shepherd's pulled up a little bit short there, Joe. That'd be a big loss for the Taipans.
Yeah, and you've got a feeling that last game of the Nationals, she probably will push through that and end up coming back onto the field. But another good defensive turnover for the Sharks, and Sharks have got to start making this pressure count, because at the moment they do really well on touches 2 and 3, and they get to touch 4 and 5, and they start to lose their momentum. This is a much better transition. Good hands, and just as I'm complimenting the Sharks, ball goes to ground.
Commentator's curse is alive and well at the ETA Nationals, England Touch Association's national finals, and the finals of the Women's Open. It's the lowest scoring game we've had on pitch 1, but it's still thoroughly interesting, Joe, the way that this game has gone.
Yeah, it's a real chess match. There's one for the purists. You can see the little intricate details building up to the bigger picture, and the Taipans are just on the beneficiary side of that bigger picture. Good ball, maybe not meant for the middle, but the middle takes it. They have one touch. They do use it.
With a good pickup. Goes long, and it's just through the hands of Barkham.
Yeah, it's a shame. They've done really well to stretch the Sharks' defence, but Sharks, in the end, able to make the shutout. And again, it doesn't really matter from the Taipans' perspective. You don't have to score here. So at the moment, you've got all of the answers for all of the Sharks attacking. Again, another turnover in the midfield from the Sharks.
The Taipans have got them right where they want them. They lead by 2 tries. Their line is yet to be breached by the Sharks. And they've got possession again in Shark territory. Rona Roper. Options left and right, takes the touch herself. Being at the half, finds Rona Roper again. Rona Roper on the return, searching for a touch, might just go alone and then look to lift that final ball to Bing, but it didn't go to hand in the end, and clever work from Rona Roper, who knew she still had a touch. Chu, Rona Roper, Chu with the quick pickup, it's back with the England and Taipan captain, but this time the attack doesn't bear any fruit, so the Sharks back with it. But again, they've got to break from deep inside their own territory. Good pace added onto the ball, and an excellent step from Helly Hammond.
This is 4th, 5th coming. Emily Irons at the half. Looks to scoop, does. There's an opportunity, there's a gap. Ball goes to ground,
well,
6 more.
Hand in there from Rona Roper. Irons looking to make the difference. They've still got 7.5 minutes to play here, and they've got 2 tries to score to take this final to a drop-off. It's left by Hayley Hammond. Hudson, Irons.
Link punish coming.
Hudson's there. Irons goes.
And they do finally get the score. 32 minutes it took, but South East Sharks finally reply. And Emily Irons on her bread and butter. The Link punish gets on the outside and underneath. Yep, Link never hits the line. Great spot by on-field ref. And we're left at 2 tries to 1, and we might be on for that drop-off.
Very popular score in the box in front of us that's populated by Sharks. But it's a Taipans attack from halfway. And Irons has got one back for her side. She's the real spearhead as it's taken into contact there. Carried on by Conway. Conway gets it back.
Oh, long ball.
PT. Oh no, it was an excellent idea just to leave that pass, but Grace Liddy, it landed in front of her. So they escape the Sharks. And encouraging signs for the
yeah, here we go.
girls in blue. Here's Izzy Davies on the carry. Hudson. Irons with a bit of space to move into, has Hudson on the inside. Almost a wonderful take by Susanna Hudson, but just put down.
Yeah, and the Sharks look much more up for it now. That score has really invigorated them, running with much more purpose, and they'll look to put in a big shot, and it just seems a 6 or 1 half dozen. The other, Dan says, just take the touch.
So the Taipans, who still lead by just the 1 try, are back in possession and up to halfway, but what a nervous affair it's been for both sides so far, Joe.
Yeah, it's Emily Irons trying to force a turnover, put on a big shot, but leaves the foot in the ruck, so penalty given against, and Taipans have essentially a tap-off. And they'll look to get down to the other end efficiently and strike at the line. And Rona Roper in the 10,
well,
just ghosting.
Carried on by Barkham. Rona Roper. Peyton.
Just sort of waiting for it to get on the ball at this stage. It's one of those where they're both Taipans on the Shark side. You are just waiting for either Rona Roper or Emily Irons to get on the ball and make something happen. It didn't quite come off for the Taipans on that occasion.
Hudson skips past 1, takes the first touch. And now they're rolling. Izzy Davies with a good carry. Davies at the half, hands it off. Well, lovely little play in between Sykes and Unsworth, and Sykes makes good yards. Unsworth with a good pickup, galloping into space. looks for the pass, but was there a touch first, or will it be Taipan's possession?
Taipan's possession. As we roll into the final 4.5 minutes, Sharks have got to get something from somewhere, but we are set up for a last-minute score for the Sharks, rolling into the drop-off. Taipans could do with another score here just to put this game to bed.
We know which story the Sharks will wish to write. It's the old tale of the last-minute equaliser. But they'll need possession back off the Taipans, who are unlikely to gift it to them. Great carry by Reese, who gets the ball away as well, and then the lofted pass. Well, if it came off, it would have been something special, but instead, Unsworth will roll it back, and they'll go box side. Janssen takes the touch. Unsworth, great ball inside. Sykes leaves the field. Janssen at the half, carried on by Hayley Hammond. Irons takes a touch and gets it on the return. Oliver, Irons. Long ball, almost an interception.
Oh, that's nervy. There's 6 more. That was last touch.
Grace Liddy, the Kiwi, formerly of the New Zealand mixed international side, so close to running away with it, but instead 6 more touches gifted to the Sharks. Irons is caught. Oliver. They need to inject a bit of pace into the game somewhere. The basketball pass to find Irons. Inside ball. Hayley Hammond. Hudson.
Just trying to draw the Taipans out. They do.
Irons. Hudson on the return. Goes herself. Diving through the centre. We do have an equaliser. And it's the 2 best players in the tournament so far for the Sharks. Hudson and Irons, who have scored the points that level things up here.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you were saying. It's 6 more given from the missed interception, and you can't allow Irons that field possession. And they end up marking Emily Irons as the Sharks go over, and with just under 2 minutes to go, we hear it. Drop-off might be the one, but Taipans now.
Any score here you feel will be decisive as we creep towards the end of the Women's Opens final. It's 2 tries apiece in this low-scoring game, but it's been exciting. Lola Roper, long pass, and it's been put down by Liddy. And now the Sharks will look to find some field possession, force an error, catch an offside, anything to bridge the gap. As they approach halfway, Hudson, soft hands, Irons, they're on the outside, away goes Janssen. Irons at the half. He's got plenty of support. Hudson.
Oh, this is danger. This is danger.
Is on her way. Hudson at the half. Stepping left and right. She's in the goal zone. Desperate for support. Well, it's a last-ditch touch. Excellent work from Raman Shepherd, who, as we said, went off earlier with what looked like a muscle injury. But as you predicted, Joe, she's back on the field, making important touches for the Taipans.
Yeah, and it's one of those situations where it's final day of the Nationals. You're in the final against your rivals. If you can play, you will play, and thankfully for the Taipans she is, because of a great touch. But now the Taipans rolling into the last 60 seconds could break Sharks' hearts. They've worked so hard to get back into this game, but Taipans on the transition.
It's a minute to go, and Chu is taking the touch, gathered by Petey. Stepping away.
Here we go.
Petey's in the area. Is there support? A minute to go. Petey desperate to find someone. Katie Fielding is there.
And there's your buzzer beater, 30 seconds to go. Fielding gets the ball down, and Taipans are the ones to maybe have the last say in this final, but Sharks go quickly.
30 seconds to go. It's gathered by Sykes.
Taipan's still getting players on from the turnover, so a little bit disjointed. Good touch in there.
Unsworth, Hayley Hammond, 3-2 to the Taipans with seconds remaining. Hayley Hammond,
option.
wide they go. Great footwork, could they score? Last play, touch made. Back is caught, and it's game over. And the Taipans, in the dying embers of the Women's Open, have won it. A defence-splitting run from Petey, who had the composure and had the control to pick out sophisticated fielding, and that is the deciding factor in this game. A bit of experience and a bit of nous is the difference between the Sharks and the Taipans. What a game, Joe.
Oh, what a game. You couldn't have asked for two more competitive finals. Score right on the buzzer for the Taipans. The Sharks tried to go down the other end and just bailed it out. And the Taipans, good value for it, and do break the duck, get their win in the Women's Opens. And I mean, what else could we ask for? We've still got one more final to come.
Well, in the Women's Open, it was Irons and Hudson who shredded the Taipans' lead before, in the dying embers of the game, a last-minute score. PT, the creator, and fielding the beneficiary, and that's the difference between the two sides. It will not be a three-peat for the Sharks in the major finals, as the Taipans are victorious here, but as you said, Joe, one more final to come, and it's the Mixed Open, and it is the Sharks again in action against new opposition once more, the Midlands Tigers. That's the next game live at the ETA Nationals. That's the final game of this three-day tournament, and it's live in just a moment's time.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the point.
Those last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. No, win it.
it all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Emma.
Tight! Hands up, Tim! Dragon! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray! So close.
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweeper, watch the ball,
It's rather keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3. Yes! So just come up, if you're worried about being run around, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad up, get nose on your toes!
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard in defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You ready, quickies? You stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
like the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working.
45 and our South East Sharks mixed open. Number 1, Squid Caffrey. 2, Millie Byrne. 3, Will Bamber. 4, Fergus Gillespie. 5, Ellie again. 6, Mark Salam. 7, Joe Brewer. 8, Chris Andrews. 9, Henry Harmon. 11, Liz Merritt. 12, Meg Pemberton. 13, Lillian Dane Jones. 14, Tallulah Jacobs. 15, Georgina Burton Taylor. 18, Victoria Barrow. 19, William Thor. And our team refs. Theo Edwards, Ollie Exton and Mike Davis. Good luck both teams and Team Ref for a fantastic last final.
Not long to go now until the final game of the ETA Nationals. It's the mixed open final, and it's the Tigers who take on the Sharks. The Sharks back again for their third final in the 3 majors. They took home the men's open, but they were defeated by the Taipans by 3 tries to 2 in that fascinating encounter. But now the Tigers stand in their way, and a Tigers side who came through the semi-final to the high-scoring Saxons in a drop-off 10-9, doing one better than their 8-9 defeat to the Saxons in the pool stage. The Tigers were also beaten 10-4 by the Sharks mixed side back in the pool stage, but that'll be behind them now as they've done excellently well to reach this final. But for the Sharks, the reigning champs in the mixed competition, they've had a flawless tournament, undefeated so far, with 63 tries in total, just 31 conceded. Only really challenged in the pool stage by the Saxons, who are of course beaten by the Tigers in this drop-off. So on paper at least, Joe right alongside me, it looks a little bit like the Midlands Tigers come into this as serious underdogs.
Yeah, a little bit. I think anyone compared to this South East Sharks mixed open is a bit of an underdog, but it's finals footy. Anything can happen. You know, you've got the adrenaline pumping, you've made the final, you've beaten some odds to get here. You don't just want to get to the final and roll over. So the Midlands Tigers are going to come flying out the blocks and maybe try and catch the South East Sharks off guard.
Well, we of course saw the 8-8 draw between the Northwestern Touch and the Tigers yesterday. That was the result that knocked out the Northwest Touch in the end, and the Tigers, well, they scored a last gasp equaliser in that one, so they know how to keep the fight up till the final whistle. But we also saw, Joe, the Sharks' very comprehensive semi-final, where towards the end of the second half they ran away with things.
Yeah, for sure, and it's that Sharks aggression that's going to really set them apart, and that's the aspect of the game that the Midlands Tigers have got to be really careful about, because all we saw in the semi-final is we saw Sharks start slow and control tempo and build and build and build, and then in the last 10 minutes it wasn't really a competition, it was just the South East Sharks running whatever they wanted to run. So the Midlands Tigers would not be naive enough to not watch that game back. They would have done their research, they'd have a look at the video, they'd identify some weaker areas, if there is any in this South East Shark side.
And the Sharks will kick off with Marcus Arman, the Atlantic Youth Cup winner, and Joe Brewer, his best mate, in the middle. Tap to come from Arman.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's our final game of the ETA Nationals, ahead of the ginormous World Cup here in Nottingham, and Brewer hits the hard line and the Sharks are off to the races. Merritt just spilled it, the co-captain of this mixed team, and it's with the Midlands for now. Touch made on Abigail Wolf. Wolf again caught by Arman. But they're up over halfway. Will Mellor with a good carry, and Mellor gets it on the return, trying to get away from Arman. Inside to Dean, and Mellor. Arman caught him again. Great defence from the middle.
Unfortunate. It was a really nice check-off back on the inside, but over the mark called. And a really fast start from the Midlands, which is exactly what they needed. And Sharks coughing the ball up on their tap-off. So, and that's another off-the-mark call. No, the referees are happy.
Well, they've waved it on, surprisingly, there. As Alarm went for a tumble, and then Gent down this time, and finally the decision goes against him.
Yeah, it's a good touch there. Probably should have had the turnover on the touch beforehand, but Midlands Tigers won't be too fussed about that. Playing around in the midfield, just want to get over to the box side and get legs off. They're trapped in a little bit of the midfield. Full touch.
Well, that's a bit loose, but it's been regathered by Megan Mellor.
Yeah, and they'll only have one to really play with here, so they need to move the ball. Fifth coming now.
Well, great footwork, and then that pass goes awry.
Oh, offside penalty.
Penalty goes the way of the Midlands Tigers. They've got Will and Megan Mellor in the side. But it's certainly on here for the Midlands Tigers. They want a fast start against this impressive Shark side. Jared Lewis gets the touch, and Lewis on the return. There's a slip in there from Gent. He went down, and that let Christian Mirosevich-Sorgo slip in unopposed.
I was literally just about to say as the setup, I was like, that middle gap looked a bit too big, and it was indeed the engage, and yet it's that gap between the middle and the link that gets exposed. And the Midlands Tigers, for all our talk of the South East Sharks look a little bit shell-shocked.
Well, they're driving down the centre once again with some good pace inside to Arman, lifted by Elizabeth Merritt, and then Brewer almost to the line. And they're assessing their options here. Brewer takes the touch, Arman on the regather. Brewer gets it back, he slides in. There's a couple of Midlands Tigers there to crowd him and turn it over.
Forward pass given at the base of the ruck, good spot on the far side from Theo Edwards, getting over in a really good dump up the box side. Good option again. Midlands Tigers looking really up for this. They've started strong. If they can double up their lead, they'll put them in a real good stead. Scoop
Here's
coming.
Dean with the scoop, finds the pass, and well, just clatters through a few players. Will Mellor, I think they'll lose possession for that.
Yeah, it's one of those where the linkers just shut early, and Will Mellor's not really having a look at where that player is and doesn't see it. Gets bowled over, which is tough as nails.
Bamber injecting pace into the attack, as he did excellently well in that semi-final. Bamber searching for a pass, caught by Ben Lucraft. Still driving on are the Sharks. Tor with a great run. William Tor just caught, started playing touch in Singapore at the age of 12, as a few of these Sharks did. Tor with a good gather, but the penalty goes against the Sharks.
Yeah, the Tigers looking really fired up in this instance. Oh, they get away with a bit of a fumble there. It's a good touch right on the box. They need to be careful they're not stepping out.
Good carry from Sam Dean. And that's an excellent ball, and they're siding through the centre. Oh, the footwork, almost away, and then slapped down. Jared Lewis with a great drive for the Tigers. Well, that was nearly a really special try, Joe, but it's still on here. There's the long ball, and they're open and away, and surely they've scored. Megan Mellor goes over, but as you said, Joe, what a touch that is. Mellor in a world of space.
Had to be made, and that's almost as valuable as a try. Insane touch, and they'll have another one. Crack at the line, long ball, step back. Not given.
Good footwork from Lewis, looking dangerous in the middle for the Tigers, and the Sharks a little bit shell-shocked in these early stages. They're already one down. That's a great ball, and soft hands. Did they make it through? Beautiful stuff from the Tigers, and that is a really lovely try, and suddenly they're 2 up here.
Yeah, superbly worked. Great hands in the middle, and yep, catch and pass, your core skills done to the extreme, and walking in the corner. And Midlands Tigers, as I said at the start, will try and start fast and catch the Sharks off guard, and they've done exactly that. But you've got to stop the bags man from going round the outside. And what a diving touch, bringing him all the way back. And Sharks looking a little bit uncomfortable.
Rhea Plunkett with the score and with an excellent touch as well to halt the progress of Marcus Aman.
Yeah, foot in the ruck there, good call. And now this is where the Sharks are dangerous. Fresh set of 6.
Well, good opportunity then for Brewer. Armin Brewer back with him, sliding in.
Touch made.
Just about. Brewer with another opportunity. And plenty of touches under his belt. Bamba takes them on. Lifted by Brewer, switches the direction. Armin, lovely footwork, and he's over. But a touch comes in. Is it given? Well, it is. That's the second in a row from Matthew Hawes, and then they go to the edge. Plunkett, Hawes, they're all in there.
Oh, Hawes, take a bow. He's made 3 amazing defensive interventions, and that is just as valuable as the score up the other end. And Matthew Hawes single-handedly stops that South East Sharks attack from going over. The athleticism on display in this mixed opens clash is just insane.
Hawes into contact and then wrapping around the corner, searching for that box side.
Oh, it's very slick from the Midlands Tigers. They're running with some real pace, and another little delayed pop off and maybe go one more, but no, evades the touch.
Good running from Sam Dean. Sam Dean again injecting real pace into the attack. They're into the end zone. There's support there in the shape of Ben Lecraft, who does score. And what a start for the Tigers.
Yeah, this was not in the script at all. Not in the script. Perhaps a little bit fortunate to be in the final. Maybe not. They have absolutely carved open this Sharks side.
Well, they took down the Saxons, the high scorers, in a drop-off in the semi-final, and that's got them here facing the Sharks, who were the runaway leaders in the pool, but they're all of a sudden 3 tries behind. Ghent looking to change that. Little show and go. Ghent is in.
And that's what the Sharks need to do more of. They run a little disguise play to the open side, step back, mismatch on the outside edge, and Ghent has done that all tournament, getting over.
Well, Elliot Ghent knows how to win mixed open finals, returning member from that victorious side. And he's left his mark on this crucial game.
Yeah, and they needed that score. You can't really go 4 down in a final. And at the moment, the Tigers are looking to just extend their lead back out to 3. Sharks are finding their feet in the tie.
Powell. Well, it's returned. And Dean from long range sliding over.
It's a really good dive, matched only by a really good touch. Very fine margins, no touch to play with. Switch comes, ball goes down.
Well, it's a miscommunication there between Dean and Powell, and the Sharks look to break. A little bit pedestrian at the moment, though.
Good pressure from the Midlands Tigers, trapping the Sharks in their transition. And this is forthcoming, and the Sharks are nowhere near the half, and they force the turnover, forward pass. And the Midlands Tigers, got to be said, I didn't think they'd be in this game to the extent that they are, but they're not only in this game, they are largely on top.
They've had the better half, that's for certain, and they have that knowledge safe and sound in the scoreboard, but that's a bit of a lackadaisical mistake, and good touch on Bamba, who's almost away. Armin's faded through, and Armin has white shirt for company, but he's diving into the corner. Has Hawes got another? Can you believe it?
Oh, Hawes. So that's 4 in 10 minutes. Insane defensive interventions. Might go make another one, doesn't need to. His friend Dan Powell is helping him out. But Matthew Hawes needs a pat on the back, because he has single-handedly kept the score at 3 tries to 1. 4 different occasions he's saved a score, and now there's the overlap. This is the mismatch they've got to be careful of.
What a ball from Bamba. Pemberton's in to score, the co-captain. her 4th national with the South East. Won gold the last 3 years with Taipan's Women's Open side, has jumped across to the Sharks and is co-captain in her first tournament and is amongst the scorers as all of a sudden the South East Sharks have cut the 3-try deficit to 1 and the Tigers' grip on this final is slipping ever slightly.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, for me, the Tigers, the one thing you've got to be careful of is that mismatch on the outside edge with the male mid on the link. If you can negate that from the Sharks, then you'll be in this tie. Because at the moment, the male-on-male battle, the Tigers are winning that.
What a ball that is from Mirasevic Sorgo. But the touch was made on Wolf.
Yeah, and they actually give the forward pass, so tap penalty in the midfield. And Sharks now have got to get this transition sorted because Midlands Tigers are really targeting this 3rd and 2nd touch up the box side, and they go again pressing at the midfield. This is 5th coming, only just getting over the halfway, but you can't allow the South East Sharks to just run around the female link.
And here's Tor driving through. Tor needs a pass. He goes long and it's a 2nd try.
Wow, what a
in close succession. Megan Pemberton has another, and in the blink of an eye, things are level again.
What a catch and ground from Pemberton on the wing. She's really walking the tightrope to going into touch, but is able to get the ball down NRL style and stay in field. And once again, it's that mismatch on the outside edge for the Midlands Tigers that's causing them all sorts of problems, and they need to be able to number up a little bit better because the Sharks have identified it as a weak area.
Attack though for the Midlands Tigers. That's a lovely ball and it's clattered off a Shark, and a penalty goes the Tigers' way.
Yeah, not hitting the line before bouncing back off. So the Tigers will have a set of 6. We know what happened last time. They didn't need all 6. They used 2 and were able to get over.
LaCroft, lovely step, goes wide once more, diving into the corner. It's a score, and it's readdressed the balance of the game as the Tigers go back in front.
Yeah, and it's exactly that, the mismatch on the edge. So it's not only working for the Sharks, it's also working for the Tigers, and both sides have got to have a look at addressing it. You've got to cover over and chase out really hard, but with the pace on display, that's easier said than done.
Plunkett's got another in this final. It's a Pemberton v Plunkett for who's going to score the most in this crucial final, the mixed open final.
Mismatch again.
Wow, what about the footwork there from Chris Andrews.
Oh, does make the touch though, she does make the touch.
Formerly a Loughborough University touch player, now with the Surrey Bisons. Carried on by Caffrey. Andrews with a dive.
Touch.
Well, they're scrambling at the moment, the Tigers.
Sometimes that's what you've got to do, and at the moment that male middle for the Tigers has got to cover a lot of ground for the female link, because the mismatch is there and they look to expose it again from the Sharks.
Andrews back inside to Squid Caffrey, who's lost his bucket hat, so you know he's serious about this final. And there's another touch. Andrews denied again. A big try on day one, didn't feature in that semi-final. Andrews with a good pickup. Ball on the inside. Oh, look at the footwork. Almost got away. Touch made by Archie Shaw.
Yeah, great diving touch out the line, and if the Tigers can defend this set of 6, they still celebrate this just as much as a try.
Gent, Squid Caffrey. Gent has to reach through his legs to get the pickup, but Caffrey, Gent spilled on the way down. I think the touch was coming in from Lottie Saunders regardless, but the Tigers have indeed escaped with their tails between their legs. They've scrambled and secured possession for another phase, but put down.
Yeah, and it's an unforced error. It's the last thing you want to do when you've just defended a fresh set of 6. You've got tired legs, you've got a good defensive win. You do not want to just surrender the ball on your transition, especially on touch 1. And the Tigers unfortunately do exactly that, and the Sharks will now look to just find the mismatch around the outside edge. But currently going backwards, that pass looked forwards, and it is, and one unforced error is compounded by another from either side, and Sharks coughing up field possession rather needlessly.
Well, Eric Cherney's side are behind at the moment by a score of 4-3. The London Galaxy's coach, he's used to winning finals, and that's what he'll hope his side can do here. to turn it around, but it's the Tigers on the offensive. There's another little slip in the defensive line, and it's picked out from wide angles. Christian Mirosevich Sorgo gets his second. He came out of nowhere and plucked it out of the sky.
Yeah, what a line cut from deep, wide link. Ball just put into space and the catch, and oh, she's an inch away, but it doesn't matter. The score goes down, and Midlands Tigers are finding their feet in this final.
5-3, the Sharks go further behind. Carried on by Merritt, Arman and Brewer back onto the field. Arman takes a touch this time. Slow ball for the South East Sharks. Picked up the pace by Arman. Brewer, well held. Gets it on the return. Arman over!
Yeah, ball's down.
Well, that's a score. Matthew Hawes can't repeat his defensive heroics. And the South East Sharks are within one try again. Good disguise on the pass. Hawes getting across, but it's Armas with another score. Arman's with another score. The Youth Atlantic Cup winner.
Tigers now driving down.
Well, they're on the offensive again. They'd love another score before half-time.
Little kick step. Switch. She might be in.
Well, good touch from Caffrey. Seren Carson came close, but they'll have 6 more, Joe.
Yeah, it's a brilliant opportunity now for the Tigers. You just need to stay set, stay composed. They look for the link punish, trying to find it.
Well, look at the pace. 2-on-1.
Yeah.
Hat-trick, is it?
No touch has been made, but penalty is also given, so that's 2 on the line now.
Rory McAuliffe at left link has already got 1 assist to put Plunkett away, and then a good touch.
6 more.
That's another penalty. They could be losing a player soon, the Sharks.
Yeah, 1 more and they will lose a player for time.
Well, lifted by Will Mellor, who's getting ready to roll it back to Powell. Mellor, Powell at the half. McAuliffe looking to go on his own. McAuliffe. Up goes the hand. Touch made by Buford Taylor.
Penalty for Chat, and that is just a coach killer. You've got 5 more touches to play with after drawing other touches. A referee looks to give a foot in the ruck as well, so Tigers, the masterminds of their own downfall in that possession.
2 minutes to go in the first half. What the Sharks wouldn't do to go in level. Carried on by Dayton Jones, and he's got it back on the return. Well, offside to Dayton Jones is away, but no, actually it's the referee telling him to go back. He was touched by Dan Powell. On halfway, the Sharks. They take the touch, and they've got the Tigers in retreat. The carry from Tor finds Dayton Jones, and Powell puts him to deck.
Oh, 4 sub. So 5 on 6 for a very brief moment.
Well, not the play you'd like to lose. Dan Powell in the centre. And there's the throw. Tor almost through. Touched by Carson. Dayton Jones. Tor goes to the left, looking to exploit the hole. Plunkett on a hat-trick, you remember. Tor touched. Gets it back on the return. Good footwork. Caught by McAuliffe, and then it's turned over, so the Tigers might escape and go in to half-time 1 try ahead if they could just recycle possession for the next minute or so.
Yeah, Tigers now look to drive up the middle, and why go in 1 try ahead when you could go up 2? And they've drawn the penalty, so they'll have 30 seconds and at least 1 good opportunity at the line if they get going quickly.
On comes Mirosevich Sorgo, himself on for a hat-trick in this final. Touch taken, and here's Jared Lewis, who's a dangerous player for the Tigers. Lewis. Mirosevich Sorgo back to Lewis. Lewis goes long. Oh, it's an excellent take. Trying to get around the inside channel Megan Meller, but instead the whistle goes, the klaxon sounds, and at half-time, well, it wasn't in the script, as you said at the beginning of this game, Joe. The Midlands Tigers, the underdogs, are up by a try over the South East Sharks, the reigning champs.
Yeah, Midlands Tigers have come out absolutely firing and caught the Sharks out by surprise, especially in the first 5 minutes. 2 unanswered scores, and super impressed with the Sharks. The Tigers' line attack, really stretching the Sharks' defence. I think both teams could just do with having a look at addressing the mismatch at the female link position, because that's obviously where each team respectively is trying to get the most joy out of their attack. So if they can condense that female link position and get the male middle to also cover, they'll limit some scores going in. But at the moment, if the pattern of play continues, Midlands Tigers will come away with the victory.
Well, they may have let their 3-try advantage slip towards the end of that first half, but the Midlands Tigers will absolutely take the 1-try advantage they hold over this all-dominating Shark mixed team. The Sharks are on for 3 cup victories here in the major competitions. They could be finishing the day with just 1 if the Tigers can take down the girls and boys in blue in this ETA final. Well, it's the last day of the English Touch Association Nationals, and in our final second half to come, can the Tigers hold on against the South East Sharks?
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2 minutes. 30 seconds.
Well, in the men's open, the long wait for the Northwest Touch will continue as they were defeated by the Sharks. In the women's open, it was the Southeast Taipans in that all-southern affair who defeated their neighbours, the Sharks. And then here, once again, the Sharks are in a final for so long, touch has been dominated by the London-based provincial teams, but it could be the Midlands Tigers who defeat them, as they're up by 1 try, perhaps unexpectedly, Joe, but it's a result that the neutrals would certainly be happy with as well.
Oh, for sure. And Midlands Tigers are really good value for their lead as well, and they'll look to extend it out. A little bit of a loss of control there, but get away with it. Ball goes wide.
That's an excellent take from Wolf.
Crowded out though by the winger. Now Midlands Tigers, no touches to spare. Look for the switches, just kill the ball in the box side. Make the Sharks go full length of the pitch to get fresh legs on.
Well, Abigail Wolf with a great take, almost in again, the pass just beyond her. So then Andrews drives up with Gent. Good ball through the centre, it's a pacey transition. And then a bobble of the ball on the floor means it's a turnover. And that's a costly one, Joe.
Yeah, and you're just allowing pressure for the Midlands Tigers. And these Sharks, again, there's been a few occasions where Sharks have just coughed the ball up unnecessarily and under no real pressure. And now the Midlands Tigers will have an opportunity to strike deep.
Touch taken by Mellor, and well, that's an equally poor error to commit in this huge game.
Yeah, especially in a final, you just cut out those little inconsistencies. You've got to, because you're just surrendering possession and inviting pressure. You've got to be perfect in a final. If you're not perfect, you're entertaining a loss. That's forward, get away with it.
Carried on then by Tor. He wants Hartman on the inside. He does give the pass, but the ball goes down, and well, neither side really firing all cylinders in this second half as of yet.
Yeah, and it's Midlands Tigers now rolling into their transition. Just as you've said, not quite firing, a little bit static, slow to get their fresh legs on. Here they come.
Mirosevic Sorgo deep into Shark country. Good carry on a hat-trick still. Mirosevic Sorgo. They're in the end zone. What a pass that is, and it's right on the toes of the on-rushing winger for the Midlands Tigers, put down by Megan Mellor, but would have been some take, and they do have 6 more, Joe, as you point out. Tough penalties, a few too many in the second half.
Yeah, on that occasion, it was 6 more batting the ball down in the air, so even if she had caught it, because it went forward, it came off the Sharks player. They look for the fire up, step back on the inside.
Out the back door, down goes Mirosevic Sorgo, and the score is given. It's a hat-trick for the Midlands Tigers middle.
That's about as slick as you'll like to see. Fire up, bang, see you later, out the back door. Scoring ground, ball is down, and the Sharks are just left chasing shadows. And Midlands Tigers again bring it out to 2.
He's a big man, Christian Mirosevic Sorgo, but he got down quickly there.
Yeah, some core strength for that.
And the Sharks on the counter, they now trail by 2 tries. The defending champs, Bamba steps off the right. Arman to his mate Brewer in the middle. Arman back to Brewer. Long ball, acres of space, hat-trick for herself, but denied. Megan Pemberton on for a third. Arman shaping up to go downtown with it, slips through the net, and he's in the goal zone. Who can find him? Well, eventually the touch is made.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion there. I thought they thought that the initial touch had been called a yes-no. Referees are in disagreement. Now they come to the conclusion. Touch has been made, 6-touch turnover, and Midlands Tigers once again successfully defending out a Sharks attacking set. Big touch coming in the midfield. Good decision to hold. They've just got to secure the ball now.
Well, they're up by 2 as the substitutes come wrapping around the corner. Will Mellor will carry again.
It's his 5th coming now. The look to scoop.
Mellor, Dean with the pickup.
Just losing control at the last moment. When it really matters, you want a clean strike dump for the scoop. Maybe go 3 up. They're not able to secure the possession. Now Sharks will go up the other end and have a crack at the line. That's a loss of control though from the Sharks. So as we said at the start of the half, one side coughing up mistakes, other side also coughing up mistakes. So a bit of 6 of one after us in the other.
Too many forced errors in this final, but it's the Sharks who were most recently punished, and then, well, it's gone the other way.
Yeah, another one there. It's unfortunate tap penalty for off the mark.
Andrews with the tap. Gent there as the second man. Good footwork, and on come the substitutes. Gent with a carry up to halfway. Still driving up the field through Dayton Jones. Jones away from the first. And there's a bit of momentum now for Tor. He's in the in-goal area, back to Hartman.
Lovely. Lovely inside ball, thrown on instinct. And Hartman dots the ball down, bringing the deficit back down to 1.
Hartman had a great semi-final as well.
Yeah, he did.
Finally involved in this crucial mixed open finale, and it's a good take on the inside, and that gets them back within 1. Well, I've said it all day, but all I want, Joe, is one drop-off.
Give us one.
On pitch 1. There was another one on pitch 2 in a playoff game earlier today, and we could be on for one here unless the Tigers score another and increase that buffer again.
6 more touched in flight, but I'm with you. This seems to be the one. If any game's going to give us a drop-off at finals, it seems to be this. These are 2 so evenly matched sides.
Jared Lewis. Touchdown, and it's returned to him there. Great speed off the line from Caffrey.
Yeah, Midlands Tigers looking to run some open side quickies here. I think they'll run the same thing. They do. Open side, they go.
Mirosevic, Songo diving in, and Sorgo denied this time. Looking for his 4th Christian Mirosevic Sorgo. Christian Mirosevic Sorgo with a long ball. What a finish. William Plunkett, a hat-trick for her as well.
That's some left to right long ball. And look, if you've not played rugby, you'll have no idea how difficult this is. Left to right, flat as you like, perfect weight on it. And Midlands Tigers start to pull ahead again, and now we're starting to see some scores fly in. But at the moment, Midlands Tigers at the upper end of that ratio. Sharks looking to get a reply. Space on the outside.
Diving in goes Arman, but touched before, only just, by Dan Powell. He's back with us after a forced substitution at the end of the first half. Brewer switches the direction of the attack. Arman taking on Powell. Does he beat him again? Powell has his man.
Oh, Dan Powell, you've made 2 diving touch on Arman in 2 consecutive sets. Just a little bit close. You're living right on the line.
Arman with the long ball. It's taken well by Bunn. He gets on the outside. What a pass. Down goes Merritt.
What a score. What a score. The wing and the leg combined. What was a little bit of a hopeful pass from Arman lands straight in the clutches, and then a little shake and bake. Looks, steps back. In between the 2 covering defenders. And the Midlands Tigers thought the touch was made. It most definitely was not. And I think we are in for some finish to this game.
Well, Merritt, the scorer, started playing touch in primary school back in Hong Kong. It's her 3rd time playing at the Nationals. Won it last year with the mixed squad and was player of the final in that game. Another London Galaxy player at these Nationals. And it's a good drive from the Tigers in the meantime. Touch made. And here's Dean, who goes wide, but Amelia Bunn, whose wonderful footwork set up that last try, gets a turnover for the Sharks. 1 try in the game. We've still got 12 minutes to go in this final. Anything could happen.
It really doesn't feel like we've got 12 minutes to go. It feels like both teams are trying to race the buzzer. This game is being played at such intensity. And now the Sharks looking to drive up the middle.
Dayton Jones, Tor.
Off the mark.
Jones and Tor on in the middle. And the Midlands Tigers taking their time. Good drive up the centre, the ball is loose, a disappointing result. A turnover inside their own half for the Tigers.
Yeah, Midlands Tigers have got to shore up that midfield touch. You can't keep surrendering possession. You may be up, but you're entertaining an equaliser if you keep giving the Sharks.
Merritt makes good yards, and now Brewer with Bamber and Arman to his right. Here is Arman. Inside to Brewer. Touch made. Brewer looks to take on Mirosevic Sorgo. But it's a penalty. 6 touches for the Sharks. Brewer. It returns to him there, he slides in. A change of angle, and the score's been given, and the Sharks go level.
Lovely footwork at the line, and first time we've really seen these quickie sets start to pay off for the Sharks. Bang, left foot step diving underneath. That touch is being claimed from the Midlands Tigers, and that's an unlucky, unfortunate decision. But for the Sharks, you are oh so grateful. What hands there to keep a hold under pressure.
Well, Joe Brewer with a good dive describes himself as Dom Tripp's protege, the player of the Men's Open final. And a score that Trips himself will be proud of there, the England captain. Powell takes the touch, and turning away from it is Shaw. What a touch that might be. Did she have control of it?
Forward. I think the pass has been called forward. It has indeed, so it won't matter. It was a really good effort from the Midlands winger. The pass just drifts forward.
Well, could carry down that left-hand tram line. Gent off the field with a good carry. Dayton Jones, Harman to his right. Lifted by Tor. Shows and goes, and what a line by Dayton Jones!
Oh, what a covering touch. It's an excellent covering touch. They think they'd scored, but they had not. I think it's number 27 for the Midlands Tigers. Archie Shaw coming across and making a try-saving touch. And that is worth just as much as a score. And then the Midlands draw the penalty for offside. And what a sequence of play for the Midlands Tigers.
Hard touch from Hardman, and that soft hands to get Dean away. Almost breaking through, wins the penalty as well from Tor.
Yeah, another foot in the ruck there, so Midlands Tigers starting to build some momentum. Looking really aggressive when they get into the final third, and we'll see if they can get the score that will take them back out into the lead.
Touch on from Mellor, who gets it on the return. Goes short this time for Saren Carson, who is caught, but touch is still to play with. Mellor. Dean Mellor changes direction, goes himself, beautiful weaving run. Then Lookcraft is over, and the Midlands are back in front. The Tigers take the lead.
Oh, lovely feat from Mellor, little shake and bake, boom, oh, just avoids it, and then dot down under no pressure, and Midlands Tigers do end up taking the lead.
Quite frankly, disrespectful double pump there from Mellor on his way through.
Yeah, that's not very nice.
Great footwork though from Brewer. They've all got it out there in this mixed open final. Brewer, Arman, Mirosevic saw go onto the field and making the touch. Arman, hands off to Brewer. Arman almost through. Well marshalled by the Tigers.
Yeah, 7 minutes to go in this half. And the Tigers now holding on strong, but the Sharks looking for another mismatch. They look to find it, dive in the corner. Was the touch made? It was not. And the Sharks do even up, and I've got a feeling this might be the game to give us the drop-off.
Wow, great finish by Bamba. Just a little pinning the ears back. And, well, we've got a real final on our hands here. The Midlands Tigers, who at one stage were 3 tries up, have been pegged back to 7 apiece. They went back in front again in this topsy-turvy game. The Sharks are the only team yet to really stretch out in front, because the Tigers are keeping them contained.
Oh, good open side quickie, space in the middle, looks to go quick, phase it. They do phase it, goes to the wing, was
What a
ball
ball!
away.
It's just beyond the hand of Rhea Plunkett.
Unfortunate, but they do get the penalty.
6 more for the Tigers, as close to the line as they could be. Powell. Sam Dean. Powell takes them on. Dean at the half, returns it to Powell. Soft hands, diving over. Rhea Plunkett denied.
Yeah, really good touch again. The wingers have been crucial for both defence and attack in the southeast. And now
Dean.
they look, oh, good line speed, but they're
Good
up.
touch from
They're
on
in behind.
Drews. diving over. Well, he wanted the offside call, did Will Mellor, but didn't come. Touch made. Mellor. Oh, he misses one. Pops it over the top for Sam Dean. And Mellor back with it. Long ball. Plunk it over.
He's got that left to right down to a T. Will Mellor just picks up twice now. We've seen a beautiful left to right spiral bomb. Boom, there it is. And once again, the winger out in space.
Well, that's a fourth for Rhea Plunkett in this final.
Don't think we've ever had someone score more than 4.
Good carry from Brewer. Merritt at the half, feeds Brewer again. Great footwork, lunging in.
Good touch, just made. About as close as you can get.
9-8. It was 10-9 after a drop-off that the Midlands came through in that semi-final. It was 8-9. They were defeated earlier by the Saxons as well. But that is a really important touch.
And Tigers now trucking it up the middle. Looks to get the extra pass.
Well, it's you can't really believe that this is the same side, Joe, that were beaten 10-4 by the Sharks yesterday.
No, they've definitely learned their lesson from yesterday because they look so much more aggressive. Ball is away, but great touch.
Armand gets a hold of Lookcraft. Great carry by Dean, but that's all the touches she wrote, and now it's a turnover and almost away as Elizabeth Merritt, the co-captain. Brewer now. Tor. Dayton Jones skipping away from one. Good feed from Dayton Jones and Tor. Hartman on the switch. Lovely footwork, diving in.
Great touch. What a switch, what footwork, only matched by the touch. And Midlands Tigers, they're 2.5 minutes to go. Looking to defend this set out. Oh, but the double pump.
Well, the show and go got the Sharks in behind, and then Hartman is the beneficiary, but no, it's denied by the referee. A turnover instead, and Will Mellor comes away with it.
Yeah, roll ball infringement at the final moment, and Midlands Tigers get away with that pressure. And if they can see out their sets when they've got it and defend the Sharks, they will be able to just edge through. But that's not what I want. That's not what you want. We want a drop-off.
For now, though, it's Powell carrying it forward for the Tigers. And as you said, Joe, just running out their phases.
Yeah,
but a penalty instead, well, that's the perfect outcome for the Midlands Tigers.
Yeah, it's exactly what they want. You get to wind down a bit of the clock, 2 minutes to go. You need to seal the ball, keep hold of your possession, use all of your touches, drain the clock down. This is about as tight as it gets. This is where game management will come into play. Let's see the experienced heads for both sides.
And it's Powell, the most experienced head for the Tigers, who's almost in there.
Yeah, he's just had a look at this near side wing. I wonder if he'll play 3 or 4 quickies and then look to go long.
Powell assesses his options. He's got Archie Shaw in the middle with him, and Shaw puts the hammer down. Shaw's in the end zone. There's a slip. Powell over, scores!
There it is! And I said they might go long on 4th. Well, why do you need 4 when you can do it on 2? It scoops through, great footwork to get through the gap, slips but still maintains his composure. And it's that man, the experienced head, Dan Powell, that dots down. And with just under a minute to go, it's going to take something special from the Sharks.
Brewer needs to create something. He needs to create it soon. Arman, Brewer in the centre. Great connectivity between this centre partnership. Over goes Joe Brewer, denied. Arman goes long. Good pick out. Ball inside to Elizabeth Merritt, and then caught. Turnover. Saren Carson.
They've got 25 seconds to go. As long as they don't turn it over, this will be all she wrote.
Carried on by Carson. Not long to go for the Midlands Tigers. Huge upset in the offing.
Ooh, penalty. There won't be enough time, though. I don't think there will be enough time for 2.
The Midlands Tigers, who slipped through from a drop-off, have made the touch and they've won the game. And the Tigers have done it. 3rd place in the pool. They beat the high-scoring Saxons in the semi-final. The underdogs have turned over the Sharks, and the Midland Tigers are the Mixed Open champions in our final game at the ETA Nationals. What a performance. They've hung on in the second half where they were so close to letting it slip. And then in the last few moments, they turned on the style and racked up 2 quick scores. What a performance, Joe.
Oh, I mean, well worth the win. We said at the start they'll want to catch the Sharks out, and they did. And to be able to turn over such a dominant win for the Sharks the last time these two sides met takes real strength of character in the team. And you combine that with the footwork, the pills, the ball skills. I mean, this Midlands side, I don't really know how they finished 3rd in the groups. If they could have performed like that from day one, they would have topped it easily.
What a performance and what a final, and more importantly, Joe, what a way to sign off a big bank holiday weekend of blockbuster touch rugby. It has been a fantastic competition and one that will be remembered for some time. A wonderful outing here at the ETA Nationals.
It's been an absolutely splendid weekend of touch. And all of the exhibition games as well. So not only these Opens games you finished with, but you've got your over 30s, your 27s, your 35s, 40s, 45s. It's an exhibition of what touch can show and what touch can be, and that is a sport for all. And we finished with 3 of the highest quality finals you'll see.
And don't be too downhearted, of course, loyal viewer, because soon enough, live on Next Gen with the English Touch Association, we'll be bringing you a whole week's worth of the World Cup of Touch, which is on home soil for the English side here in Nottingham. Joe, we'll both be back for that, and it'll be a tremendously exciting event.
Oh, I can't wait for the World Cup ever. Since I had it in the diary, the heart goes every time I think about it. It's going to be the best touch that the world has to offer, and there's no better venue to come to do it to.
Well, let's run you through all of the winners from this long weekend of touch before we leave you with the presentations. The men's 50s final was won by the Midlands Tigers. The 45s won by the South East Taipans, and then the Midlands Tigers also won the 40s final by 15-1. We then had on day 2 some big finals, including the women's 27s, which was won 6-2 by the Saxons. Mustn't forget the women's 40s final, which was won by the Midlands Tigers as well. And then all of the live stream blockbusters, Northwest Touch and the men's Opens, defeated by the Sharks 11-8 there. Long wait for an Open men's title will continue. The Sharks then, a taste of their own medicine, beaten by the Taipans in the final play by 3-2. And then against the odds, the Sharks on for a 3-peat of titles will walk away with just 1 after a huge win for the Midlands Tigers, an upset in the Mixed Open competition. And we will leave you with the scenes and celebrations and the presentations as well. But some last words from you, Joe, on what's been a great weekend of touch rugby.
Oh, it's just been amazing, and it's always a pleasure to stand here, commentate, look at all the teams, and also see our teams develop from year on year. The changes of personnel, the new players coming through and stamping their mark down on teams. And I mean, with the World Cup around the corner, I do not want to be on any of the England touch selection committees, because a lot of players out there have put their name up for selection, and there's some hard decisions going the selection committee's way, and I absolutely can't wait for the World Cup in July.
What a 3 days here at the English Touch Association Nationals, and what a warm-up for that huge World Cup event, which is just on the horizon in a few weeks' time. Well, thank you for joining us across the 3 days. We'll leave you with the pictures of the final presentations, which will be led by the management team here from ETA. But I've been Wilfred Kemsley talking you through the last 2 days. Thank you, Joe, for being with us.
No worries, anytime.
And thank you very much for listening in to Next Gen's coverage of this wonderful competition. We'll be back next time with, would you believe it, the World Cup. Stay tuned for that in the near future. But for all of us here, we'll leave you with the pictures of the presentations Goodbye for now.
So if I could get all the teams gathered around on pitch one, everybody remaining down on pitch one, please. We've got a few presentations to do. We're getting over here in front of the pavilion.
So can we get all players over to the presentation area? If you get your players over to the presentation area, this is going to be getting on the way as soon as possible. We are time against the clock now, so players, please make your way to picture one for presentation. Players, officials and supporters, please keep your hands together for Chris Sherman, who's going to be introducing the presentation for the Wildcats Nationals.
Thanks, Mitch. Hello, everyone. Right, we're going to do a few presentations, but before we do, as is customary, I just want to say a few thank yous. Tim, our chair, has joined us. Tim Lovridge, England chair, has joined us for these presentations. Thank you to you first. I've just, please, first, as we go through these, give a big hand. So I think the university team, and there's a couple of them behind their groundsmen, they've done a fantastic job. We've been blessed with phenomenal facilities this weekend. So please give the University of Nottingham team a really big hand. Thank you. Hopefully you've enjoyed some of the flavours of the cuisine. That's a little bit of a taste of what's coming in the World Cup in a few weeks time now, not much. The other two ones I also want to say thank you to is thanks, as always, Mitch, Tom, the Fernie event team up there. They are firmly part of our team now, have been for a number of years, do a cracking job. Extended to the NextGen team, camera crew up there, Bailey in the van, commentators to Hamish, Will and Joe Wright. Comms team, which gets forever bigger, and hopefully you've seen the step up in communication activity we've got. But Chris, Marnie on digital, Catherine and Kenzie have been doing social for the weekend. Apparently I even featured on TikTok at some point over the weekend. And showing a thanks to photography as always. So our comms team, which is really growing, thank you to them. Thanks to the team that were on car parking on Saturday, Sunday and today. Not the nicest job, never is, but thanks to my wife Jo, Alison, Kate on Saturday and Tank today, who all did a cracking job. Two people who do a lot behind the scenes you don't see. So Ash couldn't join us this weekend, but she did a lot of the stuff that got us here. And the other one I want to thank you is over there actually probably thanking refs at the moment. Is a special thank you to Jack Harris and to Ash. Jack has been phenomenal. Every spreadsheet you see in this organisation has probably got his mark on it somewhere. So huge thank you to Ash and especially to Jack over there. If Jack can hear us, thanks Jack Harris. And Ash couldn't do the work on the day, but we did have somebody hiding upstairs who you probably don't know, but Freya, just give us a wave out there. Freya was phenomenal. She happened to turn up, stood in the wrong place at the wrong time at the Bucks event, and then since then we've got her working everyone, so thank you, Freya. And the last couple of thank yous, all those in yellow, or dare I say occasionally in pink, all that team ref over there. Team ref, you could hear me, give us a wave. You've done a fantastic job. Give them a massive thank you. And the last thank you is to all of you. And please, I know you're out there playing, but behind you there are a series of coaches, support staff, medical staff, our own team medical. I know Carrie's gone, I don't know whether Claire's still here, but our own medical team that were from here. Also all the regional leagues, the coaches, support staff. Please give everybody else to make this Right, just we did the Women's 27th presentations earlier on. I'm just going to mention who won that a lot months ago. The MVP was Saxon's Beth Newton. The player of the final was Midlands Cat Jones. The Bonita Lee Award went to Midlands Lucy Snake.
MVP for Taipans.
And Midlands Tigers were the winners of the 27s. Before I go on to the full presentations for this, Ash Grimsey, you still here? Or is Nat Grimsey still here? Has she gone? Nat, Ash, one of you here? Nat, you still here? Is Nat here or not? She needs to come over here. She didn't run that hard. Get her to jog over here, please. So you don't have to run, Ash. We know that you can't. So just whilst we wait, we've been doing a Green Challenge trophy throughout this weekend. Big thanks to Dave Cope, who can't be here today, but we presented some Green Challenge trophies yesterday, and we are going to present one to Nat in a minute, who is actually our top individual performer under the South East Sharks umbrella. I will do that when she gets back. Whilst we're waiting, we'll go straight to the men's 30s and our Green Challenge trophy first, and I think they have gone, unless there's anybody here still for North East Raiders. Give him a cheer. So is Tank still about? Or has he gone? Alright, we'll keep that one then for North East Raiders. They won the men's 30 Green Challenge trophy.
Yeah, see you next time.
Tank's on his way down, so he's going to come and get that, and you can give him a cheer again. Is he really coming? Yeah. Come on, Tank, you can come pick this up on behalf of the North East. And he has been running around today for us as well, up now, and refereeing all weekend. Thanks, Tank. Sorry, Ian Tankard is what I should be saying there, really. Have we got Nat yet, Ash? She's coming. Right, we'll do the men's 30s. MVP actually goes to a Tigers person. MVP is my favourite done. Is Brent still here, Brent McDougall? Stan, are you still around? If not, right, we'll hold on to that one. We'll get that to someone. Cracking final. I know that game was over there. I was trying to keep an eye on both of them. The men's 30s final was a phenomenal finish, and unfortunate for Taipans coming out second, but Taipans actually had a player of the final, and I was watching what I saw. I do know he's a phenomenal player. That's Taipans' Henry Stratford. And I bet he's gone out here behind him somewhere. But our winners, and deserved winners, did a cracking game, boys. Southwest Saxons.
Yeah, guys!
So ETA 2024 Nationals Men's 30s champions, Southwest Saxons. We're going to just embarrass Nat a little bit. Nat Crimsey, come on over here. And just whilst I'm bringing Nat on to present this one, stood behind there now actually doing his family role for the weekend. Just a massive thanks to Ash, who set up the video camera and sorted that out for us on field day. Thank you very much, Ash. That's something we are going to follow up most definitely. Nat, you are the star performer in the Green Challenge Trophy. You won the Green Challenge Trophy. She doesn't even know what it is since she's entered. Yeah, but that's what you won as the top individual for South East Sharks. Well, she looks absolutely shocked. Thanks, Nat. Cheers. Right, we're going to go to the order of the finals that we had. So men's open next. The Green Challenge Trophy, the men's opens, goes to South East Taipans. I'm going to get one of you to come up and get it if you don't mind, girls. Who's connected to South East Taipans men's? One of you at least. Or you can send your coach. Yes. Yeah, come on, Erin. What do you do? You might be coming up again in a minute. The MVP for Men's Open also goes to Taipans. That's Henry Russo. Has he gone? Erin, can you get another trophy? She hates the spotlight. What do I do again? You know. Right, Men's Open player of the final. Can't see him. Where's Sharks? Where's your other half? Dominic Tripp, come here. Mr. Touch, thanks, Dom. And you can stay up here. Stay here, because our Men's Open final, those that left South East Sharks are this year's national champions. Come on up. You've got to put 10 medals on each, boys. That you seriously have. You can take them, I think there's 20. And you need a photo with this trophy with all 16 of you. The shield you can have a photo with, you can't keep it. Because when I last lent the university one out, it stayed somewhere for a whole year. Well done, well done, Charlie. South East Sharks Men's Open Champions 2024. Straight into Women's Open, and we'll do the green trophy first. We're going to left one for Wildcats. Wildcats Women's Open, we're the green trophy champions. Yes! Phoebe, come on. Well done. Phoebe's 21st yesterday. Was it yesterday? So while she's up here, can you all sing Phoebe happy birthday, please? Well done. I do keep most of my promises. I'm sorry, Phoebe, that was not one. Our MVP for this category. Tigers, Phoebe Simon. Well done, daughter.
Everyone's like 21. Everyone's 21, but we haven't 26.
Player of the final. Which one do you think you won? Who do you think's won out of this? That's the spirit war, Kenzie. Rona Roper. And you say there, Druzy, our Women's Open 2024 champions, cracking final, really nail-biting stuff, but it is South East Taipans. You all come out. Here we go, girls.
You don't get a medal. He lives in Wales.
Still swimming.
'Cause do you know what? Honestly, for the last week, I've been the same things.
Is everyone still? Just do everything.
Our 2024 Women's Open champions goes to South East Taipans. Well done all. Last but not least, we're going to the Mixed Open. Erin, just stay up here please for us. Yes, Erin, step in. There's another trophy for you, Erin. That's not for you, but the green trophy for Mixed Open goes to Taipans as well. Erin, do you know what the green trophy challenge was?
Yeah, lift up. Lift up.
MVP for this category, fantastically well, and unlucky not to come out with more, but it goes to Saxon's Chris Wade.
Are you Jess's boyfriend?
Well, Chris, the player of the final, which was picked out because of the defence in the first 5 minutes, particularly chasing down, I think, a couple of the Sharks, goes to Matty Hawes. And Matty, don't go away. You can be joined by the rest of your Tigers teammates who've put in a phenomenal performance. Commiserations to Sharks. Well done to Midlands Tigers Mixed Open.
Guys, green challenge winners.
Guys, Saxon, can we all come over here, please? Did I bring one water? Bring a drink. Quick. We're sitting in a circle. Sorry, no, not everyone's going to stand over. Quick. Oh my fuck. Okay, cool. We're running around challenges. Quick fire. Okay, Agnes, starting with you. No. Didn't do it.
So last but not least, national champions for 2024 goes to Midlands Tigers Mixed Open. Just hope you agree, in all three of the Opens categories, a lot of youth coming through. I think if you're over 18, you probably get worried. There's lots of juniors coming through. The university game is blossoming. We shall call that a day, but we'll see you back here in just under 3 months' time for the World Cup. Please make sure you come and see us on July the 15th. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a fantastic and safe journey home. Cheers.
Let's see.
Yes, see, I said
Great challenge! We have a big round of applause for Chris Simon for obviously organising the whole event and making sure we all run smoothly.